ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Rowdy pro-Palestinian protesters have disrupted this Labor state conference in Melbourne. State political reporter Richard Willingham is there.
Palestine will be free!
Doors into the annual conference at Moonee Valley Racecourse were locked after protesters got past security and began yelling at delegates and speakers. The protesters have since left, but some state and federal MPs were locked outside as the crowd chanted and yelled abuse at them. The protest delayed key speeches from Premier Jacinta Allen and the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Earlier, some union delegates stood in peaceful protest during Education Minister Ben Carroll's speech over the privatisation of cleaners in state schools.
New laws will be introduced in Victoria to crack down on people who abuse and assault retail, fast food and public transport workers. Premier Jacinta Allen told the annual Labor Party conference the laws would be designed in consultation with unions and industry. Ms Allen says the laws will be introduced next year.
These laws will be dedicated to protecting customer-facing workers in retail, but also too in hospitality and in public transport as well.
Pro-Palestinian activists are standing firm at a number of universities across Melbourne despite calls for them to dismantle their encampments. Costa Haratos reports.
La Trobe University says encampments at its Bundoora campus pose safety and wellbeing risks and has given protesters 48 hours to dismantle their sites. The protesters are demanding the university cuts ties with weapons companies amid the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Meanwhile, encampments are still standing at Deacon's Burwood campus despite several requests from the university for their removal. The University of Melbourne's Arts West building also remains filled with tents and protesters bearing Palestinian flags as they enter their fourth day of action. The university has labelled their actions as unacceptable. The Monash University encampment was dismantled yesterday.
The Australian government is providing consular assistance to the father of star Brisbane Bronco Payne Huss, who's been arrested in the Philippines. 46-year-old Gregor Johan Huss is accused of allegedly smuggling more than 5 kilograms of methamphetamine into Indonesia late last year. Government Minister Jim Chalmers says the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is providing support.
There is a legal process underway and we will provide all of the consular assistance that he needs at this time. You know, the Commonwealth Government has the ability to provide that kind of assistance, and that will be provided in full.
The United Nations has stressed that people in Gaza will continue to die unless conditions dramatically change for the better. Aid deliveries have begun arriving to the territory through a new maritime corridor and a temporary floating pier built by US armed forces. The UN has agreed to assist in coordinating the delivery and distributing the supplies. Deputy spokesperson Fahan Haq hopes the aid will help civilians, but has reiterated the port won't be able to replace land routes.
The floating dock is intended to supplement existing land crossings of aid into Gaza, including Rafah, Kerem Shalom, and Erez. It is not meant to replace any crossings. This is an ongoing multinational effort to deliver additional aid to Palestinians in Gaza through a maritime corridor that is entirely humanitarian in nature.
3 Spanish tourists and an Afghan citizen have been killed in a gun attack in the city of Bamiyan in central Afghanistan. It's believed 2 shooters opened fire on a vehicle in the city's central market, and images from the scene show several bodies lying in the street. The Spanish Prime Minister says he's shocked by the news. Abdul Mateen Khani from the Taliban's Interior Ministry says 4 people have been arrested.
There was shooting against civilians in Bamiyan city. 1 Afghan and 3 foreign nationals were killed. Also, 3 other Afghans and 4 foreigners were wounded. The security forces are searching for the killers. 4 suspects have been arrested.
The British Museum says it's recovered another 268 stolen artefacts, some of which had been sold on eBay for just a few dollars. Most of the items were gems and jewellery from Greek and Roman times and were part of a trove of items revealed last year to have gone missing from the world-renowned museum. A senior curator suspected of involvement was sacked. To sport, an American golfer Xander Schauffele holds a 1-shot lead after play was suspended at the PGA Championship in Kentucky. Schauffele carded a 3 under 68 to sit at 12 under, 1 shot ahead of fellow American Colin Morikawa. Masters champion Scotty Scheffler holds a share of 4th after being arrested prior to the start of the second round. Lucas Herbert is the best placed Australian, tied for 16th at 6 under. To the weather now for the state, dry and mostly sunny. For Melbourne, mostly sunny with a top today of 14 degrees. Right now in Melbourne, it's 11 degrees. This is ABC News.
Naomi Steins here, and if you're looking for life advice, let me suggest the ABC Listen app.
Try Ladies, We Need to Talk.
What if it's a choice between I'm staying or I'm living out of my car with my kids?
You might also like Parental as Anything, Teens.
We all need to face the fact that teens are sending and receiving nude pics.
Or Life Matters.
Let's begin at your 60th birthday party.
Load up a podcast and level up your life with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Here pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. To Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Sydney Swans are 2 games clear on top of the table. Has the competition got a dominant team and a clear premiership favourite? The Blues, meanwhile, have dropped 4 of their last 6. Is it time to panic for Michael Voss? The Suns owned the territory, sending the Cats on a 3-game losing skid. It is Sir Doug Nicholls' round, but Aboriginal participation in the AFL is dwindling for the first time in almost 3 decades. Why is that so? And Thursday night footy is out of vogue in the next set of fixtures, and the concussion debate rages in the game. All of that ahead right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Picked off here again by McLean, sweeps it wide for Warner. He's goal side from 35, snaps and curls it around. What about that from the chat? 3 goals for Warner. It's a blood blitz.
They were challenged early, Sydney, but they have made a massive statement in their premiership quest. The Swans thumping the Blues by 52 points at the SCG.
Sydney Chief Executive Tom Harley is our feature guest today on AFL Saturday. We are on ABC Sport, Sport Digital and streaming through the ABC Listen app. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. The whole gang's here, as you heard in the opener. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We are at, as Greg Baum once beautifully wrote, the theatre of the great and the grand at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Saturday afternoon footy here between Collingwood and Adelaide. A little later on, Mick Malthouse is here, the coaching icon. Hello, Mick.
Corby, you got me worried with that big jacket on, and you're jumping around as if it's minus. So tell me, is there a what's the main reason, do you think?
I think it might have something to do that I've spent the week in Darwin. I acclimatised beautifully. I had the shorts and the T-shirt and the Burkies on all week.
Oh, I reckon that's it.
Now, all of a sudden, it's hit me straight between the eyes, Mick, as soon as I walked back into Melbourne.
Yeah, and then if we went up to Darwin, Bally, we'd be melted on the tarmac. It really does take time to acclimatise. That's why I don't get caught up in why Geelong won, lost or didn't. Well, they didn't, because it is such a different environment. And then we're going to have these people say, well, the 20th side is going to win the first 10 or 10 home games. Well, no. But it is a contrast. And if you keep getting whacked like that, it does take its toll. But anyway, it's great to be here, Corby. Great to be at MCG, especially with Bally next to me. Bally, my last game with Bally here, he was a very, very good player for the Collingwood Football Club. So don't get a big head out of that, Bally, either. And I've come up from Geelong, not to live in Geelong, but I went and was a grandson, and I beat him here, and he has to come in from where? What, about 10 minutes away, and I beat you here. Is that because the roads down your end are a bit different, Paulie?
Well, Mick, and good afternoon to you, Corb. And I actually put the extra layer on today. I need to take it off because I've run from the car park to get here right on time. I hate being late, and I still haven't been because I've made it. But there's something going on with Punt Road. I mean, either that or there better be 90,000 here today, Mick, because there's 90,000 cars on Punt Road all the way back to Toorak Road. Anyway, enough about that. That's Melbourne traffic. I bet you they don't have the traffic issues up in Darwin either, along with the weather, Corby. But great to be back at the G. And interested to hear a bit more about your Darwin experience.
To fit everything in, we got the full tourist front, went out to Litchfield to National Park and floated in some natural springs and saw the jumping crocodiles on the Adelaide River and little sunset down the beach. So we've had a wonderful week, and back into the footy today, but it was good fun.
So perfect spot for a 20th team. It sounds like you're on the ticket now. It sounds like it. You're selling it.
I worked with Joel Bowden on Thursday night, who is actually the tourism minister among various other ministers up there. So I did give him a little nudge and said, mate, if you're looking for any ambassadors, I feel like my 3 days here has been pretty good on that front. There's a lot of discussion up there about Team 20, as you can imagine, as well. So really good event and huge crowd too. They had over 11,000 there, which is the best the Suns have ever had for a home game up in Darwin.
Well, big Geelong. It seemed like on the TV, a lot of more Geelong supporters in a sense, or at least as many. Is that fair or no?
Naturally, like a lot of places, like WA is the same as South Australia. There's a lot of hardcore footy people that have their original VFL team from back in the day. Yeah. So first time the Cats have ever played there for premiership points. I think they've played a pre-season night premiership game in the past, but you're right. There was probably more support for Geelong, as there often is your traditional Victorian teams. And there is
a few born and bred in Darwin. Obviously, Brandon Parfitt was playing. Matty Stokes, the premiership player. So there would have been some Stokeses around. Maybe he was the reason that there's a big Geelong. Yeah, but they love their footy. You can tell it's fantastic.
Well, it's a bit like when the old VFL days. If the Crackers, for instance, it was Claremont, wasn't it? So you'd have. Half of Claremont was dressed in North Melbourne uniforms, and Ditchburn was Claremont, and some of those would have Carlton things on, and so it's inevitable that you attract to that person.
Yeah. And they have such an inbuilt advantage with supporter bases across the country for people that have been footy fans for 40, 50, 60 years, their entire lives. Tom Harley's about to join us, the chief executive of the Swans. 44,047 at the SCG last night. Incredible game of footy. The Blues kicked the first 4 goals, and then Sydney kicked 17 of the next 22 goals in the game. So they win, and they win wide. It's the first time since 1945, so back in the old South Melbourne days, that this team has started the season with 9 wins from their first 10 matches. 2 games clear on top. They will be there at the end of the weekend regardless of other results. Have we got a dominant team in the competition and a clear premiership favourite?
Well, up until now, Mick, we've been umming and ahhing and trumpeting the fact that, how good is this amazingly even season. There's 8 teams that can genuinely win it or have a genuine case to win it. We always provide the caveat that we are only at round 9 and we like to jump ahead, don't we, in this game? But gee, they were powerful after that early sort of 10-minute burst. And we've seen Carlton. Carlton have been really good starting teams. They've been out of the blocks really well, in recent weeks. But after that, and it was that goal, wasn't it? The mistake, the kick inside from it was young Boyd, wasn't it? And the spoil. It just wasn't the right option. And I think it was Jordan made the spoil. Hayward gets the crumb and kicks the goal. And you just thought, I hope that does it. And sure enough, from then on, it was just a powerhouse performance. They dialed up the pressure. You heard Michael Voss talk about after the game. They dialed up the pressure. They dialed up the heat around the ball. And they've just got so many numbers. You talk about power. So many numbers to throw at the contest now, Sydney. And they're the best team at getting it from in there to out there. And you think of players that embody that. Chad Warner, none better. And Isaac Heaney continues his stellar season. And Carlton, so we talk about the winners. The disappointing part was, and we might discuss them a bit later, was Carlton's inability to stand up. And I thought, regardless of the personnel, I thought they were a genuine chance, Carlton, to go up there and win it. Their numbers forward of the ball, and in the first 5-10 minutes, you thought, here we go. This is playing out, how I thought, or how I thought that they could really challenge them. The big guys looked dangerous ahead of the ball, and they were winning the ball around clearance. But a few little sort of positional tweaks. Jordan went on to Walsh and shut him down, did a really good job. But other than that, it was just an avalanche from then on. And to answer your question, the long-winded way to answer your question, Cole, they're absolutely entitled to be a clear premiership favourite now in that performance.
All right, Paulie, you know your football. Who's got the second highest percentage in the competition at the moment?
Well, good question, Mick.
Sydney, clearly, 154 is just massive at this time of the year.
It'd be no one else is above 125, is that right?
Probably, but who's got it?
Geelong's took a whack the other night.
I was going to say, I would have said Geelong before the night. Is it the Giants?
It's the Western Bulldogs in 11th spot.
There you go.
Yeah.
Western Bulldogs in 11th.
So it's a great point. So when we talk about the evenness of the comp, that's usually a good indication, isn't it? Where teams
less than a third and they're under 100.
Yeah, well there you go. That's right.
So and the drawn teams are all around about the same percentage. So those that were arguing that you've got to play extra time, this is a new dimension. It's a great dimension to have. Now these sides can't go, well look, it's not a matter of us winning. It's a matter of us winning now bigger and better because our percentage has got to be better because there's 4 sides got to draw. Anyway, so my answer, and I'll make it briefer.
Yep.
I think Sydney rightly deserve it. I still say the draw is totally unbalanced. We can't do anything about it.
So 9-1 on the season, and the one is Richmond, who can't beat anyone else, which is just such an amazing quirk of the season so far. That's the game they've dropped. Callum Mills, their captain, is out for a prolonged period. Probably won't be back until after the bye.
Well, he doesn't need to be now, does he?
No.
The luxury.
Well, Parker looks like getting a few weeks.
Oh, he will. Yeah.
That was incredible. So Luke Parker had 26 disposals, 9 tackles, been knocking down the door in the VFL, can't get in. And then just a mind-numbing incident last night where he's run past the footy and cleaned up a trailing player in which he's been left hospitalised with a jaw fracture. And so, as we know, you're culpable for the damage. It looks like he's probably going to be missing, if he's lucky, 3 weeks. That's at VFL level. So as a result, he'll be ineligible to play for the AFL team as well.
Yeah, I've watched it a few times. To me, it was a split-second decision to impose himself physically. I feel for him a bit. I mean, from a team point of view, it's a great situation to be in. They're able to have that pressure for spots, the integrity of selection. I've been in his position, and he goes down to Frankston and plays on a Friday night. It's a 300-game premiership player. To me, it wasn't a premeditated hit or anything like that. It was just a split-second decision to be physical, but he got it wrong, and he will pay the penalty, and that's just not going to help his case. Having said that, I do think that you mentioned Mills and Park. They are in because the dip will come, Mick. It's impossible to stay up for 24 weeks. We know, and this season's even longer than usual. So he will be called on at some stage later in the year, and you just know going in a final series if he's lining up on the wall ready to be picked. It's not a bad position to be in with Luke Parker.
To win a premiership, I honestly believe you need 25 to 27 players to call upon because you're going to have that little dip, but also injuries, late injuries. You've got to remember McCartan's not in that side, so he's a walk-up start for that side for a start-off. Parker, if your midfield's functioning like that, sometimes you have to find another position for that player. It may well be just a bench player that can come on and play half-forward. There's no doubt he can play half-back, and he can go in the middle and monster sides. So you're right, he will get in there, but it's okay to say he goes in, who goes out.
Some reaction from both coaches out of last night. First of all, John Longmire talking about Chad Warner, one of their superstars throughout the midfield. Again, another explosive night from him. And then Michael Voss with the post-mortem on the loss up in Sydney last night.
He was just really damaging. And, he was able to break the lines and get out of traffic so quickly. And he goes from inside to outside really fast. And so that's his ability to be able to do that was significant. We had to win the ball first because we weren't doing that early. We had to win the hard ball gets. And when we were able to sort of wrestle that momentum back, then we're able to get the ball going forward out of scramble, surge the ball forward. It was pretty slippery conditions. So basic footy was what stood up for us.
I just felt like we lacked any drive through the middle part of the ground. So when you lack that sort of drive and being able to own territory, then the guys up the front are always going to struggle a little bit. It's a lot easier to read the play. It's probably easier to come off and support. It's a bit more predictable where the ball's going. But it was pretty clear in terms of the game itself. It just wasn't us. It just wasn't our identity. We just didn't bring what we've brought to these contests, over the course of the last 12 months, and we fell well and truly short. So there's some things in that we'll take away, but there's obviously a lot of things that we need to be able to make sure that we get back into our game ASAP.
We'll come back to the Blues. Only North Melbourne has conceded more points than Carlton over the last 4 weeks, which is crazy to think they're second last for points against. They've dropped 4 of their last 6 games, so that's the Carlton front. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. The Sydney Swans, big winners last night. They're 2 games clear on top. I'm fascinated how footy clubs view this stuff, and Mick, you've obviously been inside them. Tom Harley's about to join us, the Chief Executive of the Swans. Jim Harbaugh, who's the famed coach in college football in America, he's actually just moved into the in the NFL with the Chargers, but he used to talk at the Michigan Wolverines about, we're team 144, we're team 143, and the idea is we are the team for this year, and it's the only time that this collection of players will be together, and that's it. And so we've got a special place in history at this university that we're team 144. And obviously it's a little bit different in professional sports where there's less turnover probably year on year as guys graduate and everything else. But people often forget this Sydney team played in a grand final in 2022 and they had 12 guys under 100 games. And some of those guys are Goulden and Warner and Blakey and Rowbottom and McInerney and McCartan. And I wonder if they look at it as, is this a 3-year journey that we've been on that hopefully we're trying to win that next premiership for the club, or whether they just look at it as every year's a new year and we start again?
History shows that when you have a good side, a younger side through a grand final, winning it or losing it, that you'll have another crack at it. Something you might just, if I want to go back far enough, I'll say 1980. 1979, we didn't make the finals. 1980, we won the premiership. 1981 fell away, and I reckon that was mental. 1982 played off again. I can say 1982. So I can go West Coast 92, 91, 92, and 94. Sydney, Geelong. I mean, I wrote Geelong off this year, but I'm not sure now it's right. Sydney, I certainly thought it's going to be a struggle for them. But when you go back and you have a look at the history over recent history, it was inevitable they're going to jump up because those kids are too good and the competition's too flat. There's no one in the competition that's that good. So if they can hold their nerve and keep fit, which they are, if you look at the injury list, and who's on the boundary line, who could come into the side at some stage, wow, they are going to be very tough to beat, and we're talking about round 10.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. The Chief Executive of the Sydney Swans is Tom Harley, and he's been good enough to join us again on ABC Sport. Tom, appreciate your time.
No, any time, Corbin. Thanks for having me.
I'm sure you'll be a happy man this morning. Just on that question I was just posing to Mick, do you look at each year as a new year, or do you see this as a continuation of something that you started a couple of years ago?
Oh, look, I really enjoyed listening to that part of the conversation, and I think there's a stat that does speak to the fact that premiership teams are never replicated as early as obviously round 1 the following year. But I guess where our squad's at, and we have been building for a period of time, and there's certainly some value in having a group of players come through together, which I guess our journey of the current crop probably started around that 2020, 2021 period. And footy's no different to life in that, time on the block and experience you can't buy. And I know with our core group of players, they may be young, but they have played a fair bit of footy together, and they're really enjoying playing footy and training together. So that's certainly part of the build for us. And obviously at the right time, you need to bring in some players, which we identified some gaps last year, and some of the acquisitions have had been really important for us. So combination of both.
Tommy, Mick Moldhouse, just congratulations on where you are too as a football club. It's it's a credit to the organisation and the fact that you've been around the mark for so long, and you very rarely dip beyond a certain number on the ladder. And this is not about Sydney, this is about the league itself. How do you see the competition with the idea that a new team will enter? There's a lot of talk around there at the 20th side that, it's probably miles off, but can you just give us a bit of a snapshot of how you see the recruitment? And I'm not talking, I'm not going to hit that topic about academies. I'm talking about more the fact that I've got to say, a few years back we were drafting 100 players. Now we're down to 60 odd. Is there a fall off in that area? Is it a promotion north of the river? Where do you see it?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mick. And at the very least, it's very interesting, isn't it? That we used to draft 100 kids into the competition not that long ago, and you're right. Live picks now to, sometimes the late 50s, early 60s, and even the rookie list is populated more so now with either players who were on the primary list and you drop back to the rookie list, as opposed to the speculative pick that was way back in the day. Yep. So look, I think and I've got young kids myself now, and I see them coming through. The competition for hearts and minds of those young kids, whether it be sport or entertainment, is pretty fierce. Basketball's had a resurgence, and obviously soccer's been big, and all of those sorts of things. So at a macro level, the game needs to be really attractive to young boys and girls to come through to really build that critical mass of players. So, look, the 19th team is coming in. There's no doubt about that. And there's been plenty of commentary around whether the talent pool can sustain that. I think it can. But we just do need to make sure that the game, which I think it is really attractive and appealing to the young kids coming through, because they're your future AFL and AFLW players. So it's a bit of a watch, but currently I think we're okay.
Okay, now this is a hot topic, and you may not want to answer it, but there's a perennial side that has been down near the bottom since it's won its premierships, in the 10-year rule, and then under Dennis Pagan. A small supporter base, doesn't attract many people at all to games down here, been around the bottom for a long time. Should they be in the competition?
Oh, they absolutely should be.
What do we do about making them more competitive and getting more supporters?
And appreciate it's not in the space of commenting on other clubs. What I will say about all clubs is I look at the recruitment of players and staff, and every club has their own unique selling proposition. I remember a long time ago, Mick, in the early 2000s down at Geelong, we couldn't get a player to come and play for us from outside of from Melbourne, and then all of a sudden, whether it was by design or by accident, I suspect by design with Stephen Wells, given how great he's been for a long time, it's recruiting players from the region or recruiting players from regional Australia that didn't necessarily have a pull to Melbourne. And so that was probably an insight into Geelong identifying their unique selling proposition. So every club's got one, and the talent pool's deeper than others. That's granted, but it's very competitive, and each club needs to make sure that we look at how we can be as attractive as possible.
Now, Tom, your genesis, not yours, but your club is South Melbourne. So why can't that side, and we're talking North Melbourne, be relocated to a more favourable position to attract the things that Sydney have been able to attract, which is sponsors, membership, and a highly competitive side?
Yeah, not, and I'm sure you appreciate this, Mick, not for me to comment on the North.
That's why I've asked you, Tom.
any other club, for that matter. And I've learned, I've been at Sydney Swans now for 10 years, and know about the South Melbourne history and the trials and tribulations, and it's been a significant part of our growth and a great and long and 150-year proud history. So I can comment on that, but I'll steer clear of the other clubs, Mick.
Hey, Tom, it's Luke Ball. Just on that too, your 10-year tenure there, it's amazing, I'd imagine, how much the club's grown. We hear about, 44,000 there last night, and they pack it out every week. The new facility now is amazing for all. I haven't been, but from all reports, and the number one ticket in town in a sense. But it has taken that 30 plus years, hasn't it? I think that's what a lot of people now, when they start talking about the academy and all this sort of stuff, it has, as you mentioned, it has taken a long time. And my dad went up there in 1982 when they first went off, and he was actually there last night. And I had a quick chat to him this morning. He just can't believe, obviously, the change that's happened over that time. And even in your 10 years, you must see that and be so proud of it, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. And of course, there's a group, and you know this, which your old man's a part of, that get together around Christmas time every year. And when we took them through, 18 months ago, through, I guess, the final stages of our new facility at the Royal Hall of Industries, they were just blown away at the juxtaposition from 1981-82 to 2024. And we're really proud of that. The people well before me, talking Peter Wynett, Mike Willesee, Basil Sellers, Richard Collis, Sandra Island, Paul Roos, into John Longmire. It's just been unbelievable titans of our footy club, and it's been incremental gains each year. And we've had a really strong start to the season off the field with regards to the crowds. 3 of our 5 home crowds have been over 40,000, which is full. We've got Geelong in 3 weeks' time, which is in effect sold out as well. So that's great. And then there's the great privilege of being involved with the Swans is the flag bearing responsibilities for the code in Sydney. And you mentioned the academy. And we've had over 5,000 boys and girls go through the academy since its inception. Only 24 have been drafted, and only probably half a dozen have played regular senior footy. So it's not as much of rivers and shoulders. Yeah, that's right. But it's really important to see the ripple effect of the social currency of being involved in the Swans Academy, and then the development of coaches and the population of the junior leagues and all those sorts of things. So it's we're growing. We're not there, but we take our role of growing the game very seriously, and just great to see a full house last night on prime time, and then the boys play as well as they did.
Yeah, I mean, on the field, Isaac Heaney is obviously his Brownlee Medal favourite. He's probably become the pin-up boy a little bit of that academy. But I think the other part to that is, if not for the academy, he'd be playing for Newcastle, wouldn't he, in the NRL? So it is from that point of view, it is a fantastic success.
Yeah, and that's the part. I moved here 15 years ago, got involved with the game then, and then involved with the Swans 10 years ago. And unless you're in the market and have an understanding, and here's a good example. I'm about to head off and coach my under-10s in about an hour's time. A little known fact outside of Sydney is when it rains, or even if there are clouds, they call the footy off. So it's round 6 in junior footy, and this is our second game for the year. And so when you're trying to develop, participation, and certainly trying to develop talent outcomes, it's a different market. And you mentioned Isaac Heaney. He'd be up in Magic Round right now playing for the Knights, without a doubt. He's a first-choice athlete. And he chose AFL not until he was about 11 years old. And to see the resonance that he has with our fans, because our fans can see themselves in him, is such a powerful thing.
Tom Harley with us, the Chief Executive of the Sydney Swans. I've got some newsy ones here for you, Tom, just to take us through. We're on ABC Sport, by the way. This is AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. It is Sir Doug Nicholls round, and you talk about the academies, and just to differentiate for people here, there is a difference between the next generation academies and the northern academies. So northern academies are basically for the teams in New South Wales and Queensland, but I want to focus on the other one, which is the next gen academy. And basically the idea is for people that aren't aware, people from non-traditional backgrounds, trying to get them into the game. So Jamari Ugle-Hagan went through that at the Western Bulldogs, was ultimately drafted number 1. The rule has changed, so players that come through that academy, you can't basically bid on them in the top 40. And so as a result, you could put all the time and effort into developing those players. And like Mac Andrew, for example, who went top 10 to the Gold Coast, Melbourne did a whole lot of work with him. They lose their rights to him. They put all the time and effort into him. He goes and plays for another team. Do you think that is partly to blame why we've got these dwindling numbers in the game when it comes to First Nations athletes? And if so, what can we do about it?
Yeah, look, I think it's a contributing factor, and I know there's competitive balance review going on at the moment. As a club, we're supportive of the bidding rights coming in from Pick 40 to greatly incentivise those clubs to really invest. And your point is right. There's clearly a First Nations element, but there's also the multicultural element, and clubs, if there is an incentive to invest, will invest into a pipeline of talent. And I think specific for us, that's clearly been an MO for the Swans and the Swans Academy, and I'm sure I can speak on behalf of the Giants, the Suns and the Lions, and the way they view their academy as well. And interestingly, now the next iteration is given fundamentally all of Australia's carved up into NGAs, Next Generation Academy Zones. The pipeline for the Swans to bring First Nations players is through our academy, which fundamentally is a development academy at its core. So we need to really invest in areas where there might be some untapped First Nations talent. And we've developed a First Nations Foundations Academy, which is supported by Nick O'Loughlin's business, to really understand the culture of First Nations in our academy zone first and foremost, and then look for talent outcomes. So I think we do, as an industry, need to look at the levels of investment, because you just see, clearly we've seen the amazing exploits of Indigenous players on our game, but I watch Alir run around, and you watch CJ at the Hawks run around, and you see the stuff that Mac Andrews starting to do, or Leclerc at the Giants, and you think, wow, what a great talent pool that is for our game going forward. And again, Andrew Demetriou used to talk about the mirror test. You can't be what you can't see, and the more diversity within our game that we can get, I think, is a really great thing. And to ensure that we get that representation of the game, significant investment and culturally appropriate and sensitive strategies need to be put in place.
Tom Harley with us on ABC Sport. Just as a footy guy and someone that works in the media landscape, I look at the bidding system, Tom, and I think that it's excellent. And it just seems like it makes a whole lot of sense. Father, sons, academies, that if you want the player, great, but you'll pay a high price if someone wants to bid on them at an earlier pick. You sit around the table with the other CEOs. Is that not the sense that you get? Is there not a consensus that the bidding system is working?
No, I think it actually is, and I think the consensus is that it's working. I think it's appropriate to constantly review. Review doesn't always mean you need to change. And if you look at the history of father sons and then into Northern Academies and NGAs, there's always been a snap judgment change to the rules off the back of one player. Look at, I think it was Tom Hawkins from a father-son's point of view, which brought in the bidding system. Then it was Callum Mills, and then it was Jamara Ugle-Hagan, and then the conversation starts again off the 4 Gold Coast Suns players. But the hysteria around the Gold Coast Suns was, I think, unwarranted, given that they're actually pretty tight guardrails. If the Suns had made the top 8, they would have had to pay a bit more if they wanted to keep all of those 4 players, and if they'd made the top 4, they might have had to tip a couple into the overall draft pool. And I think at the end of the day, if they're an over supply of whether it's NGA or Northern Academy players that can't actually end up at the club where they were developed, that's a good thing, and then that feeds into the strategy around the growing the talent pool for Tassie and maybe future teams in the future. So, we are clearly supportive of the academies, and we are absolutely supportive of the current settings because we think they're appropriate. And I suspect that might not be the universal view, but it's certainly a strong view.
Some super quick ones, Tom, because we've held you long enough. I saw John Rolfe's report last night indicating that Leon Cameron had expressed a lot of confidence that the deal was just about done, and a whole lot of optimism around Will Hayward. Is that your understanding, that you're close to putting pen to paper?
Oh, look, we're having very, very fruitful and positive conversations, and what we do know is that Will is really keen to stay, and so that's always a good starting point. So you're never confident until it's done, but we'll work our way through that in the next little while.
Have you seen Luke Parker's late hit in the VFL last night?
I have online. I haven't seen or had a deep interrogation of that. So, that'll obviously play out in the next little while. The team would be coming back now to Sydney, so I'll catch up with our football department a bit later on this afternoon and tomorrow and work our way through that if we indeed need to work our way through that.
And last one, we saw pictures last night on our television monitors of members basically being turned away outside the gate last night. I mean, awesome that you had an excellent crowd, but can you explain to us what on earth happened there? Were they members that weren't actually able to get in despite having a ticket? How were there people that arrived at the ground and then not able to actually make it inside?
Yeah, so a little bit of not so much confusion around that. There's a part, and Corbin, I think you know this well, there's a part of the ground which is the SCG members, and now we have red zone members that can get into that part of the ground as well. And that was at capacity, and I must say our staff, I was really proud of our staff that manned the gates and were able to facilitate, as far as I know, pretty much all of the Swans members. I can't speak on behalf of the SCG members, but the Swans members who couldn't get into the oversubscribed area, but we were able to sort of, do some jigsaw puzzle work to get them into the ground. So, a good position to be in, clearly, when there's scarcity. At the same token, you don't want to be turning anyone away. But the message is clear that membership is your best ticket into the ground, and we're able to facilitate that last night.
Tom, thanks for being so generous with your time. The boys are absolutely flying at the moment. Thanks for dropping by once again on ABC Sport.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good day.
Tom Harley, the Chief Executive of the Sydney Swans, and of course Premiership skipper in his own right, a couple of times over with the Cats, of course, in
Captain
2007, 2009.
Yep, correct. Yeah, actually no, 2009 he wasn't. Oh, sorry, I've got that.
He was.
He was.
90,
My bad.
and then
he left.
He didn't play in 11.
11. Yep.
Our man Cameron Ling came in and over those years. Just to put a tie bow on last night, the Blues. So we heard from Michael Voss a short time ago. Always comes across very pragmatic, but to be 17th for points against, that is a worry, surely, to be that leaky defensively.
Well, and it's not necessarily your backline. That's the fundamental thing is that people get confused. Oh, your backline's no good. Well, it may not be, but a lot of ball goes in their forward line, comes out too quick. A lot of ball gets monstered in the centre by quicker players. They are one-paced through the middle. That's been... If I've looked at the Carlton side and thought, where can they get better, they have to be more diverse through the middle, because if you have the one pace, you can get knocked over pretty quickly. And I think Longmire was the first to say that once a couple of their midfielders were able to break out, they broke out and they absolutely cut them apart. I didn't watch the game. I was here last night doing an SAS with the SAS boys. So I've only seen bits and pieces, but I wasn't surprised. One, the ground doesn't suit the two big forwards. That doesn't excuse an 8-goal loss. Two, when you start to get crunched through the middle, there's no better way of getting home at Sydney. It is a shorter ground, and it just opens you up. But if I can just add on, this is not a good thing over the last 4 or 5 weeks. No. There's a bit of a pattern there, and that's something that Michael and the Carlton hierarchy will have to start to, I reckon, delve into outside of the injuries. Change of pace through the middle.
Which they did, on the defensive side, they did that last year. We know that halfway through the year they really did mend things on the run and went on that run. So I'm not putting a line through them yet. They've got too much talent. We know that. The availability of personnel and continuity, that's a separate issue, isn't it? But you're right, Mick, that ability, so how do you get scored against through stoppage and turnover, they made too, obviously. And last night it was a combination of both. Yeah. You mentioned the centre bounce. Yeah, go back and look at I think it was 3 goals directly out of centre bounce, and they just wished it was training stuff. It was training drill. And that's what you can do at the SCG.
How good's Grant?
They just couldn't stop it. Yeah, terrific. He's been a perfect pickup.
Really good.
Yeah, you heard Tom Harley say they identified gaps and they went out and got and targeted, and he's been a super pickup for them.
He's been really, really good. I'm so pleased for him because he has said nothing negatively over that 2-year period where he was in the newspapers. Will he go? He's on too much money. We've got to move him out. He's going back to South Australia. No, he didn't want to go back to South Australia. He has said nothing. He's just got on with the job, and now he's being rewarded with the way he wants to play.
That's the point, man.
And he's been backed up beautifully by his coach. But he's got midfielders that know his strengths and they get around him. It's a really good combination.
He had to go somewhere where he was the number one ruckman who played ruck 85% of the time. That's how he won.
And he picks
two All Australians, two Western Fairest. And look, I'm just looking down at Darcy Cameron warming up. I think it's been a win-win in a sense. I think that's been a positive for the Pies as well. He is, but he's been a really good player, and we know that there was salary cap issues around it as well. But I think both sides have come out of it okay.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We are at the MCG as Sir Doug Nicholls round continues. It is the Crows and the Pies, our first game on the Saturday slate for broadcast in round 10. This is AFL Saturday, as I said. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball. We've got a whole lot to come. We'll take your calls on 1300 558 222. Mixed messages and call hand Luke both on the way. A couple of very crisp segments, so all of that's still ahead. We're back in 30 seconds. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get your footy fix with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join me, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Whether you're a diehard footy fan or you watch from the sidelines, this is the podcast for you. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Anderson the 1-2 with Moyle. Had a hand pass away to Davies. Handball out of the centre square. Berry gives it back to Anderson, who keeps on moving. Anderson.
Neo.
Oh, this brother can really go. And Noel Anderson kicks his second goal of the night. What a night from him. Noel Anderson had a career-high 41 disposals. There were career highs across the board. 37 touches for Flanders, 35 for Rowell, 5 goals for Bailey Humphrey, and Lukosius kicked 5 of his own. It was a big win for the Suns. We won't get too bogged down on this, but did it say more about the Suns or did it say more about the Cats, what we saw on Thursday night?
I reckon it said a lot about Geelong. Having said that, I said about playing up there for a start. That it will be dismissed. It shouldn't totally be dismissed, but they are also one pace through the middle. And one pace sides, you can get away with it if you keep winning the football. But in this competition to this year, there is a side out there that is very, very quick, and hence makes you look very, very ordinary if you are not winning that football. And if we transferred that game, say to Melbourne, and the two sides come together, take away the humidity, take away the sweatness or something, the side that won the football, the harder football, the longest in that game, outside of Rowell, who just throws himself in and about, they had pace. I didn't think Geelong did. Dangerfield would come back. Dangerfield's no longer that. He's no longer that explosive anymore. He's strong and that sort of stuff. But I don't know whether they can improve that side. Well, with the players coming back in, they will with Hawkins and Cameron and De Conning. But the middle, on Stanley's not the answer in the ruck against the best ruckman, against, say, Grundy. And Witts didn't play, so you can imagine that with Witts playing with Gold Coast. So there's some worries with Geelong.
Yeah, no, that's been the question, hasn't it, I think. Geelong's pace is around the fringes, isn't it? They're high half forwards, and I can picture the game that we did here against Carlton. That was where they really displayed that ability to get up high up the ground.
But that's against Carlton.
But now that's starting to show, isn't it? That's franking. It's been franked in the sense of how Carlton's defended over the last month. So, I mean, Chris Scott, he said it. He said, no, we're not playing well enough. That game in particular was maybe there was some extenuating circumstances around that. But the middles, they just slaughtered them around the ball. Yeah. And Gold Coast will do that to a lot of teams.
Rowell is just unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a beauty. Yeah,
what is he? He stands up in those tackles.
You mentioned you'd love it. The question is always going to be with the Gold Coast, isn't it? Is how, and they don't get the opportunity to show it enough. How are they going to go when they get there on the MCG in a final or a big game against Collingwood with 60? That's the question. They don't get the opportunity to show us enough. So you can only do what you can do, and we know they've got a brilliant record up there now. They play the conditions beautifully and it suits them, but that's still the one question mark that I've got.
So they're 6-4. They're 6-0 at home, including the Darwin and Gold Coast games combined. They're 0-4 on the road.
So they come down here and play Carlton under the roof next week. So that's
a good game.
That's a massive
game.
Isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Game next week. Wow. What mind you if Carlton can get a side out there?
Yeah, and Geelong, they need to get back on track, don't they? All of a sudden,
Geelong if you look at Geelong's draw, they've been given a very, very good draw for a side that won the premiership a year ago, didn't make the 8 last year, so they're on the back of that, but when you're doing the draw, fair dinkum, that's the one you'd want.
Just the last one that came in, there are the massive strengths. I mean, Tom Stewart, the best defender in the competition, all of a sudden teams are going to work on him. And
you've got to keep 6 at home, Bully.
Keep 6 at home, but specific to him, you've actually got to keep someone on him.
Well, you do, but if you've got 6 at home, you've still got to man up someone, particularly if you go through that player. So whether he's manning up Stewart or whether he's been the used player, that's just, to me, it's a no-brainer that when you've got a player that the club loves to free up, then you are obliged to keep 6 forwards at home, and you can then manipulate your wingers to be the extra midfielder or the player that sits behind in a quarterback position, for those that hate it, but in behind, just giving you a little bit of sweeping coverage.
Well, teams are having the confidence to hold 6 forwards against Geelong because their midfield, without Dangerfield, isn't posing the problems that other teams are. So you back your midfield to go one-on-one, which Gold Coast did. You can hold 6 forwards. They don't need a forward up to support.
That's exactly right.
At the moment, that's the model to beat Geelong.
So, surprisingly, the Suns actually started that game as underdogs. They've now won their last 6 fixtures at the venue by an average of almost 50 points. It actually makes me think, which team in the competition would you not tip them against there? Like, they have such an inbuilt advantage knowing the conditions. They're used to it. They train in similar conditions during summer in southeast Queensland. I feel like they would beat just about any team in the competition there if they can get some of the better sides up there regularly.
Corby, you were up there. Was it really dewy on the ground? Or was it just the sweat?
It was more just the sweat and
Was
the
it right?
humidity. It wasn't super dewy that time of year, so
Right,
yeah, it's
You heard Harry Sheasel say from the week before, as the game wore on, they just the energy
Sapping out
of them. You could tell.
What are the goals in the last quarter? 7 goals each. It virtually was. Look, we've had enough here. This is just get it and throw the ball at the hoop.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. This is always sure to generate a little bit of debate every week. Is one of our sharpest segments that we have when we go inside the mind of the coaching icon himself, Mick Malthouse, with mixed messages
on AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Thanks, Corby. This is something that it's been dear to me. I've had the fortune to be put into a Hall of Fame at the AFL, and that I went in I've gone in as a coach. It's got to be earned. I'm delighted to be part of that. Player, coach, umpire, administrator, media, and pioneer. My suggestion to the AFL is look very, very deeply at Sir Doug Nicholls to be in the Hall of Fame as a pioneer. Because he is in a lot of eyes. He certainly is in my eyes. I can't think of anyone better to be inducted into the Hall of Fame as a pioneer than Sir Doug Nicholls.
That's a great point. It's amazing that he's not there when you think about the life that he's had. I mean, this is a guy who is a incredibly important figure in Australian life, not just in football. He's a civil rights leader. He was Father of the Year. He was a pastor. He was Governor of South Australia. He set up hostels in Melbourne for Aboriginal people who were working to come to the city to try and find work. They helped plenty of people in need, all Australians, with food, shelter, other support in the work that he was able to do in his life. And from a football point of view, Gee was ahead of his time. So he spent 6 seasons at Fitzroy playing 54 games. And the reason he ended up at Fitzroy is because he was previously with the Blues and a trainer refused to rub him because of the colour of his skin. And as a result, he went to Fitzroy. He was befriended by Hayden Button Sr. and went on to become a very accomplished footballer, represented Victoria at State of Origin level. And after he finished in the VFL, went to the VFA and won a premiership with Northcote. So it is amazing that we have 2 weekends of the year under his name, and yet he's not in our Hall of Fame.
It's a Martin Luther King situation, isn't it? Probably just a little bit less extreme in one case, but he was such a passionate man for the Indigenous Australians, and we are talking about playing football. I don't want this to be diminished, this Hall of Fame. I think that you've really got to earn your spot. It just can't be given out. I've had a long time to think about this, and it was on my mind last year, and I'm glad this has come up, because I just think that we can categorise, yes, he's not going to fit in as a player. He's not going to fit in those other categories, but for a pioneer in this game, that I think, and Benny was the one that dug up the figures, there's only 6 pioneers. They're well truly past. It's a different name for a different cause, but it's all about football and the promotion of our Indigenous players to be able to play. So I just think it's a no-brainer.
It's almost like there could be just an all-round general impact clause that
what he's done.
And then you'd have to be exceptional, which we're saying in this circumstance he is. But so you're saying he doesn't qualify in this bucket, but just for general all-round impact. It's probably hard to measure, I know, but
pioneer though, Bally. That's perfect. If you go back through the other 6, I think you'll find that they have got similar interests outside and inside the game, and they probably weren't part of the game for a long time. This is impact. He's had a massive impact. And as you said, Corby, we're celebrating it.
Absolutely. One of the most prominent figures in Australian life, Sir Doug Nicholls, and we get to celebrate his story and all of our great First Nations players over the years, and many of them on the field again this weekend over the next 2 weeks. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. Your calls on 1300 558 222. I might just jump to the first of our callers in this block, in Tim in Doreen, who joins us on the talkback line. Hello, Tim.
Oh, g'day, guys. I'm enjoying the discussion, the conversation. I just wanted to talk about the academies, if I could.
Fire away.
Yeah, so I was listening to your discussion, and I support the idea that academies grow the game, especially in the northern states. But what I can't understand is why can't they be run by the AFL and not the clubs, and then all players go into the talent pool and the draft's not compromised? And I heard the argument, they said, oh, well, Isaac Heaney would be playing NRL if that wasn't the case. But are they saying that he wouldn't have left Sydney if it wasn't for the academies? Because I'm not sure about that. Plus, Newcastle's not Sydney, by the way. Newcastle's, 90 minutes out of Sydney. But also, someone like Nick Blakey, and this is where the academies are wrong, he was always going to play AFL. And I'm hearing, I've heard Shane Crawford's kids are in academies on the Gold Coast. Jonathan Brown's kids go to academies. This is a con. If they're telling us that they're developing players to try and keep them in AFL, some of them, yes, but some of them are definitely not. So I'd like to see, run by the AFL, everyone has access to them, and then drafts aren't compromised, which at the moment they are, and that's why teams like North Melbourne can't get off the bottom.
Tim, appreciate your call.
Is Tim?
Yep.
Tim, absolutely spot on. You are...
Which part?
Every part of it.
Okay.
I say, father, son, it's all quaint, it's beautiful to look at. No, you're in the draft.
You would do away with the father-son rule?
Father-son's out.
No, we disagree there.
Yeah, of course we're going to be.
Yeah.
There's 1,000... If there's 1,100 people, 1,000 won't agree with you. But I'm after an uncompromised draft, and the academy. If the AFL are going to pump money in, they put money into coaches of Auskick north of the border. Nothing here.
Yeah.
Well, hey, hello. We're all Australian.
I think the most interesting point that he made was about who should run the academies.
So I agree with the AFL.
This is a constant push or pull, Bally, as to whether it's the club's responsibility. And basically the AFL look at the clubs and say, you do it. And the clubs are saying, well, particularly when it comes to the NGA stuff at the moment, why are we pumping money into this?
So if you're, I'll give you an example. You're a kid who's let's say, even from a international background. So you come over here, you're wide-eyed, bushy up, and you're trying to work out which sport to play.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an option to go to a clinic with someone with an AFL thing, with a blue polo top and an AFL badge on, who's rolling footies out, or you go somewhere which with a Sydney Swans branded, or Gold Coast branded, or Brisbane Lions branded staff running the programs. Which one's more likely to be sticky at?
It feels more attainable.
That's the reason. That's the reason why. And all the clubs have the NGAs now with the branding, and that's the reason why. Because these non-traditional talent pathway, these non-traditional kids are going to be more attracted to the AFL branding, and that's just a fact.
Yeah, I'm not denying.
The AFL pay for it. The AFL put money into it. But it has to be the club branded. Otherwise, it doesn't have the impact on the kids that are deciding who to play.
Jim is spot on. It's compromised. So straight away,
no doubt the draft is. Yeah,
well, you can't have if you're going to have a competition, you can't have it compromised, Paulie. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying disputing, but it is a compromised draft when you have father-son, academy, and any other. Quainar out here is playing football. He was going to play football regardless. It's because his dad or his mum come from Africa. And he was fouled, and Collingwood saw a little loophole, and they pluck a player who...
Well, they got him in. They got him in as a 15-year-old.
But does it matter when they got him in, Paulie?
No, of course it doesn't. I take your point. He was going to play anyway. But the way it was set up, and that's why it wasn't set up to disadvantage him. Everyone had a region, and everyone has benefited out of it in some way, shape, or form. And the northern clubs now, and they've tweaked the draft, so you have to pay fair value. It was crazy, like the Jamara Uguhayo, that was a bit silly. You have to pay fair value for it now. And the flow on, there's some players, like I know Richmond, 1 year drafted 3 kids out of the Brisbane Lions Academy. So to your earlier point, they put 5-6 years of work into them, and Richmond are the beneficiary.
Yeah, I like the bidding system. I like if you're willing to pay a high price, you get access to them and they come through your system. So we're far on from the Gary Ablett days, for example, where he's a late pick or whatever, and Geelong don't have to pay.
It used to be round 2, I reckon it was. Yeah,
pay market value, but I don't have an issue with that. If anything, I think they could tweak the bidding system again. Whereas now we're getting to a stage where you're stockpiling picks in the 50s and 60s to get enough points. I would like to see teams have to actually get a first round pick or whatever it is to match for them and things like that. But
he's right though. Jim is right. It's compromised.
It is,
and so is the draw.
But I think you
can't do anything about it.
Yeah. But I think the academies are for the greater good, and I think they do serve a broader purpose. And interestingly, since they've done away with the NGA, the First Nations participation level at the top level has decreased as a result. The other big story during the week has been that Thursday nights are off the radar. So I think we spoke about this in the studio a couple of weeks ago. From round 16 to 23, there's no more Thursday nights. There's only 4 more Thursday night games remaining on the schedule through till round 24 when that's where we've got the fixture up to at this stage.
Have they worked? They've been pretty big crowds, haven't they?
Good crowds, good ratings, but the fixture's also loaded, so they are, glamour games. Yeah. So you put glamour games on in any time, people will watch.
And I missed the explanation. Was that the main reason that was it Andrew Dillon, whoever it was, gave that we don't have or it was skewing the games over the weekend, so we don't have the blockbusters, and especially during the winter months as the weather impacts the footy.
Here's Josh Bowler, who's the AFL's fixture boss during the week.
We started off the season with a record 14 Thursday nights in a row. And Thursday nights, it's important to find a balance. And so as we head into winter, we've decided to go with a more traditional time slot structure. Heading to the new broadcast deal next year, we would really want to build on the success of them this year and would expect to try to incorporate a few more depending on how they're going.
So that's part of the explanation of it. Keen to hear your thoughts on this as well. The talkback number is 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. If you are listening in South Australia, you're off to the footy. It is the Crows and the Pies. Everyone else, we're back in 5. Everyone else.
Hello, ABC News with Tanmaya Navada. The father of Broncos NRL star Payne Haas is waiting behind bars in the Philippines after he was arrested over an alleged drug smuggling plot. 46-year-old Gregor Johan Haas is accused of moving more than 5 kilograms of methamphetamine into Indonesia late last year. Authorities are trying to extradite him to Indonesia, where he could face the death penalty. Brisbane Broncos coach Kevin Walters says Payne Haas has the club's full support.
Payne's a very strong individual and his family is as well. And a lot of people probably don't understand or realise the person that Payne is. He's a tremendous guy, tremendous family person. We will get around him in every way we can to support him and his family. I'm sure he'll find a way and we'll help him find a way.
Meanwhile, Treasurer Jim Chalmers says the Australian government condemns the use of the death penalty. He says the government is doing what it can to assist Mr Haas.
There is a legal process underway and we will provide all of the consular assistance that he needs at this time. But I think a lot of Australians would have appreciated the way that Kevin Walters backed in Payne Haas, and I am supremely confident that I speak on behalf of the whole broader Broncos family when I say that we are with you, big fella. Our hearts go out to you. This must be an incredibly difficult time.
The Israeli military says it's killed more than 200 Hamas militants as intense fighting continues in Jabalia in northern Gaza. Clashes are reportedly taking place in tunnels, while Israeli tanks, fighter planes and drones are battling militants above ground. Israel had previously insisted the area was mostly cleared of Hamas fighters. IDF spokesperson Peter Lerner says fighting is taking place across Gaza.
The operations in Gaza, whether it's in the north, in the areas of Jabalia, or in the south, in the areas of eastern Rafah, or in the operational corridor in the center, there is lots of engagements that are taking place. We're coming under fire by RPGs, by sniper fire. There is close quarter combat taking place.
Pro-Palestinian activists are standing firm at a number of universities across Melbourne, despite calls for them to dismantle their encampments. Costa Haritos reports.
La Trobe University says encampments at its Bundoora campus pose safety and wellbeing risks and has given protesters 48 hours to dismantle their sites. The protesters are demanding the university cuts ties with weapons companies amid the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Meanwhile, encampments are still standing at Deakin's Burwood campus, despite several requests from the university for their removal. The University of Melbourne's Arts West building also remains filled with tents and protesters bearing Palestinian flags as they enter their 4th day of action. The university has labelled their actions as unacceptable. The Monash University encampment was dismantled yesterday.
New laws will be introduced in Victoria to crack down on people who abuse and assault retail, fast food and public transport workers. Premier Jacinta Allen told the annual Victorian Labor Party conference the laws would be designed in consultation with unions and industry. Ms Allen says the laws will be introduced next year.
These laws will be dedicated to protecting customer-facing workers in retail, but also too in hospitality and in public transport as well.
The outgoing CEO of embattled plane maker Boeing will receive a nearly $50 million final pay package. Shareholders have also re-elected David Calhoun to the board of directors, as the BBC's Michelle Fleury reports from New York.
With the plane maker facing lots of questions about recent production and safety lapses, it wasn't clear if shareholders would approve Mr. Calhoun's compensation package at its annual meeting. Ultimately, Boeing investors decided to back his pay deal and to re-elect all 11 directors, including Mr. Calhoun, to its board. The meeting comes as the plane maker faces multiple investigations after a door plug blew out on a 737 MAX jet operated by Alaska Airlines.
The napkin on which Barcelona Football Club committed to signing a 13-year-old Lionel Messi has been sold in an auction for nearly $1.5 million. The napkin, signed in blue ink in December 2000, carries a pledge from the then Barcelona director Carles Reixac to sign the Argentine player. Messi joined Barcelona a month after the deal. He made his first team debut aged 16 and scored a record 672 goals in 778 games for the Catalan club. And in tennis, Alexander Zverev is through to his third Italian Open final after beating Alejandro Tabilo in Rome. Zverev will face Nicolas Jarry in the decider after he beat Tommy Paul in 3 sets. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
More of your calls coming up in just a moment. 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Now, coming up today, the first of our broadcast games is Collingwood up against Goanna. So Goanna is the Ghana word for crows. So basically the First Nations word from the Indigenous people of Adelaide in and around the CBD. So as a result, it'll be Goanna and Collingwood today here at the MCG as the first of our broadcast games. A third of the teams this weekend have actually changed their names to First Nations language, so to be able to push that across the competition. So you'll see a number of teams with their First Nations names. So that is our broadcast game, which is coming up first. We'll bring you the team news right now. There's no late change. Harvey Harrison is the sub for Collingwood, and for Adelaide it is Ned McHenry. Cool hand Luke in just a moment. The other big story of the week is clearly the concussion conversation, which continues to rage at the moment. Dominating discussion was the Jeremy Cameron incident, which was ticked off by the AFL. So you can imagine the responses to that after he fell from 6 foot. 6 foot from...
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, 6 foot.
Yeah.
Falls down, hits his head, bounces off the turf, and the AFL tick off on it and basically say, yeah, we believe that that's best practice in the way that it was handled. There was also a survey released by the AFL Players Association revealing that 12% of players are not reporting symptoms. It feels like we talk about it every week. And
well, that won't change.
It feels like the message is not getting through.
Corby, why did he miss on Thursday night?
Concussion. Yeah.
Yep.
The delayed.
So he had delayed.
That can happen too.
We know it could happen. But he's fallen 6 foot. He's landed on his shoulder and whiplash smacked his head on the ground.
And he had a 39-second visit from the doctor on field. So I can understand that might be the protocol at the moment, but we've just had a change at head office. So it's a chance for Laura Kane, the head of footy, and for Andrew Dillon, the CEO, to come in and put their stamp on it. And I don't think you need to lean on doctors, to be able to say that's not world's best practice. That if we are really serious about concussion and we're putting our stamp on it and saying this is what we do in 2024 and we think is the best thing that we can do, surely, like I think Jimmy Bartell said, treat it like the blood rule. Get someone off the ground.
He wouldn't come off the ground.
Call to stop
it's a free kick immediately.
We need to have a better
process. Stop the play.
We need to have a better process.
Absolutely. Stop the play. It's like you say blood rule, I say the old too many in the square or whatever the case may be. You stop the play. If he has to be marched off the ground, the emergency umpire grabs him, marches him off, and a free kick's paid in the centre of the ground, wherever it is. And I tell you what, it'd be coaches. The onus then comes back to coaches to say, your onus now is back on the place. Yeah. You know, look, let me tell you, nothing annoys coaches more than rules that aren't implemented properly and the player doesn't acknowledge. You just get that, so that was a bugger up by Geelong.
Mick always teases you, Bally, about being our AFL figure on this program, having spent time in the past at head office. Why doesn't the AFL just speak in plain terms? Is it a legal thing? Are they worried about the ramifications? Like, surely if you're the AFL, you can come out and say, hey, we saw it as well. We didn't actually think it was that great. We're going to make changes immediately on this front. Like, why wait another day? And the living embodiment of it this week was young Aidan O'Driscoll, who's a kid that was drafted in November, had a concussion in January. He'll never play another game of Australian rules football ever again.
To me, it seems like they're so conscious of not calling the doctor's integrity into question when they might release a statement like that.
Well, they didn't make around with Port Adelaide.
Who got fined?
Yeah, I'm surprised that they came out and said, because I think that's right. That's what it gets to now. The blood rule is a good analogy. Just as soon as I see the doctor come out, the doctor thinks he's had a look at and he's had a look at the vision, stop the game. Doesn't matter if there's a minute to go, like there was. Game's close.
Bad luck.
Off you go.
You're off.
Yeah.
I think the other example Gary Lyon used, where you think the players, and it's hard to put the onus on the players because obviously they want to stay out there, and we understand the competitive juices flowing, but the difference is in the way we treat a hamstring compared to the way we treat the brain, where you think if someone nicks their hammy, the first thing they do is run off, they test it out up and down the boundary, they get the physio to look at it, and yet if your head bounces off the ground, we think, let's try and convince everyone we're okay and have a 39-second check from the doctor and on we go.
I think to take the camera on out, because it did look quite graphic, didn't it? I suppose the question will be, and there was another one earlier in the game, wasn't there, where there was just a bit of a clash of heads, and so are we doing that for every clash of heads, every head knock? How we?
No, it's viewed though, Ball. It's got to be viewed. The game goes on, and the AFL are advocating maybe look. There's got to be someone neutral there. They look at that and go, no, look, we want to now that we've got to have a look at this player. Now, if a minute's gone past or if 3 minutes have gone past, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's still going to happen. Like with Cameron, it was categoric. You saw it happen. You don't need to be blind, Freddie. You don't have to look at a video replay. You go, no, listen, just for safety's sake, he's got to come off the ground. You can't have a cake and eat at the same time, and unfortunately, that's what's happening.
Cool Hound Luke coming up in just a moment. Couple of your calls though on 1300 558 222. Mark is in Essendon. Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon, panel. Mick Malthouse, can I ask you a question, please? I'm a big fan of yours.
Well, seeing you're a fan, you can ask one.
Now, Michael, last night's game, awesome display by the Swans, obviously, but for the life of me, I couldn't work out, Mick, it wasn't even halfway during the third quarter, even before that, the coaching panel of Carlton and Michael Voss go and put Curnow in the back line and as Harry Mackay right up the ground near the wing. Now, a bit too early. You wouldn't think they're trying to save the game. And the other point, Michael, if I can just be cheeky enough, the last premiership sides of, say, the last 10 or any premiership side, what these sides have, Michael, as you know, you've got your 5-6 star players and then you've got your role players. I don't think Carlton's role players are up to it, Michael.
Well, that's a very good observation. I'll answer that one first. I suspect that you might be right, and the thing is, what I would always like to have up my sleeve is that your midfield is, when you say role players, it's generally one of those that's going to seep through the middle as a tagger. That may be a high half forward that goes and sits on a Stewart and make him accountable. It might be a backline player, just give permission to run to open up the opposition. So we've already identified we think Carlton are pretty slow through the middle. So they may need a quicker tagging player to take one of the more... a player who's going to dominate the middle of the ground. There's no question about that. So you're right on those phones. I can't remember your first one.
Just on that, a good example of that. Matthew Cottrell didn't play last night. He's a great.
He's going to be out for, he's going to be out for a while.
He's going to be out for. It's a real shame. He's an example of a player that one of those role players that they really need. Was really important to them.
Kerno, was that a bet?
What they do, they tend to put Kerno behind the ball the last 2 minutes of every quarter, whether they're 2 goals up or 2 goals down. But, or trying to stem the flow of momentum. So I think that's what they.
Sydney had a bit of momentum. Look, as I said to you, I was here last night, so I didn't see it. But from what I can gather, Kerno is a perfect player to be behind the ball to set it up, to take a mark and just steady the ship. But if you're 4 or 5 goals down, it's not going to give you an opportunity to perhaps be a bit closer. All you're doing is saving the 6th goal. Perhaps you've got to bring it back. So you've got to roll the dice there.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Lawrence from Croydon is the next of our callers. Hello, Lawrence.
G'day. I've been interested in the father and son. How many players can we name that have father, son and grandson have played? I can think of 2, Silvani and Darcy, but are there any others?
Well, there would be.
Mark Murphy. Yep, his father John and his grandfather Leo.
Oh, yeah,
played in the league.
What, is that 3?
The Spargos are 4 generations. So Charlie Spargo, I think his grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather all played in around North Melbourne and North Melbourne, Footscray. So across sort of those teams in there.
I'm sure there would be. But you don't get any. You can't go.
Yeah.
Like my grandson couldn't play for Richmond because I played over 100 games. It's
Yep. Once
it's broken by the first generation.
You don't like it anyway, Nick.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I want something even.
You still with us, Lawrence? Did you have a second point?
Yeah, I've had a second question. Glenn James was a fabulous umpire back in the, I think, late 70s, early 80s.
Yes, totally. And you're right, great umpire.
Now, he's the only Indigenous umpire that I know of. Can you possibly suggest why the Indigenous people don't also come up through the umpiring ranks?
That's interesting.
It's a great question, and I'm so glad you hit on it. Charlie King, who's one of our favourites, our colleague up in the Northern Territory, Gurindji Elder, he's a Hall of Famer in the AFL, NT's Hall of Famer. He spoke about this as part of our broadcast back on Thursday night. Here's a little of how that conversation went.
They need to do more, I think, the AFL. They need to look at pathway for Indigenous umpires. We really must one day start to see Indigenous umpires out there umpiring the footy matches. And I know people will be howling and saying, well, that'll bring out racism. Well, if it does, then you know what you're dealing with. I think that's something really just begging to be done.
Are there First Nations Australians in the umpiring ranks in the NT that you're aware of, Charlie?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Think of Glenn James famously all those years ago, when you're right, there hasn't been the pathway there for First Nations umpires.
1982 was the last time Indigenous umpire umpired.
1982?
Well, that's sad.
And like Charlie said, I mean, it feels like a lot of the the money and the funding and the fear that if we have Indigenous umpires, what's that going to bring out from the fence? And as Charlie said, well, then we deal with that problem.
Yeah.
And it's just to pretend like, it's not a thing, or we're worried about it.
Can I say, Glenn James umpired against sides that I played with. He was an outstanding umpire. Not only an outstanding umpire, just a ripping bloke, because as you walk off the ground, you don't necessarily always talk to the umpires. But in early days when I was playing, the two teams would meet under the grandstand for a cup of tea and a pie or a scone or something like that. The umpire was invited in. He was always there, and we just loved his company because he was such a decent bloke. And isn't it a shame that's 1982? We're talking 40 years. Well, there's something that we can build on.
Absolutely. Great call. Thanks, Lawrence. Appreciate that. James Hird. Would have been multiple generation football.
Yes, exactly. So, 3, yes, you're right.
There would be a few. We'll try and come up with a couple as the program progresses. Liv in Mooroopna off the SMS. Sorry, but the AFL are in danger of killing the goose that laid the golden egg. I know the TV producers want to have games on as often as possible, but 4 days per week is too many. Is a 6-day recovery period enough? St Kilda had 3 weeks of that so far this season, and of course the fear that when it comes to scheduling, is the AFL are reluctant given the lack of the amount of 5-day breaks, let alone 6-day breaks with travel involved. But Liv, appreciate your contribution off the SMS. We only spoke about the Thursday nights a couple of weeks ago, and I know we have a different experience as people that work in the games, a game and everything else, but I like to let the big matches marinate a little bit, where you think when you have more days of footy each week without footy, you don't get that water cooler buzz type chat during the week where people say, hey, you're looking forward to Collingwood Carlton Friday night or the Western Derby, because half the time it gets to Thursday and people think, oh, there's a game on tonight, who's playing, what's going on? You don't get the chance to actually let the big games build up, but...
Totally agree, Corby.
Again, it is probably a little bit of a different experience. That's Liv and Mooroopna. All for Thursday night footy every week. Allows us to watch more footy from Luke in Booragoon, so other side of the coin. From Jan, everything about the AFL is compromised. So just to back up on your point, Mick, and the talk about the draft. Wendy in Bendigo, Thursday night games are unfair for the members who pay full memberships but live in country Victoria and doesn't promote the sport for school kids. So that's another factor, is country audiences making their way in. And I think where Thursday night's also a challenger for parents with young kids. Bally, you've got young daughters trying to stay up and watch the footy, and then you've got to get them up and get them ready to go to school the next day, and everything else has its challenges. Really don't like Thursday games, or certainly not as often. It's like we barely catch a breath before the next round starts, and Thursday night is a school night. There we go. So it can't be good for kids watching or families going. Just a little sample off the SMS.
Sorry, Cole, I can't believe it. I'm not switched on today. What about the Kennedys, Mick?
Oh, yes.
Just happen to be first cousins with them as well.
Yeah, first cousins. First cousins, and does get it right.
Oh gosh! Thank you, Ben. I'm not even going to pretend that just came to my head. I got the text message. Yeah. What are you doing?
So you're going to miss the next family reunion.
Sorry, Josh. Sorry.
You'll have to.
Sorry, Uncle John.
You'll have to sit one out up front. Hi, boys. Phil from Victoria. I thought the Swans would be good this year after flying under the radar last year, but I thought the Swans would be good last year, flying under the radar, but they fizzled out. Certainly this year, Longmire has delivered. One of the best coaches going around from Phil. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate that as I butcher the reading of your text message. Anthony in Wild Dog Valley, one of your favourites. Luke's best mate here. Don't underestimate the Buddy Franklin factor. He was huge for the brand and the popularity of the Swans. They did have the big name player, didn't they? Obviously, going back to Kappa and Locker.
All key forwards. They're the hardest to control too, Corby, just quietly.
No late change here at the MCG. The sub for Collingwood, Harvey Harrison, and the sub for Adelaide is Ned McHenry. All right, it is time on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. For Cool Hand, Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
I had to go a little bit deeper, Mick, this week, just to try and find something that needed a bit of cold water poured on it. But competitive balance review is underway at the AFL. And so that's where, and very much in keeping with everything we've spoken about today, with interstate teams and academies and the haves and the have-nots and all that sort of thing. All the stakeholders are canvassed, coaches and players, of course. And just a couple of little things that caught my eye that came out of it, as reported by Sam Landsberger in the Herald Sun. And one of them is probably something that's dear to your heart, and it just seems like when you mention travel over in the West, I get very, very prickly about it. Now, we know that one of the, what we love, and when the Tasmanians come in, we're talking about Darwin coming in, we love the fact that it's a truly national competition, and what wonderful things that the WA teams have brought to our game over the years. But the very nature of it, unfortunately, is the tyranny of distance that the WA clubs have to travel, Mick, as you know all too well. And it hasn't been given a name, but sources have said that Melbourne people think that said travel is very much not an issue, due to the fact that business class flights are granted to the clubs for every second week that they travel. Now, that's caused a big...
Well, that's new.
A big rocket.
Certainly
that was my first question.
You used to business class.
You used to fly first class, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. We were in the smokers area down the back, Bally. They have the smokers area down the back. That's where they put us. Don't get caught up in those first few years. We never travelled business. Wouldn't know what the front of the aircraft looked like. We had to walk on the tarmac to get the tail into the plane. So don't get caught up in that. You know what?
You cope with it, though, didn't you? You won 2 premierships.
Cope with it because we didn't allow it to get to us.
Okay.
And we try to paint a picture scientifically that travel from east to west. Once I picked up about this travel business and everyone was worried about it, we sort of played with the science community by saying that east to west travel was no good for you, but for west to east was quite easy. And what we're trying to do is paint a picture for every side that come to West Australia. Forget about it. You can't win anyway, which was absolute,
Okay.
you know what.
Yeah, I like it. It's all in the mind. The last one, just a little one too, and I'm going to read. There are some pushes being made by clubs and players to find a way to celebrate more winners in the game. This is Sam Lansbury report. Whether it's a creation of more trophies or something else, I think in the future there's a mentality of failure. There's only 17 clubs that fail every year, one premiership winner. It's a strong push that we need to find a way, like English soccer, like the US sports. Of course, we spoke about premiership rings last week, to find a way to celebrate more winners throughout the season, Mick. What are your thoughts on that?
Celebrate more winners? What's he mean?
So basically, like in English football, six conferences for a spot in the Europa League and someone plays for this. Do we need multiple trophies that you get something if you finish in the top four? And basically, so do we talk about coaches and say, here's Mick Moldhouse, he's had 17 winning seasons as opposed to how many premierships they've won?
To me, it's a little bit of everyone gets a medal. Everyone gets a ribbon.
It's a bit like junior school where the kids come home and they go, well, look at these medals. Did you win? No, I come seventh, but I competed.
Yeah. So who's getting the bucket of cold water? It's Sam's story, basically.
Well, no, it's all the stakeholders that remain nameless. That and look, I'm probably being a little bit, and maybe it talks to the fact that there's so much pressure on coaches and clubs, year in, year out in the week-to-week cycle. But I think you sign up to play in the big league, Mick. We know there's one winner every year.
Exactly.
There's positives, and it's a bit of the the Giannis from the Bucks thing. That doesn't mean it's a complete failure. You can lose one year and still grow.
I still reckon
there's only one winner. There's only one name on the premiership trophy.
There is, and yet one of my greatest, if I had to say my greatest year of coaching, was probably 2002. We didn't win.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I loved it as a story because a lot of my native sandgropers were on the hook on the back of the story. They were chewing up all that bait.
I love it.
It was like the fish were jumping straight in the boat. You didn't even have to throw any bait out there. And
business class.
The one thing that does annoy me when it comes to travel and the WA teams and everything else is how closed-minded people are to solutions. So every time you want to throw up a solution, they don't want to hear it. No. They're talking about we should play 17, 18 games at home because they get to do that over there. It's not the same thing. That's never going to happen. It's always going to be a home and away competition. But you throw up the third team in WA, it gives you an extra 2 games at home. They hate it because they don't want to divide their wealth and supporter base, obviously, with another team. So
it's a talent issue. Yeah.
I think it's a disingenuous thing to say you can't want more home games, and then you try and put more teams there. They don't want to hear about it.
Should each Victorian team have to play a home game in Perth?
No, the draw.
The other thing is
play right now. Play 17 games, and we call it fair. And the next year we play 17 and the reversed is your home and away. It won't happen because we know that the TV won't allow it, the AFL won't allow it because of money.
Yep.
So we've got to put up with it under. So the more you can close that gap of a credible football society, the better we go.
You know what they say, fair is a place where they judge pigs. And that's it,
yes.
Unfortunately. But the other one is, and I know you guys have probably experimented with this at times, is... Look, I'll look at it and I think, if you've got to travel 10 times a year, so say you play 22 games, you get 12 of them at home with an away derby, you could halve your flights overnight. If you go to the AFL and the Eagles together and you say, look, we're going to play 2 home games in a row, then we're going to play 2 away games in a row. So we're going to fly out on a Saturday, we're going to play our Sunday game, then the next week we're going to play Saturday. So we'll spend the whole week in Melbourne,
right?
Which they don't want to do because they want to get back home in their own bed. But you could immediately say then instead of taking 20 flights a year to play your 10 away games, you're taking... half as many, taking 10. Yeah. So you basically then play your road games back-to-back and you're on the eastern seaboard and you cut the travel in half immediately.
Try 6 in a row that we did in 1990. 6 in a row.
Yep. You've still got your frequent flyer points too, haven't you, Mick?
No, they were Ansett, mate. So where do you reckon all my Ansett frequent flyers are?
The Crows are making their way out on the ground. They're known as Gowana today, which is the First Nations word in Adelaide for the Kaurna people of crows. So as a result, they will be Adelaide Gowana today for the game here at the MCG. I want to give a shout out to Steely Green, who's named after Steely Dan. So he's going to make his debut today, drafted out of South Fremantle. He's playing for the Richmond Footy Club tonight up at the Gabba against the Brisbane Lions. Steely Dan was actually struck by lightning in his early teens.
Steely Green, yep.
Who did I say? Steely Dan. Apologies. Steely Green. As he in his early teens, he was hanging onto the mast of a little sailing boat. The lightning struck. Luckily, he was wearing sort of rubber boots, which basically saved him from the lightning passing all the way through his body. He turned to footy. 3 years later, he was drafted. And he did an apprenticeship. What do you reckon he did an apprenticeship as?
Electrician.
As an electrician.
Yeah. Because
amazing.
Had it in his system.
It was in his bones, I was going to say.
He was named after the 70s rock band Steely Dan, as mentioned, and he's going to make his debut tonight. He's an eye-catching sort of zippy half-forward, so you won't be able to miss him. But good luck to Steely Dan. What a great Steely Green. I'm going to do that all day. Good luck to Steely Green, who makes his debut tonight. Ben Mackay and Todd Goldstein both grew up as Essendon fans, played a lion's share of their career at North Melbourne. They play against their old team tomorrow.
Geez, they've been good pickups for your mob, Corb, haven't they? Terrific.
Corby,
especially with
now he says he nods because he knows that mob that he didn't want him to do with.
But how inspired though?
Were they? No, you've done very well.
Do you know if they win tomorrow, they will be second at the end of the round,
and deserve it,
and probably under 100%.
But with Draper out now, that's an inspired selection, isn't it, to get Goldstein across? And he's playing. I think he's heard this week. He feels like he's playing like a 26-year-old.
Jarman Impey's going to captain the Hawks too, so for Sir Doug Nicholls' round. So regardless whether Sicily was available or not, he will lead the team over the next 2 weeks.
Good player too.
Isn't he? He's one of your favourites, I know, Mick. So we might even try and catch up with Jarman, I think, in the coming weeks. We'll get him on the show here on AFL Saturday. Thanks for your contribution throughout the day as well, for everyone that gave us a ring or through the SMS line. Just as we get out of here, Mick, we've got about 30 seconds left. Crows or Pies?
Crows last year ran the Collingwood the closest of any side in 2 occasions. I think this could be. I'm thinking Collingwood can win, but if there's going to be a turn-up, I won't be surprised.
Enjoy the footy today.
Thank you very much indeed. Good on you, Corby.
The coaching icon Mick Malthouse with us every week here on AFL Saturday. Luke Ball is sticking around. He'll be with us for the game call. Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Jess Webster on the way in. All of that is coming up next. This has been AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you like sport,
this is, as we know, a generational team.
And great conversation.
Their fans didn't want to win or hold City to a draw this morning because they did not want Arsenal winning the league.
Then I think you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
So when it comes to a major and there's lots of people and they chant his name and they wear the chef hats, you've got to think Min Woo's going to sort of rise no matter where his game's been at in the lead up to it.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round. Sir Doug Nicholls learned to play football in bare feet in the paddocks of Cummeragunja.
I was captain of the school team.
When he left Cummeragunja, he went to play in the Golden Valley League for Tongala and then on to Melbourne, firstly to Carlton, then for Northcote in the VFA, playing in Northcote's 1929 Premiership team, and then Fitzroy in the VFL.
I always want to be in top. Same as football. I went for the ball. I want to be on top. I was good. I want to be good. Dominating my mind that I was their equal.
Sir Doug Nicholls was a runner, boxer, footballer, a champion in everything. He once told his grandson Gary Murray, to get a tune out of a piano, you can play the white notes and you can play the black notes. But to get harmony, you've got to play both. One of the first references to reconciliation.
Never conscious of me colour, I felt that I was their equal. And this helped me too.
Sir Doug went on to be Father of the Year, King of Moomba. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. He had an audience with the Pope, became Governor of South Australia, and his great-grandson, Nathan Lovett Murray, played for Essendon Football Club.
One of the good things, I made a lot of friends too. Sport without no barrier.
Heads out to Mansell. He marks it half forward. Bolton's on in the pocket. Got it. Shea Bolton marks left forward pocket of the punt right end. Bolton from the pocket. Showtime Shea. Bends it through.
His piece got us out of control.
Kicks it to the goal mouth, 2-on-2. Rankin's trying to create. Rankin kicks the goal.
Got us feeling like we out of this world.
Cozzy Pickett swings onto it. Kicks it end over end. It bounces through the goal. As only Cozzy can.
Go hard, never lay back, lay back.
Hand pass
passes it to Parfitt. Set it up this time right to the goal square. It might go through. It'll go all the way.
You got stage fright? No problem. You got neck brace? No problem. You got two left feet, can't catch that beat. Take a deep breath, cause I got this, yo.
Having to gather on the bounce is Cameron. Zigs and zags.
I got the mid again.
Snaps on goal. And kills it through.
I got the mid again.
Spins around and bounces it through. He's kicked two amazing goals, Willie Rioli.
I got the mid again.
Tyson Stengel from the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Got moves, got stuff to make you shake. Stomp the ground so hard I make an earthquake.
Kicks the Pies to the top of the goal square. Two Swans more, they cover. Bobby Hill, away to it in the drop. Banks it through. Kicks it back to Bolton, who started all of it. Drills it.
I got the mid again.
Bolton puts Richmond in front.
I got the mid again.
Charges into the open goal square. Rioli has two.
Mid again.
Back to Stengel, snaps and goals.
Handballs it to Walters, tries it again. He's a winner.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
I got the mid again.
You have to go way back to July 1, 2017, the last time that Adelaide won at the home of football at the MCG. Their losing record against Collingwood is even older than that. They have lost their last 8 games against the reigning premiers. Previous to that there was a draw, and 2016 in the back end of the season was the last time that the Adelaide Crows walked off a ground against Collingwood with the 4 points. Let's see what we get from them today. It is Collingwood up against Guana, which is the Ghana People's First Nations word for crows. So as a result, you will hear Guana throughout the broadcast today when Collingwood take on Adelaide here at the MCG. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It's a thrill to be here for Sir Doug Nicholls round as it rolls on Saturday afternoon footy at the MCG. There is no late change. Harvey Harrison is the sub for the Pies, and for Adelaide it is Ned McHenry. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Great to be here. It is a brisk but sunny MCG, and you and I, we're feeling the cold a little more having come back from Darwin. It's actually the 50th meeting between these two sides, believe it or not. Collingwood lead the head-to-head comfortably. Two rapidly improving teams this year. Who's improving more, and are Adelaide improving fast enough to stop the Pies here at the home of footy?
They showed they could compete with the reigning premiers last year in 2 meetings. They kicked themselves out of it on both occasions. 7 goals, 16 and 11 goals, 14 in a pair of losses, which were decided by 2 points and 1 point respectively. Our experts, our premiership pair, first of all, Luke Ball is with us. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. Yeah, just the shadows creeping over the MCG a bit, but still no win, so should be in for a good game of footy. Both teams should be able to display all their skills, and yeah, sometimes you just match up well against a team, and we get the feeling that this Adelaide side will go in and fancy themselves today, based off their performances last week, last year rather, as you said, where they really should have gone at least 1-1, if not could have beaten them both times. The reigning premiers. So yeah, they'll fancy themselves today. It was a terrific game last week, obviously coming off the draw against Brisbane. Where again they had their opportunities to win, and really they need to be. They've given themselves a lot of work to do, haven't they? At 3-5-1, to go 3-6-1, you start to really fall off the pace a little bit there, albeit a pretty even season, even ladder. So this is the sort of game where they need to win. Collingwood not at their best, some players out. They'll fancy their chances today.
Alongside Luke Ball, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. His name is Adam Ramanauskas. He's with us again on Saturday afternoon. Hello, Ram.
Yeah, and it was a photo finish today. So I had my nephew's baptism this morning, so I was over the other side of town. I was in Berwick this morning, and then probably underestimated the traffic on the way back in on that Monash freeway. So I thought I left myself enough time, but I've just snuck in, Benny.
And what you two keep telling me is that Adam Ramanauskas is the youngest Essendon Premiership player until this September, when it all changes on the back of the win last week.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. But look, this is a good game of footy. I think Adelaide have turned the corner, particularly over the last couple of weeks with their performance, and Collingwood have clearly clicked back into gear of some description. So they've also introduced some new players into the lineup, the Pies. So it should be exciting.
Johnny Noble celebrates his 100th game today. Pick 14 in the 2019 mid-season draft. Amazing. He's the first player since the mid-season draft was reintroduced to play 100 games. He's now played 91 of the last 96. Unfortunately, the 3 that he missed was last year's final series. We are on the land of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people for the first time. It's the Doug Nicholls round after starting in Darwin and then in Sydney last night. So the special welcome to country is about to unfold beneath us. And then we'll get ready for some footy and check in with Jess Webster on the boundary.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this afternoon, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal. Wominjeka welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yuma Kundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Buddenball War, Kondi Nagnak Dubban and Big Bullock Ball Tillican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Woiwurrung language group. Hello, my name is Colin Hunter Jr. or Wollert, meaning possum, a name given to me by my grandmother as a young boy. I'm a proud and passionate 7th generation Wurundjeri man and a direct descendant of Bibijan, who was Nullingeta or head of the tribe at time of first settlement. And it's through my grandmother, Gumbriar, meaning white dove, or Auntie Tiny, or Nana, she was known to all us mob, that I got Aboriginal culture and heritage in my life today. For that, I say thanks, Nan. My grandmother was one of the last of the Aboriginal people born in the early 1920s up at Coranderrk Mission in Healesville, before she got pushed up to Barramon the River in New South Wales. In Aboriginal culture, a great deal of respect is given to the land, the plants and the north alike. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, enjoy your day. I'd like to now invite Bobby Hill and Isaiah Rankin for the exchange of the cultural gifts. Thank you.
Uncle Colin Hunter with the welcome to country. And the 2 First Nations players out there today, one for either team. They dap it up in front of the microphone and exchange some gifts. Both in the number 23.
Thank you, everyone.
And there is the welcome to country before the start of today's game. Collingwood up against Goonwurrung, the Crows this afternoon, the Kaurna people's First Nation word for crow. So we'll filter that in throughout the broadcast today. The jumpers, of course, look spectacular. Ben, the Pies.
Yeah, so this is a jumper that was designed by Uncle Trevor Davis, a proud Wajak Balladong man, Wongi, Wilman and Noongar man, father of former Collingwood player Leon Davis. So Neon Leon, who was a favourite of mine growing up, Corbin. It was inspired by a piece of his art called Healing, and it depicts the healing process that Collingwood has embarked on in recent years. The use of rain in the artwork represents the club being cleansed.
Oh, the jumpers look spectacular, predominantly white with the black stripes, the Collingwood strip, and as you said, particularly relevant to the journey that the club's been on in this space over recent times. The Adelaide strip, they're predominantly in blue with a red and yellow accent across the front of the jumper. Forward Isaac Rankin worked alongside his cousin artist Harley Hall to create the Crows jersey. The overarching theme of the Guernsey is the connection and the artwork, which includes the names of all Adelaide's past and present Indigenous players. The Guernsey design depicts the 23-year-old Rankin coming home to South Australia last year, driven by his boyhood dream to play for the Crows and his desire to be closer to family. So that story is told in the beautiful artwork on the jumper of the Adelaide Crows. The 5th member of our team is Jess Webster. She's in the front row of the grandstand. It is a little chilly as winter is well and truly here. Jess, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Corby. Certainly is. The MCG is looking an absolute treat at the moment, bathed in sunshine. But you're right, winter is certainly on our doorstep at the moment, just a top of 13 degrees today. So I've got the beanie on, the puffer jacket ready to go downstairs. And you mentioned Collingwood, they do have the recent form against Adelaide, having won the past 8, but 4 of the last 5 have been wins by just 5 points or less. So looking forward to what's hopefully going to be another really close contest today. And also John Noble for the Pies playing his 100th game.
Thanks, Jess. Fingers crossed. That's, I think, what we're all hoping for is a close
no doubt
game of footy. Roman Bawley.
Well, that's exactly what we want. So it's a picture of the MCG, and the weather is just spectacular for this time of the year. Just perfect sunshine. It's absolutely stunning out there. But I think for Collingwood, Darcy Fogarty will be at the head of their list, and how they play, how their defenders play against him. Jeremy Howe's a big loss for the Pies, Bally, with his intercept marking and his versatility in matchups too. He allows then others to go and get the matchup that they really want. And I think on the other hand for Adelaide, they'll be no doubt looking for Nick Dacos.
Yep.
Nick Dacos has been in really good form.
Is it Keys, do you think?
No, I don't think it'll be Keys.
He's been playing that role as much.
He's been playing a lot of half forward. So, Nick Dacos now is playing predominantly as a midfielder. So, it will be somebody else. Maybe Saligo goes to him. Like Saligo, both his offense and defense has been really strong for Adelaide over a period of time now. But I think the matchup of Darcy Cameron and Riley O'Brien is pivotal in this contest.
They have to put work into Nick Dacos at stoppages. His stoppage work over the last month has just been elite in terms of, we know there's a lot of great clearance players across the comp, but he is by far ahead of any other player in terms of his clearances leading to scores, which is the key part to it. So I'd be really interested to see, maybe it's Rory Laird play a bit more of a selfless defensive role, or maybe it is Saligo. Just give up a little bit of his ball hunting. But certainly around the stoppages, Dacos has to be looked after. Great to see Jordan DeGoey back. You think that he would spend a fair bit more time forward. Yep. And just looking now, he heads down towards Collingwood's goal square. So looking forward to it. I think we will get a close one. I found this one really hard to pick. I think Collingwood are naturally at home, but I think the Crows can really give them a shake today.
Well, I think the Pies just. They're missing, obviously, some forward power. The Pies, but just the Pies, I think.
Mentioned Nick Dacos spending time on the ball now. It's great to see Isaac Rankin start to spend more time in the centre bounce too, and he starts in there today. So look for him to start and push forward and really test the Collingwood midfield going the other way as well.
Been dynamic around contest, Rankin, the last few weeks.
So for the first time in 2024, Sir Doug Nicholls' round comes to the land of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people at the mighty MCG. It is Collingwood and Guana, the Ghana word for Crows, as Adelaide will be known as for the next 2 weeks. The Red Sharon held aloft. We're ready to go. Saturday afternoon footy at the MCG on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
O'Brien and Cameron in the sunshine. Saturday Arvo footy at this great gallery of the game. Cameron takes it out of the ruck. First clearance the way of the Pies. High ball to half forward. Bouncing ball. Hill slaps it down onto it. Chase Jones wrapped up in a tackle for the Crows. Gets a handball away. Onto it Smith. He'll dribble a kick forward. Keys comes up. Can't gather it. O'Brien bends over to pick it up. They're knocking it down the wing here. The Crows side bottom goes in. Dispossessed. Now Legg comes away with it. Stripped of it in the tackle. Caught holding the ball. And Nick Dacos with an early impact on this game. He'll have it on the great southern stand wing.
Walked away with all 10 votes last week in his showdown with Harley Reid in the Eagles as he goes short to Pendlebury, and Pendlebury chips it to Lipinski. 16 Premiership Magpies out there, so that injury list growing. Still a critical mass of last year's Premiership team as he kicks down to half forward, and Max Michaelani takes the intercept mark for Adelaide off the back flank. It's not a great kick. Sends it out across the half back line to Keane. Has to collect on the hop. He's closed down by Cameron. Sends Adelaide into the centre square, and it works out. Finds Rankin.
Here's Rankin chipping it short. Coming up Dawson, the skipper. Forward of the logo on the wing. Feeds the handball forward to Rankin. Looks inside 50. Can't find a target. Josh Dacos back there for the Pies. Wrapped up in a tackle. Gets a handball away. Noble's there to mop it up. Pies bouncing off halfback. And the run of Quaynor.
Quaynor kicks in front of the benches. Great half volley pickup. Hoskin Elliott turns around for the Pies. Gets away from Hinch. Kicks down to half forward. Cox there along with Butts. Butts puts a fist in for the Crows. Ball hits the deck. Here's Crisp. Scoops it up for Collingwood. Hand pass back into dispute. Collected by McRae of the Magpies. Still at centre half forward. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Handball to DeGoey. Gives it back to the veteran. Pendlebury for the first of the day. Pops it through for Collingwood. And how about that for a bit of work? The reigning premiers on the board first. 1 straight 6. Guana. The Crows yet to score. We're 2 minutes travelled in this opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Paul.
Oh, that's a great goal, isn't it, by the champ? He was involved across half back here, Rama. So clearly starting in the centre of the ground too. So great start for the old legs there, covering the ground beautifully. And it was just that ball forward. Hoskin Elliott. Beautiful pick up below his toes, wasn't it, on the wing here? Good contest by Cox forward of the ball, and then that's what Collingwood do when they do it when they're at their best, committing numbers to the fall of the ball, to the ground ball. The Gully's been involved a couple of times, and it was the 1-2 to Pendlebury and a lovely finish for the first goal of the game.
You go back to Josh Dacos, just fighting that tackle. Didn't allow the ball to hold in.
They're so good these days at fighting and standing up in tackles, aren't they?
O'Brien wins the tap down and led onto it there for Adelaide. Gives it off towards Saliga. Off to Keane, the former Pie. Kicks back into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball. Quaynor's there, wrapped up quickly. And a ball up to come. Umpire Justin Power, who's out there with Chris Donlan, Nathan Toner and Andrew Heffernan in charge of this one today. Opening goal of the game, the way of the Pies through Pendlebury. Dacos with the clearance. Left foot snap around the members' wing. Bouncing ball. Michael Lanny's there, wrestling with Hoskin Elliott. Schultz will go and pick it up. Back feeds a handball to Josh Dacos on the wing.
In front of the benches, sends it down to Cox, trying to get rid of Butts. Ball hits the ground. Out towards Brodie Smith for Adelaide. Hand pass to Michael Lanny in the back pocket. Spears his kick along the boundary line to Mitch Hinge. Celebrates a milestone himself today. This is his 50th game for Adelaide. Of course, having started his career with the Brisbane Lions, he becomes just the 106th player in the Crows' history to reach the milestone. As Hinge kicks in front of the benches, O'Brien hands to it, no mark, inadvertently socked away by Josh Dacos to Rochelle. He's got the long sleeves on, sends Adelaide into the centre square. Offhand spills down to side bottom. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Downhill go the Pies, gives it to McRae, kicks for Cox, can't reel it in. Off the deck, he regathers, hand pass back into dispute. Or left it behind Hamill, forces the ball to ground. Hamill extracts it for Adelaide.
Gets it off towards Keane, who will get a handball away towards Butts, and then he kicks out wide, and the mark taken out there by Keys for the Adelaide side today. One straight 6 plays. No score through the opening 4 minutes. The Pies lead, kicks up towards the wing, standing in front. Cameron takes the intercept mark for the Pies.
The Goods O'Loughlin Foundation logo out on that southern wing underneath the Shane Warne stand. That's where the orange boots of Elliot Himmelberg are standing on the mark as Collingwood go back and across. Through the hands of Maynard, he kicks into the middle of the ground for Noble in his 100th game. He goes long to centre half forward, Hinge in the box seat, forced to spoil after the pressure late, hits the deck, Brodie Smith gathers, runs into trouble, Chris blocks him up, takes him to ground, and a ball up. Centre half forward for Collingwood. They lead Guana, the Crows, 1 straight 6 to yet the score after 5 minutes.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 4:50 stoppage for the Pies. It spits out to Josh Dacos, centre half forward. He'll kick into the pocket, looking for Hoskin Elliott. Can't take the mark. Hill following up at ground level, trying to paddle. Hamill's there to mop up. Gives it off towards a teammate there in Hinge, who'll snap towards Rochelle, and he'll kick up to the wing for Adelaide.
Against the boundary line. Mark taken. A short kick from Keys finds Walker. Taylor Walker for Adelaide, defensive side of the logo, southern side. Pulls the kick back inboard. Brodie Smith trying to take a juggled mark. Just got it. It was burst through his hands. No late change coming in. Harrison and McHenry are the 2 subs for Collingwood and Guana respectively, as Smith kicks inside the forward 50. Getting across. Noble went to spoil and in the end takes the juggled mark. Sends Collingwood back the other way out to Lipinski on the southern wing.
And now they're away and running down that southern wing. Nick Dacos. Handball to Geordie De Goey. Back in the side. Handball to Nick Dacos. Half forward for the Pies. Bouncing ball gathered by Hoskin Elliott. Low ball towards Hill. Towards the goal square. It bounces across the face and through for a minor score. Very nearly for the Pies. 1-1-7. Plays no score.
Transitions worrying Adelaide at the moment. Pies look a lot more crisp with the ball.
Those shallow entries, isn't it? A couple of times corridor entries too that have been cut off, and they've actually been lucky, the Crows, that would have not been scored heavily against at the moment.
Keane marks the kick out, goes short to Jones, and Jones works it up to halfway for Keys in the sunshine, and there's less of that these days as winter fast approaching. Feels like the sun comes up later and goes to sleep a little earlier. In Melbourne, as we edge towards the start of June, short kick to Keane. Keane pokes it down the wing, looking for Brodie Smith, out of reach. Collingwood win it back. Nick Dacos trying to share it with brother Josh. Broken up by Scholl, hits the deck. Quaynor there for Collingwood, and with the numbers they work it out. Noble hand pass to Josh Dacos on the back flank.
Left foot kick around the members' wing, a good one. Releases crisp. Short kick for De Goey. Doesn't find him. Overshoots him and tumbles out, trying to come. 47 around from the attacking goal for the Pies. Nick Dacos busy early. Luke ball, Adam Ramanaskas.
Sure is, yeah. Just letting him off the hook again there in transition. The Crows The Pies, just again, you can just see committing numbers to the fall of the ball. So even if a mistake's made, they're there to mop it up.
Collingwood by 7 early on. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Throwing on their attacking 50. Cameron brings it down to the front. Onto it quickly. Butts, he's wrapped up. And another ball up to come. Forward pocket for the Pies.
Now repeat stoppage. But I look at, like, Saligo's standing next to Dacos now, but at that previous stoppage, nobody was standing next to Nick Dacos, which I just find remarkable.
O'Brien wins the hit out down to Saligo. Kick smothered. Ricochets to Michael Annie. Still in the defensive 50. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, though, with Collingwood. Gives it to Crisp. Short kick forward to Schultz. He jams a kick out under pressure and floats the wrong side of the post and behind.
Well, he's up to 5 possessions now, Nick Dacos, and just starting to do some damage.
So 1-2 to yet to score. It's all Collingwood early. 8 minutes in, they lead by 8 points.
He was in the coaches' votes last week with the full 10, as Corbin mentioned. He also got the 3 Brownlow votes the last time against the Crows. Kick up to the wing. Fogarty goes up, unable to take the mark. Down at ground level, Pendlebury gets involved. Markov tries to pick it up, can't do so. Laird there for Adelaide. Handball away to Scholl, who gives it to Rankin. Runs straight into Maynard. Slithers free. Now he takes a running bounce down the wing. And a second. Very special. Handball misses Dawson. He drops it. And now the Pies are back involved.
Rankin's going to have another go for the Crows. Extracts it but turns it over as Maynard off the back flank to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Nick. He gives it to Noble. Just kicks hurriedly to centre half forward. Chases on. Ball tumbles 30 out from the Crows, from the Pies goal. Picked up by Keane for Adelaide. Hand pass to Butts. He goes back by hand to Michael Annie. And a short kick out wide finds Smith. Can settle it down for Guana. The Crows in their First Nations name during Sir Doug Nicholls' round. We're 9 minutes in. Collingwood with the first 8 points. Short kick finds Scholl on the back flank.
Yeah, 8 inside 50s to 1 for the Crows. And I don't think they've had an inside 40 runner at the moment, the Crows. They just cannot penetrate Collingwood's half-back line.
Haven't been able to do it here. We'll get a ball in on the wing right beneath us. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 10 from the MCG.
You just got to hang in there. I mean, Collingwood, you can tell they've started well. They're running, they're spreading. Their work rate's terrific, but they're not hurting them on the scoreboard at the moment. So it's got to hang in here, the Crows.
O'Brien and Cameron. Cameron with the backhand down. Shoveling out a handball. Laird there for Adelaide. Saligo ends up with it. Tackled to ground by Nick Dacos. Umpire will circle and come in and ball it up. 1-8. Plays no score. Collingwood lead through the opening 10 minutes.
No late changes. Schultz and DeGoey back at selection. And Howe and Bytel both missing through injury for the Pies from the ball up. Josh Dacos, first possession. Hand pass to Sullivan. Hand pass made it tough for Noble. He coughs it up here. Matt Crouch for Adelaide. Hand pass away to Laird. 70 out. Hooks a kick inside the forward 50. Side bottom. Comes through to lend a hand. His new role in the back 6. We saw him up the back flank last week. He punches that one out of play. Boundary throw in 40 out from the Crows goal. 10 minutes into this opening term, the Adelaide changes. Murphy and Hamill come back in. Worrell and Curtin are the 2 that drop out. Worrell, of course, injured, and Curtin omitted for the first time in his young career.
Cameron takes it out of the ruck in the back pocket for the Pies. Gives it off to Crisp. He'll kick a spiral up to the wing. Bouncing ball, trying to run it in. Hoskin Elliott. He can't. Throw in neutral territory members' side of the ground.
Back in form, Jack Crisp was in a really quiet start to the year, but his last couple of weeks have been super. Last week, 32 possessions and a goal. He's back to his best.
It was his most since 2022 last week.
A lot more on ball time over the last few weeks.
O'Brien and Cameron again. O'Brien palms it to the front. To go, he sharks it. Handball knocked down back into traffic. O'Brien goes in, stands up in the tackle. All up on the Sir Doug Nicholls round logo, members' side of the ground. Collingwood by 8 points.
Keen to get your take too, Bally, on your old teammate side bottom. Matching up against Keys from the boundary throw in. Nick Dacos was blindsided, mowed down by Saligo. Wins it back for Adelaide in front of the interchange.
Yeah, I like it. I just think a player who reads the game so well. I mean, we've seen Pendlebury go back behind the ball. To me, it makes sense. Just to try and get his hands on the footy and with his footy IQ behind the ball, can be a really impactful player.
Saligo short kick to Nan Curvis, and he pokes a pass out wide for Laird.
Conversely, for the Crows, they've got to get a dangerous player on him and try and make him really defend.
Laird, long bomb inside the forward 50. Walker the target, shoved out of it. Spills down to Murphy. Hand pass into the pocket. Rochelle tracking the footy. Noble comes across to intercept. Hand pass to Frampton. He's locked up, and we'll have a baller forward pocket for Adelaide, known as Guana. During Sir Doug Nicholls' round, we'll filter that in throughout the broadcast. 12 minutes into the opening term, Collingwood with the only 8 points of the game.
In the forward pocket here for Adelaide, in the shadows of the MCG, Walker knocks it down, trying to come through Scholl, stripped of it, ball jars free. Nick Dacos picks it up, gives it off to brother Josh, he'll kick up to the wing. Mark taken by Butts. So going up, back in possession of the football, right in front of the members' stand. Half-forward flank, looking into the pocket, trying to find a marker. Himmelberg goes up and comes down with it, bundled over by Cox.
A smart kick.
A couple of metres in from the boundary line, 40 metres out, right forward pocket.
Because all the numbers were sort of deep in Adelaide's forward 50 there, and Butts just dropped it, albeit it's on a really tough angle for Himmelberg, but it was the only little pocket of space inside forward 50 for the Crows, and they get their first sort of real look at the goals in this game.
Haven't had a lot of chances. A tough one to start here. Up against the boundary line. It never looked like it. Just sneaks through for a minor score, so a blemish to start for the Crows. 1-8 plays one behind Elliot Himmelberg in the number made famous by the great Benny Hart.
Oh,
number 34 at the Adelaide Crows.
Twice an All-Australian before he was 20. The player he was as Noble on the kick-out duties, takes some ground and goes long and wide out towards Cox. Butts punches it out of play.
That may have been one of our trivia questions during Gather Round, I think, Corbs. Right. One of our late-nighters.
I threw it up. Yeah.
We solved a few issues, didn't we?
We did.
During Gather Round.
Spent a lot of time together those 5 days.
Some would say too much, Rammer. I think you, mainly.
With you. Everyone else, no worries.
1-2 behind. Collingwood leading early after 14 minutes from the boundary throw-in. Hurried kick forward from Jack Crisp. Down the wing, then Curvis collects the footy. Shakes the would-be tackle from McInnes.
Oh, yeah.
As Rammer said, trip called, so advantage applied, and the Crows take it by hand. Saligo to Matt Crouch, hand pass away to Michael Lanny. Dangerous hand pass against the boundary line. Wanted to try and link up with Scholl, and Markov came and attacked the footy, bumped him out of play. Boundary throw-in on the wing.
Pressure's up, isn't it?
Yeah, but Collingwood are really pushing Adelaide wide at the moment. They just can't get any ball back through the corridor, the Crows, at the moment. So a lot of it's under pressure handball and little scrappy kicks. So Collingwood defending the ground really well at the moment.
Cox palming it down. Laird there for Adelaide. Gets the handball away to Scholl, who moves it on to Saligo. All of this on the wing. Crouch back to Saligo. Short little 10-metre kick. Nice pick up, Himmelberg. Half forward here, Adelaide. Back to Scholl. Off a step. High spiralling ball to full forward. Fogarty goes up. Side bottom stays down. Robes the pack. Clearing kick. Still inside the defensive 50 for the Pies. And Josh Dacos gives it off towards Frampton.
Kicks out of defence but turns it over. Max Michael Lanning with the intercept mark.
They've got to have the courage to go off the line here, the Crows. They're just pinned to this city side of the ground at the moment.
Son of Jim, of course, 4-time premiership player with Norwood. Michael Lanning goes to the hot spot, no mark. Spills down towards Maynard. He says, just get it out of there. Pumps it out towards half-back. Chopped off, though, by Adelaide. Nankervis, hand pass to Crouch. Kicks inside the forward pocket to Walker. Just got to him in time as he hugs it to his chest. There's a late fist thrown at it from Frampton, but Walker already had it in his mitts, and he'll have a shot here from about 15 out, 45-degree angle.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard work, isn't it, at the moment? But they've just been able to wrestle it back, and 6 inside 50s in a row. So repeat efforts and a couple of really good efforts from young players. Michael Lanny with the intercept mark. Young Nankervis, who haven't seen a lot of. A couple of really good one-on-one wins. It's just forced this shot on goal with some repeat inside 50s.
Repeat entries, and now this look results in a goal. The Crows are in business. And Walker kicks Goanar's first of the day. 1-1-7, they trail Collingwood 1-8. It is the Pies by 1 point. 16 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
There's nothing pretty about that at all, Bally. It was really just a quick kick by Matt Crouch, and Taylor Walker just read it better than his direct opponent in Darcy Moore. So Moore was in the marking contest with another Adelaide opponent, but Tex Walker was seen so many times over so many years now, just bob up, and he's a beautiful kick of the ball. But you look at Bally mentioned those inside 50s are starting to even up now, but Adelaide have got to start to look to take the ball off the line a little bit here. They're winning enough of the ball. They've had 10 more possessions than Collingwood in this quarter, but it's all been along the boundary.
Kicked 5 goals when these teams last met. Taylor Walker has an early one here in the middle. Dawson wins it at ground level. Handball to Crouch. Handball releases Rankin. Chips it inside attacking 50 for Adelaide. Quaynor outpoints Murphy. Takes a defensive mark for the Pies. 40 out from their defensive goal. Goes laterally to Noble. Game 100 today. He'll stab it short. Josh Dacos on the half-back flank. Collingwood by a point here on Saturday Arvo footy on ABC Sport. from the G. Kicks up towards Sullivan. Chopped off there. Rochelle brings it down. Now they're onto it, the Crows. Murphy after Rochelle. Kick to full forward, looking for Cook. And he takes the mark at full forward. 11 metres out directly in front.
Poor kick, poor decision by Josh Dacos going inside to Sullivan, and Rochelle was there for the spoil, then was able to get the ball back at ground level and Cook all alone in the goal square.
Plum in front, 15 out, let him cook. Braden Cook drills it through the middle. And Adelaide have their first lead of the afternoon. Gowana 2-1-13, leading Collingwood 1-8, 18 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it's interesting, and we said, Ram, the first 10, 12, 15 minutes, it felt like it was all Collingwood, and Adelaide really couldn't penetrate their half-forward line. But Collingwood didn't make them pay. They had some opportunities, didn't they, to transition the ball a few times and just left a few out there. And you mentioned Josh Dacos there. I mean, he's had 9 possessions, both he and Nick getting plenty of the footy, just not using it as well at times. And that time, that 40% for Josh. That time there, they were able to, he was just trying to jam a kick, inside, and Rochelle was onto it, as you said. John Noble slipping over, which we might see a bit of as the shadows descend over the ground. And if you do that, it's amazing how many times it results in an opposition goal. So good effort for the Crows.
Shadows almost in the centre circle, and it's only just after 2 o'clock local time in the afternoon. Back in the middle of the ground, Rankin spun around a couple of times, couldn't evade the tackler, and he's caught and holding the ball. Free kick going Collingwood's way, and DeGoey to take it, goes short to Noble.
They had to just wheel and go DeGoey. Now they go wide again. Centre bounce, Rammer. It was 3-on-3 ahead of the ball.
Noble comes out wide with the kick, finds Maynard. That's a dart.
That's
down
a laser.
Half forward, finds Josh Dacos. Beautiful left-footed drop punt.
Most left-footers are.
Crowded forward 50. 70 metres out. He puts it in the direction of Mason Cox. Carries his head. No mark. Spills down to Crisp. Shakes the tackle from Michael Annie. Hand pass back into dispute. Nankervis extracts it for Adelaide. Hand pass away to Crouch. Kicks looking for Hamill. Just missed him. Sloppy disposal, and as a result the ball skids out of bounds. A throw in deep forward for Collingwood. Saturday footy on ABC Sport as we tick into time on in this opening term. Adelaide by 5.
Last 2 goals of the game after Collingwood kicked the first. Umpire brings it back in. O'Brien and also Cox speed towards it. O'Brien taps it down with his left hand. Now it comes towards Cox in the forward pocket for the Pies. Getting involved quickly is Keane. Dragged down to ground and a ball up to come. 30 out from the attacking goal for Collingwood. Attacking the punt road end in this opening term. Up it goes. O'Brien slaps it boundary side. Onto it quickly. There is Richards hooking it back to full forward for the Pies. Josh Dacos stays down, gets the handball away, trying to find Pendlebury. Now Sullivan involved. He's wrapped up by Keane. Ball spits out. Quick flying shot on goal coming from Crisp. And it's missing right, bouncing out. Throw in deep right forward pocket for the Pies. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Saturday Arvo footy here on ABC Sport.
First look at little Joe Richards, Rammer in person. He's lively. He's got good goal sense. You see him on the move there through the stoppage.
He's had 12 already. Josh Dacos, boundary throwing deep forward for the Magpies. One straight down to Pendlebury. Snaps for his second. The old veterans kicked the first 2 for Collingwood. Just winding back the clock as he moves beautifully through the stoppage. The hit-out was actually won by Riley O'Brien, the ruckman for Adelaide, and yet it serviced Pendlebury to perfection. Collingwood back on top, 2-2 to 2-1, a 1-point lead for the Magpies. 21 gone opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's amazing, Rammer, at times. I mean, Pendlebury was the one who went to put on the block for Jordan DeGoey, who was working his way through the stoppage. And it's amazing how many times when you have that mindset to help out your teammate, the ball falls in your hands. And
Michael Annie got lost there.
Yeah, he did, in space. It was O'Brien. And look, it was probably had a bit too much on it. And that deep defensive 50, you just want to bring the ball tight into your chest. But the champ was good enough to read it. God, he might have his eyes on 5 or 6 here, Pendles, the way he's going.
You swap over at contest, though. You've got to help your teammate. And Michael Annie he was flat-footed.
Well, here goes Pendlebury again, winding back the clock out of the middle. Handball to DeGoey. Handball to Nick Dacos on the attacking arc. Back feeds a handball away towards McRae. He'll snap them towards full forward, and Curvis punches it away. Loose ball in the pocket. Pendlebury gathers again for the Pies. Handball away to Hill. He's tackled almost immediately as he gathers the football. Hamill rolls him to ground, and the ball up left forward pocket.
What round are we in now? 10, aren't we?
Yep.
It's amazing. People first month, he's looking a bit slow, Pendlebury, and just, works his way into the season. Starting to look like Scott Pendlebury that we know.
Up to 8 possessions.
Yeah,
Three score involvements, 2 goals, 2 clearances.
Could get to 200 goals today if he can kick 4 as well. So only 2 away now. Gathers it from the stoppage here. Dribbles his kick. It bangs into bodies. Ricochets towards full forward. Pies swarm, but another ball up to come. Collingwood lead it by a point. Saturday footy on ABC Sport here at the MCG on a sunny Saturday arvo.
Round 8 2021, the last time he kicked multiple goals in any game, Scott Pendlebury, so over 3 years ago from the restart. Clean disposal for Braden Cook as he sends it out of the defensive 50, but only momentarily. Darcy Cameron takes the intercept mark.
Park the bus here, the Crows, all 18 players in line or behind Cameron.
Some indecision. And in the end, Cameron's just going to go long into the forward pocket. Hoskin Elliott in the pack. Leaps up, no mark, spills down to Crisp. Tumbles a kick to the goal square, trying to rush it through Hinge. Didn't get it over the behind line, and so now decides to exit himself. Out to halfback. Fogarty flew early. No mark, spills down to Himmelberg. Hooks the kick down the wing, and Collingwood well set up here. Moore just needs it to bounce to him. Does so eventually. Hand pass to Frampton. Ugly handball for him. Couldn't take it clean. Now they're under pressure. Back to Moore. Walker gets rid of him. Ball spills down to Murphy. He's tackled, held in. And a ball up half forward for the Crows. 55 metres out from their goal. Collingwood by a point.
Just that tiny little fumble. First Moore, then Frampton. And then the Crows now have got the ball at a half-forward flank.
Up it goes. O'Brien hooking it down. Pendlebury trying to get involved. It spills out to Dacos. Gives it back to Pendlebury as mentor. He'll snap it up towards the logo. Bouncing ball on the wing. Getting involved, Cook. It spills back to him. Adelaide back in possession. Handball to Dawson. He'll kick inside 50 looking for Walker. Doesn't find him. Lipinski gets back to cover. Markov coming through. He loses it. Now Quaynor under pressure. Umpire says held to him. Let me come in and ball it up. 40 out from the attacking goal for Adelaide. 24 minutes into this opening term. The Pies fans didn't like it. Rammer and Borley.
Yeah, it looked high.
It looked high,
yeah.
for sure. Yeah,
he was bending down to pick the ball up.
From the restart. A hurried kick out of the defensive arc for the Pies. No mark at half-back for Nankervis. Ball hits the deck. Noble knocks it away to Sullivan. He's crunched in the tackle by Nankervis. Still at half-forward for the Crows. Smith, slick hand pass. A little too hot for Jones. Cleaned up by Saligo. Still in Adelaide's hands. Hand pass out to Murphy. Kicks down to half-forward. Himmelberg leaping up. Can't take the juggled mark. Spills out of play and a boundary throw in left-forward pocket for the Crows. So just on the Pendlebury multiple goals. Hasn't done that since round 8 2021. That's over 3 years ago. Hasn't done it in the same quarter since round 1 2017. Last time he's kicked 2 goals in 1 quarter, and that's what he's done here in this opening term, and that's why Collingwood lead by a point. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Throw in, forward pocket. O'Brien slaps it towards the numbers. Chase Jones onto it. Little give to Murphy. Swinging onto the left. A sweeping finish. A beautiful finish from Lockie Murphy. His first goal of the season. And Guana, the Crows 3-1-19 lead Collingwood 2-2-14 with 2 minutes to play in this first term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
That's really just great stoppage play there by the Crows. There's enough space around the contest for their Jones to be able to run onto the ball and operate and pick it up clean and then give the handball to Lockie Murphy, who's on that left foot, back into the team this week and is able to kick a goal. But that's the beauty of a forward stoppage. If you're able to allow space around it to operate in, teams are now generally good enough to be able to create a score.
Played the first 3 rounds, so hasn't played in a winning team so far this year. Lockie Murphy, they're back on top here. The Crows on by 5 points as we tick towards quarter time. Quick kick out of the middle by the Pies, but it's coming back. Nick Dacos to Crisp. Hand pass to Pendlebury. And how about that, the service? Straight on the chest of Hoskin Elliott, hitting up and marking at centre half forward.
It's a lovely finish, isn't it, in the end?
Numbers for Collingwood's
He's on
midfield.
pedals, isn't he? Look, you can tell he's really covering the ground beautifully. That time it was Nick Dacos. It just follows him he got the original clearance, kick in, and the ball just bounced back into his hands. And Crisp involved again. They're off to a good start, the Pies mids.
Hoskin Elliott, drop punt from inside 50, sails goalward. It's there. And the leader swung on the last 4 goals in the game. Magpies back in front. Collingwood 3-2. They lead Adelaide 3-1. Pies by a point, 27 and a half minutes gone opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, clearance numbers are enormous in Collingwood's favour at the moment. It's 14-6. Nick Dacos has had 5 himself in this first quarter. So, the Crows need to go back to work here. Dawson, Saligo, Laird, Crouch, and the ruckman, Riley O'Brien, they're all responsible at the moment. So, it doesn't look like there's a tight enough attention on Nick Dacos. Yeah. I think Saligo is responsible for him. At the moment, Rory Laird's standing next to him at this contest. But Nick Dacos, he's had 13 5 clearances and 3 score involvements in his first quarter.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien winning the tap again. Nick Dacos once more involved. Sweeping handball forward. De Goey comes up to win it. Handball back to Nick Dacos. Running through the middle of the ground. Kicks inside, attacking 50. Can't find a target. Bouncing ball for Hoskin Elliott. Handball to McRae on the arc of 50. Snaps a kick towards full forward. Broken up. Spills down to Richards. Kicks into the back of Schultz. It ricochets back. Hoskin Elliott goes and gets it. Jams a kick on goal. And misses the lot. Out to the right. So Adelaide to get it in their left back pocket. Collingwood lead by a point, 1 minute away from quarter time. Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Well, you can picture the Crows mid-coach. It's a problem now, isn't it? This clearance stuff that they really need to tighten up a bit. It's just become, they're having to do all their attacking from back 50.
Saligo long to half back, spills off the pack and out towards Quaynor. Hand pass to Maynard, high up and under down to half forward. Keane collects. Hand pass to Hinge. He's shoved out of bounds. Just on the numbers, so Nick Dacos, he's on track for 60, by the way. He's had 15 disposals in the opening quarter.
Well, if he keeps running around by himself, he'll get 60.
He will.
I'm not sure. I think it probably has to be Keys. I know he hasn't done it for a while, Renner. He's played on him before, so I just think at quarter time, they need to make a decision.
Shutting down in their first meeting last year, and he was best to field in their second, so the boundary throwing, Cook, hand pass to Nankervis, away to O'Brien, kicks out of the defensive 50, leaping up McRae, no mark, but forces it out to Pendlebury, 60 from home, great vision and great execution as he hits up to Goey. True centre-half forward for the Magpies. Pendlebury up to 13 in the quarter, he's kicked a couple of goals.
Yeah, and really damaging too, so this will be his 5th score involvement. 2 clearances. And that's probably the problem of it, isn't it? So you put someone on Dacos and Pendlebury gets moving, and De Goey, this will be possession 10 for him.
Missed the last 2 with a groin complaint, and he looks like he's A-OK as he jams that one through from 50. Welcome back, Geordie. And the Magpie fans roar their approval. Collingwood jump out to a 7-point break on the stroke of quarter time. 4-2-26, Adelaide 3-1-19, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I think, Paulie, though, there comes a period in a quarter where you're getting dominated at clearance. So that's 15-7 now in Collingwood's favour. Dacos 15, Pendlebury 12, Josh Dacos 12, De Goey 10. So, guys that have played up around the football. That stoppage there was just on the 50 for Collingwood. But there's still Collingwood players free around that contest. So I think there comes a point where you've got to say, hey, guys, let's just get the arm across in the next couple of minutes. Get the arm across. Let's lock it down here for a couple. If we have stoppage after stoppage, so be it. But we can't allow the ball just to come out the back there and Pendlebury able to hit an easy target.
Last 2 goals of the game, the way of the Magpies. Cameron hacking it off the deck from the restart. The siren beats them on another forward thrust. Collingwood, their goal kickers, Pendlebury with a couple, Hoskin Elliott and De Goey. And then Guana, Walker, Cook and Murphy are their goal kickers. So 4-2-26, the Magpies leading Adelaide 3-1-19. Collingwood by 7 points at the first change.
No late change coming in. Harvey Harrison and Ned McHenry are the respective subs off the SMS. Love to hear from you on 0437 774 774. Jack and Kurt travelling to Mildura for Noel's 50th, listening to the call. Happy birthday to Noel. Magpies to win, thinking Dacos brothers and Darcy to lead the way. So that came through a little earlier. And that's a pretty good prediction. So between the pair of them, they've had 27 in that opening quarter. Nick Dacos with 15 and Josh Dacos with 12. And the ageless one, Scott Pendlebury, 12 disposals and 2 goals, has been mentioned in that opening term. 0437 774 774, the SMS. Standalone Saturday afternoon footy in round 10. We've got a twilight game coming up in Sydney today between the Giants and the Bulldogs, and then different directions tonight. For some of our audience, you'll be getting the game between St Kilda and Fremantle. For everybody else, it is the Brisbane Lions and the Tigers up at the Gabba. So all of that to look forward to Saturday of round 10, Sir Doug Nicholls round in the AFL. This is Saturday footy and we are on ABC Sport.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Maynard, he says just get it out of there, pumps it out towards half-back, chopped off though by Adelaide. Nankervis, hand pass to Crouch, kicks inside the forward pocket to Walker. Just got to him in time as he hugs it to his chest. Repeat entries, and now this look results in a goal. The Crows are in business. Boundary throwing deep forward for the Magpies. One straight down to Pendlebury. Snaps for his second. The old veterans kick the first 2 for Collingwood.
Throw in forward pocket. O'Brien slaps it towards the numbers. Chase Jones onto it. Little give to Murphy. Swinging onto the left. A sweeping finish. A beautiful finish from Lockie Murphy. His first goal of the season.
Cook hand pass to Nankervis, away to O'Brien, kicks out of the defensive 50, leaping up McRae, no mark, but forces it out to Pendlebury, 60 from home, great vision and great execution as he hits up the goalie. True centre-half forward for the Magpies. Missed the last 2 with a groin complaint, and he looks like he's A-OK as he jams that one through from 50.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
4 lead changes in that opening quarter, but the Magpies kicking the last 2 goals to give them a 7-point break at quarter time over Goanna, which is the Adelaide team under the Ghana People's First Nation name for Crows. So as a result, they will be Adelaide Adelaide will be known as Goanna during Sir Doug Nicholls round this week and for next week's game up against the Eagles. Quarter time here, Collingwood by 7. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, Raman, in a sense, you look at the scoreboard, 4-2 to 3-1. It doesn't feel like it really reflects the dominance that Collingwood have had for all bar about 6 minutes of that quarter where Adelaide were able to intercept the ball and generate some repeat inside 50s and score a couple of times. But outside of that, and look, we mentioned it, reference towards the end of that quarter, it's just been a domination around the clearances from the Pies, which has allowed them to set up field position for the majority of the quarter. 15 inside 50s to 11. At one stage it was 8-1. And really in that first 10 minutes, Collingwood let the Crows off the hook a little bit with missed opportunities. And that's probably still the one watch a bit from Collingwood's point of view. I mean, we know they don't have the Myercheck down there at the moment, don't have McStay, they don't have the big forward to come out and provide that option. They're having to sort of conjure different ways up to score to capitalise on that ball movement and that clearance dominance. I mean, it was Pendlebury getting on the end of 2 for that quarter to go. He kicked 1 and Hoskinell at the other. So I thought they looked pretty slick, the Pies, for the majority of that quarter. And really it was only that 6 or 8 minute period through the middle there where the Crows were able to get the game back on their terms and get a bit of field position back. But the clearance is the thing. And you look at the numbers. I mean, Nick Dacos has had 15, 6 clearances himself. Pendlebury 12 with 2 clearances. Josh Dacos has had 12 and DeGoey 10. And Crisp 8. So, I mean, that's the whole midfield. That's too much ball for that quality of midfield. That's way too much ball. So I'd be very surprised, Rammer, if I didn't see something shift through the middle of the ground this quarter, at the start of this quarter for the Crows, because if they allow it to go on like that, Collingwood will start to capitalise on their forward dominance.
Well, I was watching the Crows huddle at quarter time there, and Nathan Van Berlo, who's the Crows midfield coach, spent a lot of time with the midfielders. Now, whether it was around giving them a spray or showing them what Collingwood are doing, personally I think it needed to be both, because I just found the Crows mids to be lazy around allowing the ball to come out in the front door at centre bounce, allowing around ground, just players to be free at the back of contest or the side of contest where Collingwood can work it backwards or sideways and then into open space. So, yeah, I would hope that the Crows have got a different setup in this second quarter.
Collingwood lead by 7 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Second term underway. Umpire Turner lays it down, knocking it down O'Brien. Onto it quickly though, Cameron for the Pies. Sullivan comes and picks it up, tumbles the ball inside 50. Cox is there. Bobby Hill on the burst through. Can't gather it. Hinge tracking it back. Worried out of it. Leaves it behind. And Richards snaps a goal. Collingwood. Black and white hot to start this second term. 5-2-32. Plays Adelaide 3-1-19. Less than 25 seconds into this second term. Saturday footy, ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Centre clearance again. More of the same from the Pies. And just looking at the umpire there, Lockie Sullivan. Yeah, I know it's only early in his career, Lockie, but you've got to get out of the way when the umpire's backing back. He's going to come off this umpire. It's a pretty decent hit. He's got a bit of whiplash. Anyway, Sullivan got the clearance in the end. They got the ball forward, and Hill. And that's Collingwood at their best, isn't it? Just push the ball forward. And in the end, he got a lucky bounce to near the kid, but he was there in the spot, good enough to capitalise. So, well done. He looks lively. I like what I'm seeing from young Richards.
We'll get down to Jess in just a moment. Jess Webster on the boundary. Back in the middle. Cameron palms it down for Collingwood. Rankin first possession. Tackled. Got a kick away. Cameron now tracking the footy again for the Magpies. Going in clean. Noble just picks it up. Got it out towards Pendlebury. Cruises down the back edge of the centre square. Kicks outside of the boot to Markholt. Finds him on the wing. Beautifully placed with that deft touch. Gives it to Lipinski. Short kick along the boundary line of the goal kicker Richards. Runs back into the shadows of the light tower. Hand pass back to Pendlebury. Handball back to Richards. Across the half-forward line, and now Noble marks. Front edge of the centre square. Collingwood by 13 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals. Noble sends it towards Bobby Hill. And the Norm Smith medalist hits up out of the goal square. Finds a bit of paddock in front of him, and he marks 20 out directly in front.
Nobody there. Bally for Adelaide. No mids and push back. Just a giant hole. 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal, and
it's a good kick by Noble.
Terrific kick by Noble, but the speed of Bobby Hill to get to that ball. So Noble put it to that space, and Bobby Hill just got there. Will Hamill's very quick. Bobby Hill just a bit quicker.
Wadjuk Balladong Noongar ancestry. Bobby Hill, the only First Nations player in the Collingwood team today. He celebrates accordingly. Pops through the goal, shakes a leg, and Collingwood have it out by 19. 3 minutes into the second term, 6-2 to 3-1. They've doubled Adelaide's score. It is Collingwood by 19 points early in the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Jess Webster is on the boundary.
Yes, it's not good news for the umpiring department down here with an injury concern to Nathan Toner, who's just gone down the race with the medical staff after copying that hit to the head. So he'll get checked out, and the emergency for the day is Stephen Williams, who might have to come into the action.
That's the beauty of the 4 umpires too. Yeah, Lockie Sullivan, I'm not sure what the go is these days, but he might be losing at least half of his match payment today. Got to get out of the way. Anyway, hopefully he's okay, that umpire, but she's worrying signs already, Rammer. So he spoke about the midfield coach at quarter time. It's just more of the same here for the Pies, straight out of the middle.
Did Stephen Williams come on, or are we just going with the 3 umpires for the time being?
I think we're just going with the 3. What they've done in the past is they'll then rotate quarters, won't they, often? From that point on, as the Crows go inside 50, and Walker stands tall to mark, 45 metres out, slight angle to the right.
Hard to tell how many field umpires there is sometimes, because there's 4 boundary umpires, and they sort of make their way inside the ground at times, but 1, 2, 3, yeah, so they're going with 3. Well, we should ask our umpire man, Benny Cameron.
Walker on the set shot. Distance, not an issue. The accuracy is, on this occasion, out to the right. Leaves one out there. Taylor Walker, right when Adelaide need one. 6-2-38, plays 3-2-20. Pies by 3 goals, 4 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We'll get Jess to inquire downstairs as to what happens now. So just 3 field umpires in play at the moment. As Nathan Toner off the ground after Lockie Schultz found himself in the space of the umpire moments ago. Pies working up the halfway. Bobby Hill whacks it forward for Collingwood. Still hunting the footy, pursuing Keane despite Adelaide having a 3-1. In the end, Adelaide through Keane, kicks down to Crouch, can't mark. Spills to Laird, gives it to Dawson, sends it down the wing for Himmelberg. Hand pass back to Dawson. Keeps on moving, looks long for Walker. He's in the box seat, getting across more. Spoils it away. Rochelle with some fancy footwork. Sockers to his own advantage. He didn't see Quaynor coming, and he gets him with a chase down tackle. Ball spills out. Lipinski, short kick up towards the wing, and Richards comes up with it for the Pies. He shares it with McRae.
McRae will kick forward of the wing here for the Pies around the Great Southern Stand. Unable to mark Hoskin Elliott down at ground level. Adelaide have the numbers. Smith shares it with Crouch. Gives it off to Dawson. Cox comes to get him. Time to sidestep him. Now running across centre-half back Dawson. Nowhere to go. He'll go back to the back pocket. And Michael Annie can mark. He'll send Adelaide out towards the southern wing.
Just 5 possessions for the Adelaide skipper, who really needs to get going this quarter.
Jones takes it. He moves it on to Crouch by foot. Jess Webster downstairs.
Looks like it's good news for our umpire Nathan Toner. He's back from the race after getting checked out. He's standing on the interchange gates waiting to come on. I thought maybe as an umpire you could just walk on, but I'm not quite sure on that. But it looks like he'll come back into the action soon.
Rankin kicks into the forward pocket here for Adelaide. Off hands close to the boundary line. He goes out and he trudges on now. Just waiting for a stoppage in play so they can move from their 3-man formation to their 4-man formation, I assume.
You need to get down to umpire training, Benny. I think just you're pretty extensive with your knowledge. Just a little bit more. Training nights now for you.
Boundary throw in. Cameron swats it down towards Rochelle, trying to get a kick away through traffic. Magpies set up well at the stoppage. Quaynor smothers that kick, and Pack forms behind him. Will have a ball up.
And Bawley, you mentioned about Lockie Sullivan needs to be more aware so he doesn't get suspended or fines. Also Brownlow votes. Like, they're not giving him to you if you just run into them.
Long memories they do.
Yep.
I said Lockie Schultz before too, my apologies. So Lockie Sullivan was the man that collided with umpire Nathan Toner, but he's back out there.
Just keep an eye on Isaac Quaynor. He's a bit sore, that hard tackle before. His knee's a little bit sore.
Cameron wins the hit out. Nick Dacos is tackled, and inadvertently the ball spills off the Adelaide player there in Dawson and over the boundary line. So it's out on the full, and it's a free kick for Collingwood at half-back. Pies lead the game by 3 goals, 7 minutes into this second quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
17th disposal for Nick Dacos. A kick up to the wing and a free kick going the way of the Pies. Lockie Sullivan picks it up. Handball to the goey. Advantage taken. Gives it off to McRae. He'll kick across the square. Josh Dacos on the centre line. Pokes it out in front of Noble. Gathers half forward for the Pies. Low ball for a leading Schultz. Diving low down. He takes it like a diving slips fielder.
Yeah, he saw too.
Yeah, terrific mark,
wasn't it?
It's just full commit. Like, the ball was, maybe
just be worried. He's hit his head
maybe
on the ground.
50 centimetres off the ground, and Schultz has just dived for that ball, and yeah, he's hopefully it's just winded.
Yeah.
He's come off second best. Maybe he landed on the
ball.
Yeah. Have you ever done that, Rummer?
Yeah. It takes the wind out here.
Not pleasant. Yeah. No, he looks okay. He's a tough hombre, isn't he?
Yeah.
It certainly looks like his head hit the ground.
Yeah.
Obviously had a case of that last week with Jeremy Cameron falling from a much greater height, which drew a lot of criticism and questions and commentary during the week. Lockie Schultz is going to have his kick here.
So back from suspension. Starts his run up, hard up against the advertising hoardings. Boot the ball from just inside the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. And that is a special kick. Collingwood are in takeover mode.
I think they might just have a look at this one. Dave Roden's pretty good with his decisions, so this will be close.
So we're going to check it upstairs. It's well over the line by the time.
Oh, is it? No.
What was the soft call? The soft call was behind.
Yeah, I'm going to behind.
No. I reckon there's a gap and he doesn't touch it until that point, Rammer, where there's a small gap.
I'm behind.
This is not the scoreboard.
That's not the first touch there. It's going to be a goal, but that's not the first touch.
All clear for the Pies. 7-2, 44 plays, 3-2, 20 over Adelaide. Collingwood by 24 points, 9.5 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's in the books now, but it's a transition. So they get the free kick on centre wing, Bally. And Sullivan takes the advantage, but it's the running of John Noble.
Noble, he's been superb. Just
overlap run, and no Crow player is really with him.
Yep.
And it's a beautiful little spearing pass to Lachie Schultz.
You watch him; he's clearly got the licence. As you know, we know a lot of attacking halfbacks too, but got the licence just to take off as soon as they win the ball. Collingwood across any part of the ground, he just takes off. He's got Lachie Murphy. He's got the match up at the moment. He's kicked the goal himself, but he really tests out these Adelaide high half forwards.
Crows have a bit of work to do. They've conceded the last 5. They get the break here. O'Brien down to Saligo. Deep entry inside forward 50. More sprawling mark. Couldn't quite complete it. Got it out to Maynard. Hand pass ended up back heel. Came off the back heel of Cook. Ricochets out towards Saligo again. Hand pass to Dawson. Kicks back inside forward 50. Kicks it out on the full. And Collingwood will get the footy back in the shadows at right half back. Crows to the punt road end in this second quarter.
Jake Saligo, he's up to 10 possessions, but hasn't really had an influence on the game to this point, has he? That Collingwood midfield's been far more dominant.
Maynard with the kick up towards the wing. Spills to Crisp in front of the pack. Schultz trying to soccer it on. Cook takes it. Schultz turns tackler. Ball up half-forward flank here for Adelaide.
So you lose, like Crouch and Saligo and Laird have had 11, 10 and 10. But Dacos, Pendlebury, Josh Dacos, 17, 14, 14, and just doing so much more damage through the middle of the ground.
Footy on the deck, half forward for the Crows to go. He goes in, spins out of trouble, loses it. Crouch picks it up, handball to Hinge, he's tackled to ground. Crouch gets it back out of there, handball to Dawson. Nankervis on the wing. He'll hook a ball inside attacking 50. Unable to mark Saligo. Maynard comes through for the Pies. Whacks a kick to the wing.
Oh, nice work from Hoskin. Elliott got rid of Michael Annie, takes the mark. And here go the Pies in transition. So devastating from this position. Tumbles a kick down to half forward. Richards collects. Hand pass to Schultz. Tumbles a kick goal. Took an unkind bounce late. Still might work out. McInnes runs onto it. Hooks through the goal. Half a dozen in a row for the Magpies. 12 minutes into the second term. Collingwood now out by 30. After falling behind, time on in the opening quarter, they've kicked 6 unanswered goals. 8-2-50, Adelaide 3-2-20. The Crows known as Kuana during Sir Doug Nicholls' round, so expect to hear that plenty over the next fortnight or so. At the moment, they've got plenty of work to do. Jess Webster's on the boundary. Jess.
Isaac Quainer is just getting some repairs down here on the Pies bench. He copped a knee knock and also opened up a bit of a cut on his knee, and they're having a little bit of trouble stopping the bleeding, but hopefully they'll get him patched up pretty soon and he'll get back out there.
Well, that's the old studs down the shin, I think, Bally. It's not pleasant.
Which he's had an issue with before.
Yeah, he did.
So he usually wears his right sock up to protect that area. So I wonder,
didn't he?
Yeah, so
Sam Wicks, who
that's
had the
right.
studs
Yeah.
up, actually
I wonder if you can
boots as a result of it.
Yeah, I wonder if you can find out which leg it is, Jess. That'll be an interesting side note to all of that as Himmelberg gets the clearance for the Crows after taking it out of the ruck. And side bottom, defensive mark. Centre half back, misses the handball, looking for Frampton. Frampton goes and picks it up under pressure. Handball to side bottom. Back flank for the Pies, tumbling a kick to the wing. Nick Dacos speeding after it. Happy to see it out. Carries it out for a throw-in.
And the other part of the game, we speak about the midfield, but Collingwood is simply running harder than Adelaide at the moment. So just running past them. Waves of numbers, more Collingwood jumpers at contest. So, you know, it's a 5-goal margin here pretty quickly that the Pies have, so the Crows want the next one.
Last 6 in the game, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Himmelberg wins it down. Laird's hand pass ended up with Pendlebury. Hand pass back into the pack. Pendlebury goes and gets it again. Sweeping hand pass forward, picked off by Hinge. Hand pass to Saligo. Just some gut running as he tucks the footy under his arm. Shares it with Laird. Hand pass to Dawson. Short kick to Fogarty, who takes the mark between wing and half forward. Fogarty kicks inside the forward arc, carries the head of Moore, picked up by Walker, slick hands to Murphy, hand pass inside to Keys, he shoots goalward, he misses. Out to the right, it was one the Crows needed. So Guana, 3-3-21, Collingwood 8-2-50, Pies by 29, 14 gone in the second. Jess Webster on the boundary.
It's the right leg that is the concern for Isaac Quainer. I'm not quite sure if that was the same leg that was injured in that Sam Wicks collision, but he's got it taped up. He's standing on the interchange gates ready to come back on.
That one's not doing the left footers union any favours, Ram.
Well, most left footers use their right as balance, and That's what it was only there for with Ben Keys.
That was his right leg as well.
Yeah.
So a deep 8-inch gash to his shin on that occasion after Sam Wicks got him. So they changed the actual studs that you're allowed to wear after that. He had the metal caps on. So that was August of 2020. He's been battling with it for a period of time, and now another wound to his leg today. A boundary throw in here, half forward for Adelaide.
Punch down by Cox. Keys steals it. Floats a kick for the Crows into the attacking pocket. Bouncing ball, and Moore gathers on the bounce, sees it out. Throw in deep in the left forward pocket here for Adelaide.
0437 774 774 the SMS. So 0437 774 774. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemans, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball. Collingwood by 29 midway through the second.
Cox slaps it down again to the front of the pack, diving over at Maynard. Trying to pick it up crisp, does so eventually. Gets a handball away towards Lipinski. Now Noble in the back pocket. He'll snap a kick beyond the defensive arc. Smith there, punches it down. Loose ball here on the half-forward flank for the Crows. Getting involved, Butts. He's wrestled down. It spills out to Keys again. Snaps another kick inside 50. Cox attacks it, brings it down. Crouch roves. Handball for Adelaide towards Rochelle. He can't gather it. Frampton goes in, tackled by Rochelle. And taken to ground, a ball up to come. 30 out from the attacking goal for Adelaide. They trail by 29, quarter-hour mark of this second term.
Pies with the last 6 goals in the game. 4 lead changes in the opening quarter. Swung on 4 consecutive goals at 1 point. And Collingwood have not looked back in this second term as Crisp from the stoppage kicks up the centre half back. McInnes competes, no mark, and a pack forms at his feet. Ball up 60 out from the Crows goal.
Just dialed it up a bit here, the Crows. A good 5 minutes. Need to try and find a way to score.
Cox palms it down to Nick Dacos, who's got it again. 15 in the opening quarter. Hurried kick forward, turnover. Butts takes the intercept mark just backward of the Sir Doug Nicholls round logo on the broadcast wing. Here at the MCG, it's Collingwood by 29.
Butts will kick the red footy towards half forward. Cox opposed to Himmelberg. Cox hands on it. Laird roves it. Back feeds a handball. Rankin from the wing. Driving ball to full forward. And Moore's there to mark. At fullback for the Pies Rammer.
Braden Maynard just arms right around. He's hugging Taylor Walker.
Kick to the half-back flank. Richards away towards Lipinski. They cough it up the Pies. Onto it Jones. Now Murphy dribbles it inside 50. Cook handball back outside 50. Murphy from 55 towards full forward. Unable to mark Fogarty. It spills down in the goal square. Side bottom gets involved. Slips a tackle. Gets a handball away. More a handball to Josh Dacos. Clearing kick from the back pocket.
Goes to Bobby Hill, who leaps up. 2 Crows hit the deck. Hill outnumbered the leaper, and yet he's going to give away a free kick. Didn't touch the footy in the sky. And now it's going to go to the Crows. But, gee, I thought for a moment he was going to make both of them look silly there. Bobby Hill. Himmelberg and Smith. And in the end, the Crows earn the free kick. So Himmelberg, about 70 metres out at half forward, just lays it up to the hot spot. 2 Pies compete, Cox and Moore. They spell it between the pair of them. And then Rochelle lays a huge tackle at ground level, and we'll have a ball up, 15 out from the Adelaide goal.
Well, it's a good little period. I mean, it's 11 inside 50s to 4, Renner. Problem is, Collingwood have kicked 4 goals from those 4 entries. Crows have only kicked 2 points for the quarter, so they've just got to find a way here to hit the scoreboard.
Stoppage at full forward for the Crows, but Cox wins the tap. Straight to Nick Dacos. He'll send his left foot ball up towards the wing. And Dawson's there to mark. In fact, Michael Lanny for the Crows, who kicks to half forward. Unable to mark there. Himmelberg spills down to Butts. Handball to Keys inside 50. Swings on to the left. Fires on goal and misses the lot. It's the behind post. Out of bounds on the full. Collingwood by 29. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 10 from the MCG.
Wasn't his best finish there, but 93rd consecutive game for Ben Keys, which is the 6th longest streak in the AFL. And Bally, in another life, you were chatting with him,
trying to woo him to the Essendon VFL team. Gosh, that seems like an eternity ago, doesn't it?
It's an amazing career revival,
it is,
From the scrap heap to have great continuity now, and what a second act in AFL footy he's created for himself as Collingwood on the half-back line, side bottom, dangerous, hand pass turns it over. Rochelle links up with Rankin, centre half forward for Adelaide, hand pass to Walker, gets around Maynard, gets his leg free, shoots goalward but misses everything. Out on the full. As you said, momentum has turned. Adelaide with a period of dominance here and yet not putting points on the board. They trail by 29 as we tick into time on in the second quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Josh Dacos, back pocket for the Pies. Runs to the defensive arc, stabs it short to Noble. In the shadows of the Olympic stand. Right half back here for Collingwood. Game 100. That 2019 mid-season draft was the first with the reintroduction of it. Picked 14, as you said earlier, Corbin. What a story he's been. Side bottom onto Moore at centre half back. Kicks out into the sunshine. Tracking it, Frampton. Knocks it to his own advantage. He'll kick around the wing and spot up Lipinski.
First since 92. Mid-season draft as Lipinski turns heads down to half forward. Hoskin Elliott leaping up, no mark, but follows up at ground level. Turns, kicks Collingwood inside the forward 50. Himmelberg left it behind. Cox collects. His hand pass back into dispute. Himmelberg had it, lost it under pressure. Spills Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos shoots goalward and the goalkeeper is back. It's Braden Cook. Is that winger running from goalpost to goalpost back to save the day. Last line of defence for Goorna. And the Crows with the footy in the back pocket, short to Murphy, and Murphy will go back to Smith in the defensive goal square. So we've got our first 100-gamer from that draft.
Yes.
And it also produced a premiership player, of course, in Marlon Pickett on debut.
Yes.
In 2019 GF.
Is that John Newcombe as well?
I think so, number 2 overall.
Yeah.
Smith in the back pocket, runs around, receives the handball from Murphy. Long kick up to the wing. Cameron camps underneath it. Free kick. Walker shepherded out of it. Crows with it on the wing. Long kick inside 50. Fogarty goes to ground. Frampton brings it to ground. Frampton first to recover. Picks it up in the back pocket for Collingwood. Handball to side bottom. Handball infield to Maynard. Wants to kick on his left. Will go towards the wing looking for Cameron. Stands in front of the pack. Out the back it goes. McInnes trying to get there. Murphy beats him to it. Adelaide back in possession on the wing. Smith away to Keane, who goes short to Butts. And Butts takes the mark right on the centre line. Members' side of the ground.
There's no flow in their ball movement. Is it, Ram? It's all hard work for the Crows. I mean, they've controlled the last 15 minutes of the game, but there's no overlap. There's no dare in their ball movement. It's all kick mark, now allowing Collingwood to set up behind the ball.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. As Butts goes to Keane, who moves it to Hamill inside the centre square, kicks along the edge of it. Mark taken by Crouch, stabs it short to Dawson. Still inside the middle of the MCG. The Crows captain looks inside 50, waits a kick for Himmelberg, who pops up to mark it. Plum in front, 35 out.
Smart kick, wasn't it? From the skipper, who's got going a bit, up to 8 possessions for the quarter, Jordan Dawson. He's certainly one player who you want the ball in the hands of. Kicking it inside 50. He just has to kick this. Elliot Himmelberg.
Starts his approach inside the centre square. Now inside 50, boot to ball. Is a beautiful drop punt. And it's a goal that the Crows desperately needed. Back to 23 points. Here's the margin, 8-2-50 Collingwood. Adelaide 4-3-27, 22 minutes into this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
It's the first time, really, Bally, where they've got a little bit of ball coming back through the centre of the ground there, the Crows. So
She's just looking at the replay. I don't know what Darcy Moore is doing. Or Darcy Cameron, one of the two.
It's Cameron. He does
both sort of in dreamland.
He's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. It's okay to get back in and fill in space, but you've got to have an awareness of the opposition jumpers around you.
An opponent's there in front of you, 10 metres. You've got to go to that opponent. Like, you've got to turn your head. Yep, they're all covered behind me. The most dangerous player there was Himmelberg, and Dawson went straight to him.
23 points, Collingwood's lead. Time on in this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. A hurried kick forward from the Magpies off the boot of Nick Dacos, but the goalie's locked up, trying to claim the mark. Ump says it wasn't 15. Led you astray too, Rammer. It was the following year. John Newcombe, number 2 overall, 2020.
Just looking at that now. Sam Durham was number 9 for Essendon.
Adelaide breakaway beautifully here. Crouch to Rochelle, hand pass to Rankin, kicks to the top of the goal square. Moore collects for Collingwood. Murphy tackles him to ground. The ump says, I'll have it. And boundary, ball up rather, left forward pocket for Adelaide.
Ash Johnson, number 3 for Collingwood. Ned Moyle, number 5 for Gold Coast.
That was back in 2020, so 4 years on. A lot of good service from those players in AFL teams across the comp. On the restart, Rochelle, hand pass to Dawson, gives it back to Rochelle. Clever, paddles it to Rankin, just missed him. The ball rolls out of bounds, left forward pocket for Guana. With the Adelaide Crows throughout Sir Doug Nicholls' round, so 4-3-27. The Crows, they lead at Collingwood 8-2-50. They trail Collingwood 8-2-50. The Pies by 23 points, time on in the second.
You're a player agent, Rama. How did you miss all those players?
Oh, you can't get them all, Benny. You know that.
O'Brien wins the tap down. Going after it, crisp. Shovels a handball out towards the middle of the ground. Coming through Hoskin Elliott. He can't pick it up. Dawson goes in and does. Now gets a handball back towards centre half forward. Piling in Oleg Markov on top of Keys. And a ball up right on the attacking edge of the square here for the Crows. 23 points. Collingwood's lead. 25 minutes into their second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Nick Dacos again picks it up. Hooks a clearing kick up towards the wing. Bouncing ball for Bobby Hill. Paddles to his own advantage. Right there with him, Keane. Hamill comes in to help out. Gathers for the Crows. Handball to Crouch. Room to just cool it down. Back to Hinge. Sweeping handball away to Michael Lanny. He'll kick laterally to the back pocket and then Curvis can gather.
And then Curvis goes further wide to Braden Cook, who marks against the boundary line right half back. Collingwood by 23. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. And the Crows work it back inside the field, back inside the corridor as Hinge kicks into the middle for Crouch. Hand pass to Hamill, looks inside the forward 50. Noble punches it away, but straight into the lap of Murphy. Runs into the forward pocket. Decided to handball. Gave it away to Fogarty. Steps around a tackler. Hooks through a second in a row for the Crows. It wasn't easy work, but they got there. A goal for Guana. 26 minutes travelled in the second term. Collingwood's lead cut to 17. 8-2-50, the Magpies. Adelaide 5-3-33. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Calling touch, Benny.
It just looked like it deflected when it went past the goalpost. Now, it was bending that way, so it may have just been that the bend really kicked in, but whether it nicked the goalpost on the way through it, I don't know.
Well, a little look here. Oh,
no, I think it's all good. Yeah, I mean, they make hard work of it, but they just reward for it. And it was a kick inside, wasn't it, to bring the ball back in through the corridor, some overlap run from Hamill and into an open forward line, accessing the corridor and the open side. And
he won that initial contest, Hamill.
That was the key.
Yeah, with Bobby Hill across half back, and they were able to work the ball through handballs. So good play, Will Hamill.
Restart in the middle. Collingwood come away with it. Pendlebury feeds it back to the ruckman. Cameron kicks inside 50. Nankervis couldn't complete the mark, but will win a free kick. 40 out from his defensive goal. Last two goals the way of Adelaide. 30-point deficit reduced to 17. Great to have you with us for Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Rankin sends it out wide and the mark taken by Butts.
Yeah, it's gone to sleep a bit, the Pies, the last 15 minutes of this game. The Crows have absolutely dominated. All
Butts
that.
kicking around the wing. Dawson flies at it. Saligo roves. Tucks under the arm of O'Brien, then feeds a handball out to Chase. Kick to half forward. Murphy accepts it. Now he looks inside 50. And he finds a target. Tiptoeing around the boundary. He'll kick long to full forward. Rochelle in the long sleeves. Stands in front of the pack and takes the mark.
Another example. In the end, it's an uncontested mark. I think Noble's opponent there, they've just switched off a bit defensively. The Pies haven't respected. I mean, there's some dangerous players ahead of the ball here for the Crows. We know that. Given time and space, they'll cut you up. Murphy's had a good little patch. He's been involved.
The Crows are working their way back into this match. Josh Rochelle knocks it through. Rocky Rochelle's throwing some punches and the Crows are landing a few too. Back to just 11 points. 8-2-50 plays 6-3-39. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, well, that's 18 inside 50s to 6 in this quarter for Adelaide. 3 goals, 2 to 4 goals. So that's a lot of inside 50 for probably not as much reward as they should. The Crows, and you look now, Crouch is starting to get on top in the middle of the ground. Jordan Dawson's starting to get his hands on the ball. Rankin's starting to get his hands on the ball. So just starting to turn this last 5 minutes for the Crows, just turning nicely.
Last 3 of the game for Adelaide. Collingwood's lead cut to 11. Back in the middle, Nick Dacos. First touch again. Hand pass away towards Noble. For the Pies, gives it to De Goey. Kicks out to high half forward. Sullivan, the target, pitches in front of him. Just collects it inside the boundary line. Between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Cox got a touch on it. Spills through Adelaide's way, though, as... Keane, hand pass to Saligo, kicks into the middle of the ground for the Crows. Looking for Dawson, couldn't trap it, spills to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to brother Josh, kicks deep into the forward pocket. Hill flies to the footy, no mark, spills down to Rankin. Hand pass picked off, Hill just inside the boundary line, fumbles it out of play. And a boundary throw-in right forward pocket for Collingwood. Pies by 11 points, 90 seconds before half-time.
Collingwood kicked 6 unanswered goals to extend out a 30-point lead. Adelaide with the last 3, just 11 points, as Corbin said. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, slapping it down. Cox, crouched there in the back pocket. Rose in possession, handball away to Rankin. He'll send his kick up to the wing. Up goes the pack off the hands of the pack. Maynard Rose, handball to Quaynor. Pies with it forward of the wing. Handball around the boundary line. Rankin attacks it. Keeps it in the end. Shovels a handball back towards Himmelberg. It'll get back towards Rankin, who tries to duck under a tackle. Handball for Saligo. Saligo slices through them and releases Jones.
Jones off the back flank, kicks to a 2-on-1. Dawson and Moore, the two captains, tangle. Somehow Dawson got a pretty good play on the footy. As soon as he grabs it, side bottom tackles him. Dawson hand pass out in front, recollects and he's
he did really well. There was a 2-on-1 there. Darcy Moore, still side bottom. Jordan Dawson. And to get a restart here, the Crows have done really well. Jordan Dawson, terrific.
The Pies by 11, 31 gone second term. Cameron palms it down. There's Matt Crouch, though, for Adelaide. Sweeping hand pass to Rankin. Trying to nutmeg Maynard. It's picked off by sidebottom. Can whack it back the other way. Kicks a torp down the wing for the Magpies.
Looking for Cox. Now Butts tracking it back to Goey. Tracking him. Cox too. Cox applies the tackle. Umpire shielding his eyes from the sun. He'll run into the shadows and say, give it to me. I'll ball it up. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, Jess Webster on the boundary. Ball up half forward here for the Pies. Tracking it to Goey. Chris picks it up, swings onto his left. High ball, shallow inside 50 entry. No one can mark it. Spills. Hill soccers it on. Tries to track it. Might have been wrenched off it. No free kick. Hamill gathers inside D50 for the Crows. Gives it off to Scholl and a thumping kick.
Kicks to Keys and Pendlebury in a one-on-one. Ball hits the deck. Quaynor comes to lend a hand. Kind bounce for Keys. He just hits it off the deck. Soccers down to half forward. Frampton picks up the footy. And he'll be the last man with it as the siren goes to signal the end of the first half. Well, Collingwood looked like they were going to put this game to bed halfway through the second quarter. They led by 30 points at the 13-minute mark. And Adelaide not only saved face, but they've got themselves back in the game. They've kicked the last 3 goals. And at half-time, the Magpies lead it by 11 points. The reigning premiers, 8-2-50. Guana, 6-3-39. Half-time at the MCG, it is Collingwood by 11. The goal kickers to half-time. Scott Pendlebury, the only multiple goal kicker, and he kicked both of those in the opening term. And then we have single goals for De Goey, Schultz, Hill, McInnes, Richards and Hoskin Elliott. While for Adelaide, 6 goals, 6 different goal kickers. Murphy, Rochelle, Walker, Cook, Fogarty and Himmelberg. Off the SMS, Rob says, just wondering, is there any statistical evidence which supports the use of 4 central umpires? Or is it just a matter of reducing workload from Rob? And similarly on the umpires earlier today, Mary said, please let us have a fair game. Last year in the game, poor umpiring gave it to Collingwood. Of course, there was that controversial missed decision, which
there was,
the Crows out with Jordan Dawson.
Only 4 free kicks each. That's one thing that's not. And the game has been reasonably free-flowing, but it's they haven't had any impact or involvement in this game to half-time at all.
It's never. I'm not an umpire warrior.
Do 4 umpires work?
I don't notice it.
Neither do I.
To be honest with you, so
there was a few moments I think early last year when they were experimenting it with the umpires on a court looking at each other, but I'm a bit similar to you guys. Collingwood by 11 points at halftime. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, look, probably a bit of a tale of 2 quarters really there. You know, Collingwood, I thought in the first quarter and even probably the first half of the second quarter were really good. Their run, their carry, their clearance work was absolutely terrific. And then the back part of that second quarter, the Crows sort of kicked into gear. I thought what was most impressive with that for the Crows is they started to be adventurous with their ball movement. Their handball receives in that quarter 44-27. So they wanted to move the ball. They wanted to start to test Collingwood. In that sort of first quarter and a half, they weren't testing Collingwood at all. Collingwood had them pinned to the boundary. And then they couldn't get the ball back inside the corridor to really get that handball receive game going. So once they started to do that through the mid part of that second quarter, it put Collingwood on the back foot and made their defenders actually have to defend somebody. Yeah. Whereas, we mentioned John Noble a number of times just running. He had a license to run and go and move, and had plenty of the ball in that first half. He had the 18 possessions off a half-back flank in that first half. Nick Dacos was terrific in that first half. 24 possessions and 10 clearances. I think most would be happy with that for a game. So, he's done that in half of football. Pendlebury was really good, but I just felt just late in that quarter, you could see Adelaide taking the risk through the middle of the ground, taking risks through kick and through both handball, and that sort of got them back into it. So those last 3 goals come in a 5-minute period there, from the 23rd minute to the 28th minute. So, allowed them back into the game. And I think it would give Collingwood something to think about in that quarter. Started to get a couple of one-on-ones with Darcy Fogarty. Started to get a couple of one-on-ones with Taylor Walker, and that's what they want. Collingwood's forwards are really not doing too much. Like Mason Cox, what's he had for the game there, Paulie? I haven't seen him much
just
at all.
3 possessions. Hill 2, McInnes 1, Schultz 4. So they're not getting anything at all out of their front half. We know that they're down on personnel, but and they were starved of opportunity that quarter, weren't they? But they're not getting a hell of a lot from their forwards at the moment, Collingwood. So I think the pressure dropped off too, Ram. That was the main thing. I think, and you mentioned Noble, and sometimes, your great strength can come back to bite you a bit. Clearly, he's got that's right. He had the license to run off, and all of a sudden, when it comes back the other way, you take a few liberties on how you defend, and you picture the last 2 goals there. I mean, Josh Rochelle basically taking a mark, an uncontested mark, 20 metres out directly in front of goal. Noble there just giving him too much rope because he was caught in an offensive mindset. I thought Collingwood's last 15 minutes there, and that was the issue. I thought their pressure dropped right away. They were pretty poor, really, and Adelaide were able to control field position, dominate inside 50s for the quarter, and in the end they probably could have been a lot closer. So that'll be a reset, I think, from Collingwood in terms of their defensive mindset. I mean, look, it's been a really low, we spoke about the free kick count, really sort of low pressure, low tackle game. I think, was it 38-40? Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stat. But that quarter really did open up, and Collingwood's pressure, which we know is their one wood, fell away.
And that's totally mindset?
Yeah, of course it is. Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. So they kicked the first 4 goals. Okay, this looks like it might be a nice day out at the G. Well, no. This is a team that's fighting and scrapping to stay in touch with the 8. That's not the case.
It's a bit of go for the jugular when you get the chance.
Absolutely. And I reckon that's the thing. And again, it's a bit of a personnel thing. We know that they've got some numbers down for the ball, the Pies, but that's the one thing where they haven't been able to do. Even last year when they got on a run, they weren't able to, as you say, Remo, go for the jugular and put a big gap on. Turn a 4 or 5 goal lead into an 8, 9, 10 goal and absolutely stuff any opportunity out, whereas they left the door open. Adelaide's mids got going a bit. The skipper got going. He had 12. He was terrific that quarter.
Crouch got it around contests.
And Rankin and a bit of brilliance from Rankin and Murphy and Rochelle. So all of a sudden we got a ball game. It's good.
The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. It's half-time at the MCG as Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues. A standalone Saturday afternoon fixture here on ABC Sport, and it is the Magpies by 11 points. More of your thoughts on the SMS. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. So we'll take a few more of those on the other side of the latest from the ABC newsroom. Second half action not far away as well, with the Pies on top by 11. We'll be back in 5 minutes. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in that newsroom.
Hello, ABC News with Tanmay Navada. Business groups say the annual pay increase for Australia's lowest paid workers shouldn't be too high because of the cost of living relief announced in the federal budget. The Fair Work Commission conducts the annual wage review each year and asks governments, employers and unions to make submissions. In their revised submissions, large business groups argue that energy bill relief and additional rental assistance included in the budget need to be factored in when the panel makes its final decision. But Treasurer Jim Chalmers says cost of living relief is not meant to replace an increase in wages.
I say to the business groups making these points, Australians are doing it tough. The Commonwealth Government is doing its bit. We need business to do its bit as well. We want to see fair and decent wages for Australian workers on top of cost of living relief, not instead of it.
The United Nations has stressed that people in Gaza will continue to die unless conditions dramatically change for the better. Aid deliveries have begun arriving to the territory through a new maritime corridor and a temporary floating pier built by US armed forces. The UN has agreed to assist in coordinating the delivery and distribution of supplies. Deputy spokesperson Farhan Haq says hopes the aid will help civilians, but has reiterated the port won't be able to replace land routes.
The floating dock is intended to supplement existing land crossings of aid into Gaza, including Rafah, Kerem Shalom, and Erez. It is not meant to replace any crossings. This is an ongoing multinational effort to deliver additional aid to Palestinians in Gaza through a maritime corridor that is entirely humanitarian in nature.
Students at Curtin University in Perth are entering their 15th day of on-campus pro-Palestinian demonstrations following counter-protests from pro-Israeli groups yesterday. Students for Palestine WA and student members of the Curtin University Guild set up an encampment on the 2nd of May, joining students from universities across the country. The group says it wants Curtin University to divest from weapons companies, cut ties with Israeli universities and denounce the destruction of Gaza. Curtin University would not say whether it had received any complaints about harassment experienced by students at the protests. Authorities in central Afghanistan are continuing their search for the perpetrators of a shooting in the city of Bamiyan. 3 Spanish tourists and an Afghan citizen has been killed, with several others injured, as the BBC's Caroline Davies reports.
Early reports of the attack were confirmed by a spokesperson for the Taliban government on Friday night. In a statement, he said that the shooting was against the public and that there were further foreigners and Afghans also injured in the incident. Security forces are currently trying to find the killers and 4 people have been arrested. One eyewitness told the BBC that the attackers were 2 people in a car. Images of the scene show several bodies lying in the street.
The man who assaulted the husband of former US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi in 2022 is expected to appeal against a 30-year prison sentence. The court was told David DePape, who broke into their home and fractured Paul Pelosi's skull with a hammer, was motivated by right-wing conspiracy theories. After the sentencing, US Federal Attorney Abraham Simmons read a statement on behalf of prosecutors.
Today's sentence reflects David DePape's lack of remorse and contrition for violently assaulting Mr. Pelosi. The court's sentence will ensure that DePape will not be able to use violence to pollute the political process.
Back home, a Sydney children's author has been charged with grooming a minor online. Brooke Chandler reports.
Earlier this month, police began investigating an interstate report that a 41-year-old was allegedly sending inappropriate photos and videos to someone he thought was a 13-year-old girl. Yesterday, officers arrested Oliver Pomervan, a children's author and teacher. He faced Fairfield Local Court and was released on bail. Police allege Mr. Pomervan used his position to engage inappropriately with children online. Mr. Pomervan has published more than 10 books, including the upper primary book, Tyrific.
And in sport, Rapidos centre Jack Whiten will make his 250th NRL appearance when South Sydney take on the Cowboys at Brisbane's Lang Park in Magic Round. Both teams are struggling this season, with South Sydney having won just 5 of their past 22 matches, dating back to round 12 last year. In today's other games, the Gold Coast take on Newcastle and the Roosters take on ladder leaders Cronulla Sutherland. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team.
How did he do it? Game, set,
this season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Knocking it down, O'Brien. Onto it quickly, though, Cameron for the Pies. Sullivan comes and picks it up, tumbles the ball inside 50. Cox is there. Bobby Hill on the burst through. Can't gather it. Hinge tracking it back. Worried out of it. Leaves it behind. And Richards snaps a goal. To the goey. Advantage taken. Gives it off to McRae. He'll kick across the square. Josh Dacos on the centre line. Pokes it out in front of Noble. Gathers half forward for the Pies. Low ball for a leading Schultz. Diving low down, he takes it. Boot the ball from just inside the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. And that is a special kick. Collingwood are in takeover mode.
Richards collects, hand pass to Schultz, tumbles a kick goal. Took an unkind bounce late. Still might work out. McInnes runs onto it, hooks through the goal. Half a dozen in a row for the Magpies. Crouch, hand pass to Hamill, looks inside the forward 50. Noble punches it away, but straight into the lap of Murphy. Runs into the forward pocket. Decided to handball. Gave it away to Fogarty. Steps around a tackler. Hooks through a second in a row for the Crows.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. It looked as if Collingwood were about to break the game wide open, leading by 5 goals halfway through the quarter. And yet the Crows rally and they kick the last 3 goals. So at halftime, it's Collingwood by 11 points. The reigning premiers 8-2-50. They lead Guana, which is the Ghana First Nations word for crows. So the Adelaide team known as Guana during Sir Doug Nicholls round 6-3-39. So an 11-point advantage for the Pies at halftime. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron. Now premiership pair Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, and Jess Webster is on the boundary. Off the SMS from Brendan in Hobart. Hi, will Dan McStay be back this year? Well, he's back training and he certainly believes he's going to be. It will be towards the back third of the year if possible. But it looks like they'll get him at some stage. Still TBC on the injury list.
Yeah, saw some good footage of him training this week. He'd be working through his progressions, as they say. Rama, did you do a knee? I know I did one. I think you can try and come back earlier. Sometimes it is just a time thing, depending on if you had any complications or not, which I don't believe he did. They do like to say not too long before that 12-month period, and obviously training's so different to what you have to put your body through in a game. But given we're not even halfway through the season, you would say that he's very much on track for some footy in the back half of the year, which will be here. Because we're just talking off here now. Collingwood's forward line at the moment, and we know this, it's very makeshift. They're just trying to find a way to scrounge winning scores, aren't they? Especially with Howe going out too early last week and Meyer check out. So
the 2 forwards they don't want out is Meyer and Elliott.
Yeah, and Elliott's of course the other one. They had really good starts to the year. So they're very much just patching up holes today. Young McInnes gets his chance, hasn't taken it as yet. He's only had the one possession, kicked the goal, the ball fell in his arms, and he kicked the goal. Mason Cox only had the 3 possessions with 1 mark. So. Yep, it's been hard work forward of the ball, and that presents an opportunity for the Crows here in this second half.
Stan off the SMS. Corbin, can you answer this at halftime, please? Seven hasn't had a game on free-to-air on Sunday since the season started. This Sunday they have a game. Do you know why? Talking about free-to-air. So basically the more Thursday nights and random other slots they have, so being things like...
They take it from...
Sunday over. They take it from that pool. So things like Easter Monday blockbuster, the Good Friday game, what else? Anzac Day Eve. Basically, these games get withdrawn from the Sunday schedule. And so as the season gets more condensed and we go back to the traditional Friday, Saturday, Sunday slot, you will see more Sunday games on Channel 7 on free-to-air. And this is beautiful from Paul in Mount Dunedin. Visiting my dad in aged care, sadly he has dementia. However, as soon as I put on the ABC footy call, his ears pricked up. He was a great player in his day, and footy is embedded in his long-term memory. Thanks for making it a great arvo. Go Pies, Dad says. So that's nice. Awesome to be able to hear from you, Paul, and shout out to your old man as well. Great to be able to have you with us on ABC Sport this afternoon. Just in some other sport, there's a particular golf tournament which is going on at the moment in Valhalla.
There's no possible way any human could have missed what happened last night. night.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that Xander Schauffele's leading the tournament, so shot 3 under in his round yesterday to be the leader by 1 stroke at 12 under, ahead of Colin Morikawa at 11 under. But there's one man, Ben, in particular who is tied for 4th, shot 5 under in his second round. He's 9 under for the tournament, 3 shots off the lead. The world number 1, Scott Scheffler.
Oh, I couldn't believe it last night. I was scrolling through Twitter. The game between Carlton and Sydney had got a bit boring, and I saw this tweet from Jeff Darlington, and I thought it was a fake Jeff Darlington account. Then I clicked on it and said, no, I follow him. This is the real Jeff Darlington account, and this has happened.
ESPN reporter?
Yeah, ESPN reporter. Scotty Scheffler has been led away in cuffs after allegedly breaching a traffic misdemeanour, and then I just watched it explode from there. The coverage was phenomenal. Videos came out.
When it came back to air at 10:30, because they had a delay and then they showed the previous round, but at 10:30, how they reported on it from 10:30 to about 11:30 was...
With really only about 3 sentences worth of information.
Correct, but it was like...
Well, I mean, I was immediately thinking he's going to miss his tee time, which will leave him DQ'd.
But then the owner of the golf club went and picked him up from jail.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah. Just went and picked him up from jail, drove him back to the club. He walked straight in and shoots 66.
Yeah, birdied the first and shot 66.
Unbelievable.
My theory is that he'll play poorly in round 3. An adrenaline dump overnight, it'll catch up with him a bit and play poorly.
He's the world number 1.
I was going to say, with the average player, that might be the case, but this guy's shown an ability to... I mean, he had his first baby 2 weeks ago, so it's all happening.
He's a freak when it comes to compartmentalising, isn't he?
Yeah, absolute freak, yeah. And who's the leader again? Is there a name in world sport, the surname in world sport, butchered more than...
Xander, we don't want to say it. Schauffele.
Souffle.
I've heard Schauffele.
Xander Schauffele. He normally leads early and then falls flat like a souffle, sort of in the last few rounds.
Very good.
If you were living under a rock, so Scotty Scheffler, the Masters champion, world number 1, a maintenance worker, tragically was fatally struck by a shuttle bus.
We can't forget about that either.
Yeah.
And he did an excellent job. As soon as he fronted up, Scotty Scheffler at his press conference basically said, hey, before I start, thoughts with the family here. This is a horrific accident which caused a traffic build-up as a result on the road leading into Valhalla Golf Club in Louisville. In a lane that was dedicated to tournament traffic, Scheffler drove his car past a police car. He was chased down by a police officer who actually jumped on his car and then eventually stopped as the policeman started hitting the side of the car with his torch. He was then yanked from the car, placed into cuffs, and then taken to jail as a result. It was all filmed, as we just touched on, by an ESPN reporter at the time. He is facing 4 charges, including a felony of second-degree assault of a police officer. So they are serious charges, and he's got 4 of them in front of him, Scott Scheffler. And in the middle of that, he's come out and shot 5 under and is right in the mix to win a golf major.
Jeff Darlington, he took his moment last night.
Yeah.
He really took his moment.
He must be just spending the whole week with Scotty Scheffler, because he was tweeting the night before. Yeah. Scotty's the last one to leave the range. He's now having a party. He's eventually leaving the ground. So I assume his role for the whole week was
follow him
to trail Scotty Scheffler, and that extended through to 5 o'clock the next morning.
Right place, right time. And if you are a golf person, he's not a controversial figure either, which is
very vanilla.
Yeah, to think that kind of guy is in this position. Second half upon us at the MCG. It is Collingwood by 11 points. Here with Ben Cameron.
O'Brien winning the tap down to Laird, who's swung off his kick, just gets a 10-metre kick forward for the Crows. Rankin goes in, picks it up. Handball to Laird, who's now in space. He'll float a kick to half forward. Bouncing ball. Walker out after it. Josh Dacos tracking it too. Can't gather it. Worries Jones out of it. Then picks it up. The Pies down the members' wing through Josh Dacos. Kick up to Reef McInnes. Doesn't take the mark. Bobby Hill swoops onto it. Runs through a few. Handball to Pendlebury. He'll kick towards half forward. Crisp takes it. Wants to get it out towards right half forward. Has a man out there. Michaelani chops it off. Adelaide in possession.
Hand pass to Keys and the last bit of sunshine. The shadows lengthening already just after 3 o'clock local time. Kicks down the wing. No clean pickup. Fogarty comes through, collects. Hand pass away towards Shoal, who pokes it inside 50. Walker marks. Gets up. Shoots goalward. Misses. Behind. A behind for Taylor Walker, so opportunity.
Kicks those in his sleep, usually called.
10-point lead for the Pies. 1 minute into the third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Unfortunate news for Collingwood down here, guys. Will Hoskin-Elliott has been subbed out of the game. The official word from the club is that it's a hamstring injury, so Harvey Harrison comes on for him, but unfortunately another player injured for the Pies down here, Will Hoskin-Elliott, out of the game.
Well, it is unfortunate for the Pies because he's got a bit of size and got some aerial capabilities forward of the ball. Whereas really now, I mean, with Cox rucking on and off, it's McInnes is the only one that's got a bit of size and a bit of aerial ability forward of the ball.
Collingwood on the wing. Nick Dacos to brother Josh, as they so often do, waxing the footy. He whacks his kick inside 50 and taken by Butts.
The first example. You know, you got Bobby Hill, Schultz, and Harrison there, all smalls really.
And little Richards as well.
Yeah.
The smallest forward line ever assembled.
Well, it's got to be a lot of chaos ball, I think.
Yeah,
a lot of ball on the ground rather than trying to, hit those targets.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 10 points. 2 minutes into the third term. Jones on a half-back flank. Kicks the Crows around the wing. Fogarty goes up, caught behind, punches it out. Throwing to come. Called Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, Jess Webster on the boundary.
So you talk about that forward line. Elliott, McCreery, Myercheck, McStay long term. Even Jeremy Howe,
who played forward last week.
Shift forward. And now Hoskin and Elliott all on the injury list for the Pies. Schultz missed last week with suspension, so lucky he's back. But Hoskin Elliott out of the game at half-time with a hammy. From the boundary throw-in, O'Brien rips it out of the ruck for the Crows. Hand pass away to Keys, kicks forward, but Quaynor takes the intercept mark. The shadows almost across the entire ground. The floodlights not on as Quaynor goes short to Nick Dacos. He butchers that. Turns it clean over to Saligo. Another flower bag back to centre half forward. Adelaide at least with the numbers. Keys can't trap it. Maynard extracts it. Hand pass away to Harrison. He gives it to Pendlebury. Handball to Goey in the middle of the G.
He kicks inside 50. Bobby Hill tracking it back. He marks 40 out. He'll poke it to McInnes. Has Schultz on. Doesn't want to take it. He'll go back and have a look at the sticks.
One pass inside 50 is enough. Don't tempt fate twice.
Yeah. Just a turnover, wasn't it? It was.
Maybe
maybe
it was two turnovers. The first one was Collingwood, then Adelaide turned it back over.
Yeah,
really shallow inside their forward 50. And then Collingwood went to go. A beautiful kick to Bobby Hill.
Reef McInnes, a goal in every game he's played this year. Already has one today. His set shot from 35 makes it 2 for him. And a stabilising goal to start the second half for the Pies. David Roden with the big cheesy between the sticks. 9-2, 56 plays, 6-4, 40. Collingwood by 16 points, 4 minutes into the second. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, it was a double turnover, wasn't it? Nick Dacos, who's actually had plenty of the footy, only kicked it at 36% today, Nick, so he'll want to tidy that up. But Jake Saligo, it was just a lazy kick, wasn't it? He had time. He would have had players on ahead of the ball, and he turns it straight back over, and then the Pies just go straight up the highway, straight through the middle of the ground. And you're right, great kick from Jordan De Goey just to land it in Bobby Hill's hands. And that's probably going to have to, as you said, they're not going to be able to just bomb it long to a tall. They're going to have to find different ways to score and bring the ball to ground, let the smalls get to work.
As Ben said, handy goal for Collingwood just to straighten up. They lead by 16. Rankin, though, out of the middle for the Crows. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Frampton whacks it away. Still a live footy as it hits the deck inside Adelaide's forward 50. Moore and Walker tangle up, and the ball is held in there, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Thrown up in the hot spot here for the Crows, about 20 metres out from their goal. At the city end of the ground. Third quarter action. Cameron palms it down. Rochelle, though, for Guana. Hand pass out to Tex. Gives it to Himmelberg. Hand pass to Jones. He's tackled, lost it. Himmelberg chucks on top of it. Pack forms around him. And a ball up, centre half forward for Adelaide. Collingwood by 16 points. 5 gone third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Up it goes. O'Brien slapping it down. Rankin trying to come through. Can't emerge with the footy. Spills out to Himmelberg. On the attacking arc for the Crows. To Dawson. To Hamill. Left foot kick. Just inside 50. Scholl picks it up. Shovels a handball to Walker. Half forward flank. Swings on to the left. High ball to full forward. Fogarty rising at it. Doesn't drag in the mark. Tumbles out. 450 stoppage coming up. In the left forward pocket. Here for Adelaide.
He's had the 4 possessions, Darcy Fogarty. Only had the 1 mark today. It's been an almost game. His hands have been there to a number of contests. Just can't get a mark.
Goalless in 3 of his 4 away games this year, Rammer.
Yeah.
He doesn't travel overly well. Darcy Fogarty, Cameron, bringing it to the front. Coming through. Richards, slick hands to Pendlebury. Slick hands to Lipinski. Now Nick Dacos down the wing, gives it to the run of Crisp.
The AFL's Iron Man as he sends it down to half forward. McInnes, who's kicked Collingwood's last two, got hands to it, no mark. Yep, follows up though, gives it to Nick Dacos, kicks to centre half forward. And not a tidy kick, missed Harrison. Harrison goes back, lays a big tackle on Michael Lanny, and the ball's held in centre half forward for the Magpies. To reinforce Paul and his father's experience off the SMS, I'm sitting with my mum, who's 95, also with dementia, listening to the Adelaide Collingwood game. She, Noreen, is listening for a Crows win. So
lovely.
Shout out to you, Noreen, and thanks for your contribution off the SMS.
Wonderful to hear the Highs get it moving inside, attacking 50. Bobby Hill can't pick it up. Crows come away with it. Saligo kicking up for Fogarty. Right there with him, Moore punches it out of his hands and out of play. And a throw in half-forward flank here for Adelaide. Collingwood by 16.
What do you think, Benny? It's the mattress or the pillows at the hotel for Fogarty?
Oh, yeah, maybe the buffet. That would be my issue at the hotel.
Boundary throwing. O'Brien, first hands on the footy. Slips through the legs of Cameron, his opposing ruckman. In the end, laid a tackle on Hinge and then released him. And so Hinge releases the footy. Got it out to Laird. Hand pass to the big man. O'Brien puts boot the ball but turns it over.
Interstate trips, I'd take my own pillow.
You take it to gather round?
No, didn't need it really.
Isn't that true? It's Maynard, defensive side of the wing. Goes back to Quaynor, and Quaynor all the way back to Frampton at centre half back. 16-point lead for Collingwood, 8 gone third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. One of their 16 premiership pies out there. Frampton kicks down the wing. No mark. Spills towards Schultz. Hand pass to Lipinski. Handball to Quaynor. Hand pass releases Richards up to halfway. Sends Collingwood down to half forward. McInnes drops a chest mark. Under a bit of pressure from Keane. Dawson, the Adelaide skipper. Floats through, collects, dangerous kick inboard. Wanted O'Brien, Hill breaks it up, hits the deck. Cameron for Collingwood, hand pass back to Hill. Handball over his shoulder, Crouch is there for Adelaide. Spun around, got it back to Dawson. He cleans up his mistake. Hand pass to Saligo.
Short kick laterally and finds Fogarty. You give it to the run of Jones, running off half-back. Driving kick around the members' wing. In the Rankin direction, Walker marks. Now they break. Walker wheels onto the left. Long kick, has a man out. Murphy tracking towards goal. Just needs to gather. Can't first time. Gets it off to Shoal. Dribbles it through. Crows closing in this game. 10 points is Collingwood's lead. 9-2-56. Plays 7-4-46. 9 minutes into the third. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was almost a goal the other way to Bobby Hill's closing speed on Riley O'Brien, but yeah, the Crows were able to work it out of their defensive 50, and once the ball gets to Tex around that half-forward flank, he's one of the better kicks in the competition on a left or right foot, and I mean that out of any player. There, he had 2 or 3 options. He went to the right option in Lockie Murphy. Then Murphy was able just to finally gather it. There's a little fumble, and then got it over to Lockie Shoal and then the goal, but you take it all the way back to the Crows' composure inside their defensive 50.
Back in the middle, Cox palms it down. First possession, though, for the Crows. Saligo, hand pass away to Crouch. Sweeping hand pass to Scholl, put it over his head. Invites Lipinski in, and he takes up the offer. Collects the Sherrin against the boundary line. Hooks a kick down to half forward. Cameron hands on it, no mark. Flows through towards Hinge across half back for Adelaide. Hand pass to Crouch. His kick smothered. Lipinski wins it back again for Collingwood. Pokes it inside 50, and McInnes drops another chest mark. Turnover city at the moment. Falls through towards Crouch. He's upended in the tackle from Lipinski. And a ball up right half forward, southern side of the ground. Right half forward for Collingwood. They're kicking to the punt road end. 11 gone in the third. Pies by 10 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, McInnes is a bit wobbly here. Don't know if his head hit the ground.
The last bit of sunshine on the half-back flank for the Crows. Dawson clears. Quaynor marks for the Pies on the wing. Comes infield to the middle of the ground. Maynard kicks straight up the middle. A bullet onto the chest of Noble. Inside the middle of the ground, spinning the footy. Looking inside a congested 50. He'll set it up for Mason Cox. Running jump, slips through the fingers. Bouncing ball Saligo. Spins out of trouble. Handball to Nankervis. Off to Michael Lunny on the last line. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Maynard gave Cook a fair shove in the back. It works out all right for the Crows. Down the members' wing they go.
And downhill they go as Murphy sends a hand pass out towards Rankin. She just clean missed Fogarty by hand.
Well, Lockie Murphy needed to kick it there, Corbs, rather than handball. So Rankin was out, but Murphy chose the handball, and the handball went out in front of Rankin, and then he just completely missed Fogarty with the handball.
Fair old knee to the head for poor old Reef McInnes, inadvertent, I should say, as well.
Get Jess to keep an eye on all of that from the stoppage. Collingwood win it eventually as Sullivan's hand pass finds Josh Dacos and they're out. Through the corridor, the 1-2 with Noble. Josh Dacos trying to give it back to him. He's crunched now. Good tackle from Cook. Ball held in.
It's just poor play.
Well, but that's up the field.
Yeah, there's no up the field, but that's the grubber ball. Get it in. Get the ball in. They're leaving. They've got to be careful here, the Pies. I think the Crows have got a sniff. They've been flippant with the footy. Missing tackles.
Collingwood by 10, a dozen minutes into the third quarter. They did lead the game by as many as 30. I was about to say we had repeat stoppages. We don't. There's a free kick
tackle
for in the back. It's going Adelaide's way. They send it inside the forward 50. Walker the target. Spoiled at the back. Down towards Saligo. Hands it back to Walker. Fended off one tackler. Caught by the second. Tried to push his way off Crisp and Sullivan came and got him.
Well, he pushed off Crisp, all right.
Taylor Walker coughs up the footy. Free kick, Lockie Sullivan, centre half back for Collingwood.
I know what Jack Crisp is doing leaving the ground there.
Sullivan short to Markov. Runs a little arc. Now a long kick, looking for McInnes. Plucks it. Good mark. High half forward for the Pies.
Seems to be okay, doesn't he? They'll give him a bit of confidence after dropping the last two.
Wide out. At half forward comes infield to DeGoey, who shanks his kick. Out of bounds on the full.
There's a lot of reliance now on either Darcy Cameron or Mason Cox inside Collingwood's forward line to be a target now. Butts will have that matchup of whoever's down there. But yeah, it's going to be tricky this second half for Collingwood now without Hoskin Elliott.
Butts sends his kick towards half back. Frampton had it, lost it, spills to O'Brien. His hand pass picked off. Quaynor for Collingwood. Hand pass to Markov on the wing. Handball inside to Crisp. Got it away quickly to Sullivan. Hand pass to DeGoey. Extra hand pass releases Noble. Shakes the would-be tackler. In game 100, Johnny Noble brings everyone to their feet. A popular man with the Magpie Army. Heartbreak last September. A goal in his milestone game here. Collingwood back out by 16. And John Noble, in his 100th game, slams one through on the run. 14 gone in the third term. The Magpies by 16. 10-2 to 7-4. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, ABC Sport.
Just that ability to run, and just link up through hands there, Collingwood. We've been sort of critical, a little bit of over handballing. On that occasion, it works. I think Crisp got away with the throw there. But then it's just that final handball from DeGoey that gets Noble into space, uses his legs and then kicks him. I'd say a much-needed goal there for Collingwood. I know they're in the lead, but just to give them a little bit of breathing space.
It's like everyone in the ground knew. What a moment. Absolutely a popular member. Cox wins the tap. Josh Dacos stripped of it though, and the Pies come away with it. Dawson zigging, zagging. Can't shake Crisp. Eventually does. Shovels out the handball, a turnover. Pies back with it. Nick Dacos gets rid of it. Away towards Lipinski. To DeGoey. Handball looking for side bottom. Slaps it on. Trying to break it up again. Here the Crows hinge. Gathers on the logo. On the wing. Handball to Hamill.
Two left footers here.
Back to Hamill. Neither can get on their left. Eventually Hamill does and comes infield. Mark taken by Laird. Quickly Jess Webster.
Reef McInnes has come from the ground straight down the race with the doctors. I was watching them on the bench. They were checking out that vision from that incident where he copped an accidental knee to the head. So he's come from the ground straight down into the room to be checked out.
A kick inside the forward 50 mark by Mason Cox. A big cheer too from the Collingwood fans. As he drops back in the hole at centre half back, goes short to Frampton, and Frampton shares it with Markov. He kicks out towards half back, and Quaynor's up and catches it on the back flank for Collingwood. Thanks to Jess Webster for all that on the boundary. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Your call team Saturday afternoon at the G on ABC Sport as Quaynor kicks down the wing, floating through Keane. He spoils, but straight into the lap of McRae, shifts it further wide, and then Curvis floats through to take the intercept mark. Southern wing, and now 50. As I think the player on the mark, Schultz, was called to stand. He shifted, The umpire said we're headed downfield, so Nankervis can put Adelaide inside 50. Pies by 16. There's many minutes gone in the third term.
Rushes towards centre half forward. Does Nankervis. In his bright orange boots. He'll set it up into the pocket, looking for a laterally leading Rochelle. It pitches just in play. Tumbles out. Trying to come. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sir Doug Nicholls round 1 of 2 over the next fortnight. 2 goals to 1 the way of the Pies in this third term. Walker and Cox. Cox hands to it. Comes down. Walker follows up. Into the pocket it goes. Tracks after it. Applies the tackle. Walker. It's held underneath. Ball up deep in the left forward pocket here for Adelaide. Bit of afters with Tex Walker and also Josh Dacos.
Right on top of the clearances caught Adelaide, 9-3.
Up it goes. Walker wins it down, but straight to Crisp for Collingwood. Kicks out to half-back. Nankervis trying to get rid of Richards. Couldn't take the mark, but got rid of Richards illegally, and now a free kick. The Collingwood second gamer. School teacher out of Wangaratta. Goes short to half-back, finds Lipinski. He kicks down that southern wing. Crisp the target. Keane spoils it away. Adelaide scoop it up. Laird, hand pass to Scholl. Handball to Butts, trying to work his way through traffic. Back to Scholl under pressure. Knocks it away to Nankervis. Pack forms around him. Somehow Scholl squeezes a kick forward. Turns out okay. And Keys skids in to take the mark. Up against the boundary line, left half forward. Looks into the forward pocket, and here's Fogarty.
Yeah, well, it is due. Had the smaller opponent there in Isaac Quaynor. There's a good kick there by Ben Keys. Found the mismatch, went to it. He should nail this. I know he's tucked up on the boundary, but it's perfect for the right footer.
The players superb in these positions. And Fogarty is here as he hooks it through from the boundary line. And his back and forth third quarter continues on the same pattern. 18 and a half gone in the third term. Back to 10 points as it was at the half. Fogarty's got a couple. 10-2, 62 Collingwood. And Goanna, the Crows, 8-4-52. A 10-point advantage for the reigning premiers. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Adelaide has activated its sub. Ned McHenry comes into the game. He's just run on just now, and it's Lockie Scholl who's taking his place on the back row of the bench.
Yeah, it's been messy, hasn't it? That's right, no side. Very slick with their ball movement. I think it was Scholl who was able to stand up in the tackle there and just hack a ball forward. Ben Keys getting out ahead of the ball. And it was actually a nice kick to advantage there. Fogarty, who, as you said, Rammer, has had a bit of an almost go. He's got his hands to a fair bit of it. But that time found himself in a good matchup on Quaynor. It was a nice kick to advantage and a finding
himself unlucky, Lockie Scholl. He's had 11 possessions and a goal.
Yep.
Thought he was actually doing pretty well.
Finding his way into it, though. Lockie Fogarty. Bounce in the middle. Both rucks miss it as they lock up. Bouncing ball. Pendlebury eventually comes away with it. Handball to Nick Dacos. His handball releases Crisp. Low ball inside 50. Unable to mark Schultz. Down at ground level, Michael Lanny halves it, then picks it up. Handball to Hamill. He's immediately tackled by Hill. And ball up in the left forward pocket.
Such an important tackle there by Bobby Hill. Like a lot of players were able to break through there, and then the ball's out, out of your forward 50, but this gives Colin a chance.
Cox takes it out of the ruck, a little swivel and snap and a miss. Left-hand side, minor score, 11 points. Just on Ned McHenry.
Yeah.
You told me during the week he has a pet goat, Corbin.
He does at the moment. He's got a goat that's wandering in and out of his house, which is making for pretty good social media content. Keen fisherman, and has his own fishing segment on the news where you can actually send photos in, and he poses with shows you your fishing photos, and that's actually on the nightly news in Adelaide.
It's entertainment for Adelaide, I imagine.
I think it belongs in some show somewhere. Yeah. I'm not sure on the nightly bulletin. As the Crows work it down towards half forward, we've got a boundary throw in here. High half forward for the Crows as it's chucked in. O'Brien wins it down. Rankin hooks a kick to centre half forward. Quaynor hits up. Can't trap the footy. Spills to Murphy. Clever. Releases it out to our man McHenry. Gives it to Himmelberg. Kicks inside the forward 50. Coming out to meet it is Fogarty. Left it behind. Collingwood win it back. Frampton. Hand pass to Maynard. Short kick to Pendlebury. Who kicked 2 goals in the opening term, and he moves it further afield to Sullivan on the wing for Collingwood.
And he's got a heap of space, Sullivan, running down the wing. Forward handball to Crisp. On the logo, he'll come infield with his kick, looking for a leading Schultz. Can't quite complete it. And Curvis goes back and gets it. Tackled by Schultz. Great second effort. Spills out to Rankin. Throws it centre half back. Off to O'Brien. He kicks off his step. It'll come down in the middle of the ground and in the arms of Quaynor. And Marks in the middle of the MCG and flares it out to the wing, where he's got the sub, Harvey Harrison, for the Pies.
Double H down to half forward. Finds DeGoey. First game back for a fortnight. Started hot as he sends the ball back inboard and Josh Dacos takes the mark. DeGoey up to 19 for the day. He's kicked the goal. And swing his kick back out towards high half forward, and now it's Nick Dacos standing there. Young superstar in game 57. Looks into the forward pocket. Hands on it from a number of players. Spills through to DeGoey. He's got it again. Strong in the tackle. Hand pass to Harrison. Handball away to Crisp. And the Iron Man puts one through for the Pies. Gets it back out to a 17-point margin. 22 gone in the third. Collingwood 11-3-69. Adelaide 8-4-52. This goal-for-goal affair in the third quarter continues. Back advantage Collingwood. 22 gone in the third. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanassis.
This ball is where Collingwood is so good. Like, that ball should have been killed out of bounds for Adelaide. Easy, but Collingwood don't allow that to happen. They want to keep the ball in motion at all times. So, you know, it's DeGoey there, a little handball, then Harvey Harrison, a little handball, then it's the goal. But they don't concede, Collingwood, is what I love. Like, a lot of other clubs will go, oh yeah, we'll just let that go over the boundary and we'll have a restart and we'll go from there. Whereas Collingwood are always trying to move the game forward, move the game to score. And that's just a perfect example there.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
It's another player down for Collingwood, guys. Reece McInnes has been ruled out of the rest of the game with concussion, already adding to Will Hoskin-Elliott with a hamstring at half-time.
Josh Dacos bursting out of the middle, drives the Pies inside 50, DeGoey on the burst. Full-chested, juggles the mark.
Well, it's impossible to stop that, Benny.
Yeah. But it's better, isn't it, Rammer? The last two clearances, they've been one handball and go, take your space, or that time it was Josh Dacos who just picked up and weaved his way through, which was brilliant play. But prior to that, but incorrect. They've been Lairising a little bit, to be frank, trying to handball and create something beautiful. But that was just great bit of play by Josh Dacos and a lovely kick.
Geordie DeGoey's drop punt misses right. Rygrin.
You've got to finish the work there, don't you, Geordie? No, you're not going to get it any better than that on the silver platter.
Collingwood by 18 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport in Sir Doug Nicholls' round.
Kick out along towards half-back for the Crows, and Butts takes the mark. He's tackled to ground then by Josh Dacos. Had to be. It'll be 50, so he'll be taken from half-back to half-forward.
Got to push here. When you get the 50 now, you got to go. You got to sprint, because look at all the numbers just rolling back here.
There's only one Collingwood player behind him on the ground. As Jordan Butts is now in between wing and half forward. Pokes it inside the attacking 50. Himmelberg hitting up, no mark. Spills down to Pendlebury. Jams it on the boot. Miscues his torp. Out towards half-back. Nankervis and Richards. Richards goes to ground. Nankervis wins the footy. Richards jumps back up. Tackles him. Got it out to McHenry. Hand pass to Crouch. Short kick to Keys. And he marks at left half forward about 40 metres out. Just on McInnes too, we talked about that Bermuda Triangle inside the forward arc. That's another forward.
Yeah, another forward.
So Elliott, McCreary, Myercheck, McStay, Hoskin-Elliott, Howe, the makeshift forward, and now McInnes.
See, that kick from Matt Crouch went about 11.5 metres, I think, but marks inside 50 have been gold today, haven't they? Both teams really struggling for those. You're right on his distance here, I think, Ben Keys. Taking his best.
Goal for goal so far in the third quarter. It's Adelaide's turn to kick one as Keys looking for that extra distance. His kick misses. Wildly out towards the left. The Magpie fans weren't happy with the short kick in the lead-up. 25 gone third quarter. Collingwood by 17. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Maynard with the outlet kick and leading up Schultz.
He's kicked the ball well today, Braden Maynard. Sometimes he hasn't got the kicking boots on, but geez, just fired off darts all day today.
Schultz kicking up around the wing off the hands of the pack. Crisp getting involved again. Handball to Nick Dacos, arching the back. Handball to Cameron. He fumbles it. And then he tumbles out. He wants the boundary line. A big ruck and eventually gets it.
Maybe don't handball it to the ruckman, Nick, you think, who's standing there. He didn't really want the footy then, Darcy.
Collingwood by 17 points.
Thought it might have been a Cameron thing.
Yeah.
Not a receiver.
We win the hard ball and dish it out. You're right, Corby. Cameron slapping it down again. Pendlebury out after it. Gathers the footy. Handball to Nick Dacos, who goes back to Pendlebury. Close to the boundary line. Hooks a kick that'll be a shallow entry. Michael Laney comes up, juggles it, not paid. Schultz roving the pack, pokes it back inside 50. Hamill gathers it, not the 15. And the Crows away with it through Chase, who goes short to Crouch. And that is just the 15, according to the umpire. Crouch on a half-back flank. Collingwood by 17, 27 minutes into the third.
Averaging 29 a game for the year, Matt Crouch. He's got 28 already. Goes back to Hinge, and Hinge measures his kick. Just got it to Chase Jones. Marks at half-back for Adelaide. Looking for his mate McHenry. Puts it over his head. Invites the Pies back in. Here's Cameron, who's going to send it back out on the full. Adelaide will win it back just in their defensive half, so both subs made in the third quarter. I'm with you, Rammer. Surprising decision. Lockie Scholl tapped out by Matthew Nix. He's been part of the reason when the Crows have got their game up and going. He's one of the guys that...
Well, he's a runner.
Yeah, added a bit of extra run, and when they've looked better, he's played.
Whereas Ned McHenry is just a small forward.
Rankin goes long down towards half forward. McHenry here is tackling side bottom, helps him out of bounds, and a throw in 60 out from the Crows goal.
And it's probably the area that Adelaide have had the most trouble with. So whether it's Collingwood running themselves or whereas on the other side, when Adelaide are running, that's when they're scoring, and Lockie Scholl is certainly that.
And the sub for Collingwood, Hoskinelli, a hamstring out of the game at half-time.
O'Brien lays it down to Jones. His quick kick chopped off by Noble. Right on the defensive arc for Collingwood. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Arvo turning to early evening in Melbourne. Chilly but sunny day. Noble short to Maynard. Maynard pokes a kick up to the wing this time. Can't find a target. Spills down for Harvey Harrison. Shrugs a tackle. Handball away. Sullivan. He now releases Crisp. Running room. Chip short to Goey Marks half forward. Off to Schultz. Pokes it out in front of Hill. And that is Collingwood at their best. 45 out. 45-degree angle. Moves it on again to Goey. Just out of reach. He'll soccer it back infield. And the Crows have the numbers. Cook in the other back pocket. The others for Adelaide.
Kicks out of the defensive 50. Walker and Frampton in a one-on-one. Backpedaling Walker. Frampton knocks it away from his former teammate and then goes and wins the footy. Frampton puts Collingwood back inside the forward arc, but a turnover and Hinge the intercept mark.
Got to come the other way here. Yeah, they haven't done it enough, Adelaide, today, where they're going to come back off the line. And what I mean here is Hinge's chipped now to the left where all Collingwood's numbers are. So now it's just to kick up the line.
And Curvis marks and then goes long. Walker is down there. He floats through trying to take the mark. His own teammate Himmelberg spoils him. Walker under pressure. Got boot the ball but kicks it straight to Moore. Hand pass to Markov and he gets the last kick of the third quarter back into the corridor. So that is three-quarter time and the Pies win the quarter 3-2. And they're winning the game by 17 points. The reigning champs 11-4-70 and Guana. The Adelaide Crows during Sir Doug Nicholls' round, which is the Ghana word for Crows. So Guana 8-5-53 is their score. It's a 17-point advantage for Collingwood. 2 goals to Pendlebury and to McInnes. McInnes, unfortunately, his day done with concussion, sustained in that third quarter. 1 each for De Goey, Schultz, Noble, Hill, Crisp, Richards and Hoskin Elliott. His day done with a hamstring injury. Meanwhile, for Adelaide, 2 goals for Darcy Fogarty and then singles for Murphy, Rochelle, Walker, Cook, Himmelberg and Scholl, who has been subbed out seemingly as a tactical sub. Happy birthday to Ben Cameron. Still getting birthday messages. It was last Monday, but another year older. Great use of metaphor with the souffle. Does he know the origin of the egg-based dish? Very poor performance from the Baggers up here in Sydney last night from Tim in Applecross. Do you have any idea on that?
I know I've eaten a few souffles. Okay. I don't know much more than that.
Mick, Rick and the lads heading to, I hope I pronounced this, is it Moorlaman? I hope I pronounced that right. Listening to the footy on ABC Sport. What a thriller. Thanks, Mick, Rick and the lads. Appreciate your contribution off the SMS 0437 774 774. All right, the thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball coming up. Plus, we'll see what's happening in Sydney ahead of the Great Western. GWS up against the Western Bulldogs. All of that to come, but at three-quarter time, it's Collingwood by 17 points. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, mornings.
Will Anderson, you've been targeted.
It's too early for advertising. Skip.
The adverts are in your home.
Spam on my fridge now? No. Unsubscribe.
You're being influenced.
I don't want any of this. Are you listening to me?
When the whole world's gone ad. Oh, we're listening. Thank goodness there's Gruen. Wednesday nights on ABC TV. And always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Maynard extracts it. Hand pass away to Harrison. He gives it to Penderbury. Handball to Goey in the middle of the G.
He kicks inside 50. Bobby Hill tracking it back. He marks 40 out. He'll poke it to McInnes. Has Schultz on. Doesn't want to take it. He'll go back and have a look at the sticks. His set shot from 35. Makes it 2 for him. Walker marks. Now they break. Walker wheels onto the left. Long kick. Has a man out. Murphy tracking towards goal. Just needs to gather. Can't first time. Gets it off to Shoal. Dribbles it through. Crows closing in this game.
Spills to O'Brien. His hand pass picked off. Quaynor for Collingwood. Hand pass to Markov on the wing. Handball inside to Chris. Got it away quickly to Sullivan. Hand pass to Goey. Extra hand pass releases Noble. Shuts the would-be tackler. In game 100, Johnny Noble brings everyone to their feet. Nick Dacos standing there. Young superstar in game 57. Looks into the forward pocket. Hands on it from a number of players. Spills through to Go. He's got it again. Strong in the tackle. Hand pass to Harrison. Handball away to Chris. And the Iron Man puts one through for the Pies.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at the G. It is Collingwood by 17 points as Sir Doug Nicholls round rolls on. Next we're off to Sydney for GWS and the Western Bulldogs. Brett Sprigg heading up the call. Spriggy.
Corbin, the Giants return to their Sydney home, the showground, after more than 2 months. They last played a game here in round 1, and in recent weeks they have faltered. Now back-to-back losses for Adam Kingsley's men. There's no doubt the pressure is on today against one of their most bitter rivals, fresh off one of their biggest wins by way of margin under Luke Beveridge. It means a bit for both sides. As always, this rivalry, the Dogs looking to keep in touch with the top 8 as well. No late changes here for either side. The respective subs are Connor Stone and Caleb Daniel. The home side are without Josh Kelly and Lockie Ash with calf injuries. They do celebrate Jesse Hogan's 150th AFL game, though, as well. We are right where the Parramatta Lands meet the Wongal Lands here at Sydney Olympic Park under overcast skies. I'll bring it all to you alongside Dean Brogan, Joel Patfull, Daniel Garb and Declan Byrne for the Giants and the Bulldogs coming your way next.
Spriggy, just before you leave us, I've been trying to get the Great Western to catch on. Brett Delidio wasn't on board. Adam Ramanaskas just questioned me moments ago.
I'm in.
Yeah, you on board?
You like it?
Yeah, I think an old Western movie, they could have promoted the game, putting the faces on.
Genuine rivalry too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Toby
It seems to
Green
have faded a bit. In recent weeks, in recent years, Corbin, that term, but I will throw it in there a few times today. Don't
I was
worry
going to
about
say, if you can push it as much as you can for us, Spriggy,
I'm not sure about the enthusiasm by Spriggy here.
The game needs to be played at high noon.
High noon, yes, correct.
Thanks, Spriggy. We'll be with you next. Brett Sprigg in Sydney ahead of GWS and the Western Bulldogs. The Great Western up next. 17-point lead for the reigning premiers, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas on ABC Sport.
Well, we're just talking about him. I think there's still a bit to play out here. I mean, they weren't able to dig into that lead at all that quarter, the Crows, but they're getting opportunities, aren't they? I mean, they've had 42 inside 50s for only 8 goals, so that's been the difference. That last kick, because it just feels like Darcy Moore's not really having a massive impact. He's not having the intercept Darcy Moore game that we're used to, and it's starting to really open up through the middle of the ground. Rankin started to get a bit of the ball that quarter. Soligo, they've both had a fair bit of it, Dawson as well. So, I mean, clearly clearance is going to play a big role. We know that Collingwood are having trouble scoring themselves.
Yeah.
First goal, clearly important. But I just get the feeling that the Crows, if they get it, they'll get a sniff here and they can just, they can run over the top.
I just think they need to be brave with their ball movement.
Yeah, that's
Adelaide.
okay.
So they kicked it at 54% in that third quarter, which is no good. But they can't go into their shell early in this quarter. They're got to try get the ball back through the middle of the ground. I know that's difficult against Collingwood the way they set up, but that's their shot. That's their shot. Like you said, like Collingwood's defenders aren't going that good. So give your forwards a chance early in this final quarter.
4 of the last 5 games decided by under a goal, and we got a thrilling finish in us this afternoon. Collingwood by 17. Cameron wins the hit out. Down to Pendlebury, kicks inside the forward arc. To go, he runs underneath it. Loose footy in the forward pocket for Collingwood. Hill fighting with Michael Lanny. Michael Lanny left it on the ground. Hill sockers at goalward, but misses near side. So 3 goals neat for Collingwood, 11-5 to 8-5, 20 seconds into the last.
He's everything Collingwood thought they were getting, Bobby Hill.
Yeah. It's dangerous, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. The one over the back, isn't it? You've got to keep your feet. He got away with one there, Michael Lanny.
Collingwood haven't lost when leading at three-quarter time. Adelaide haven't won when behind. Short kick to the pocket. And now a long kick up to the wing for the Crows. Flying in Rochelle, unable to mark. Keane staying down, receives the handball, gives it off to Laird. It gives it to Rankin, in trouble. Back to Laird, providing some run hinge. He'll handball out of the congestion. Back to Keane. Former Pie, 5 games for Collingwood, stabs it short. Mark taken by Jones, just forward of halfway.
He's held up really well, Mark Keane.
As Jones will drive it long inside 50 for the Crows, off the hands of the pack. Maynard stays down, gathers for Collingwood, handball away towards Frampton.
Oh, Frampton run down. Some indecision. Good tackle from Dawson. Forces the ball out. Chase Jones jams it on the boot, but Moore marks in front of Walker. Gee, got some late contact. Moore went to ground, and the umpire said, yep, that's 50.
Just let him off the hook. Tex, they had them pinned in the forward pocket there. Just relieves the pressure valve a bit.
That's Oregon 65, Corb.
Yeah. Yep. It was deep in the back pocket. Now he's Taylor Walker on the marks, almost standing in the centre circles. Moore's going to shift it laterally out towards Frampton. Of course, played for the both South Australian clubs. Originally drafted out of South Freo and now a premiership player at Collingwood. On the back flank. Kicks in front of the bench as Schultz hits up, no mark. Spills down towards Darcy Cameron, the big man. Throws it on the outside of the right boot. Kicks the check side down towards half forward. Hill hitting up with Michael Lanny, and in the end the ball spills off their bodies and out of bounds. Throw in half forward for Collingwood.
And that's the easy option is to drag Frampton forward, but because you've got Himmelberg, Walker, Fogarty there, he needs to stay as a defender.
Pagoe playing deep forward at the moment.
Throwing it half forward here for the Pies. So Brian working to the front, palms it down. Rankin runs onto it. He'll get a handball forward to Keys. Now Keys puts it on the boot, sending it in the Walker direction. Over the head of the pack it goes. Dawson's out. He's got men breaking. Rochelle's one of them. Tumbles it in front of him. Rochelle runs on. And the Crows will not go away. A couple for Josh Rochelle. And they're hanging in this contest. Collingwood by 12 points. 11-5-71 plays 9-5-59. 3 minutes into the fourth. Loop ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, that was incredibly smart by Taylor Walker. So he saw Jordan Dawson out of the corner of his eye with no opponent. So he just pushed Darcy Moore under the ball, and that allowed Jordan Dawson to run onto the ball and then just a kick in front of Rochelle for a goal. But that's just totally unselfish by Taylor Walker. And then a little shepherd by Fogarty. I love that. That's the team play I love.
Just that over-assertiveness of the Collingwood high half backs, though. I mean,
no doubt.
How did Jordan Dawson have so much space over the back? It was Isaac Quaynor playing aggressively in front of his opponent, but sometimes you got to recognise that and tighten up. So, all important first goal goes to the Crows.
Next one, big two. Adelaide have been within 10 points on a couple of occasions, but after falling 30 behind, have never been able to get it down to single digits. Laird in the middle, hand pass to Saligo, kicks to centre half forward, and Josh Dacos marks. It's Collingwood by 12 at the moment, so it's the next one they've never been able to get. 30 down midway through the second quarter. As Josh Dacos kicks to a pack on the wing, plenty of black and white jumpers. Schultz knocks it down to Crisp. Got a hand pass away, back to Schultz, trying to go with a short kick to Pendlebury. Touched by Hamill on the way through. Hill hits up, left it behind. And Michael Lanny for Adelaide. A hand pass to Hamill and a short kick back to Hinge. As it for Guana in their defensive 50.
Hinge switches it away to Keane, who goes really short to Cook. Called to play on. He just runs himself into a cul-de-sac, kicks around the corner. Smith has a lot of it, not enough to be paid the mark. So a throw in half forward for Collingwood.
So got within 2 goals or better on 4 different occasions now, Adelaide, after falling 30 behind. haven't been able to get it down to single digits. Collingwood by 12 at the moment, 5 into the last.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Lights on at the MCG. A sunny, cool afternoon. Cameron wins it down for Nick Dacos. Pulls a kick to centre half forward. Outnumbered and outsized is Bobby Hill, but he slaps it down to Josh Dacos. Clattered into by Josh Rochelle.
Only just, Benny.
Just clipped him. Free kick.
Yeah, it's only just.
Going the way of Josh Dacos, and the two Joshes similar hairstyles.
Just the long at the back, sort of short at the front.
Short at the sides.
Yeah.
Now the kick into the forward pocket. De Goey in the pack. Gee, heavy landing. As if the back of his head bounced off the deck. Ball spills out. And Adelaide hurriedly just get it out of the defensive arc through Rankin. Kicks up to Rochelle. Sends it to half forward. A 2-on-1 for Walker. More in the end decides to keep it alive. They had the numbers advantage. Hand pass to Frampton. Short kick back to Josh Dacos. He marks on the wing members' side at the G. Collingwood by 2 goals. 6 minutes into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Short kick to the Centurion. John Noble has a goal in his 100th game. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kicks around the members' wing. Cox goes up in front. Hands to it. Cameron, though, is the one who brings it down. He's juggled it, but eventually holding on to it. He looks into the pocket. Nothing he likes initially, so he'll just set it up. Looking for Cox to have a run and jump. He crashes the pack, doesn't bring down the mark. Butts Robes wrapped up. And a ball up deep in the right forward pocket here. Collingwood lead it by 2 goals.
Next goal, just critical both ways. Collingwood, it sort of opens it up. Adelaide, it's the momentum.
Cox palms it down. Nick Dacos inside forward 50. Hand pass turned over. Gee, Adelaide win it. Mucking around with it. Keane, hand pass to Rankin. Somehow got it out to Michael Annie on the back flank. Hand pass to Smith. Handball releases Cook. Off the back flank he goes. One bounce, kicks back inboard. Just out of the reach of Laird. He goes back and collects again. Gee, it's all coming up Adelaide at the moment. Gives it to Dawson. Short to Saligo. Short kick to McHenry. Taken by Fogarty. Hand pass to Rankin. Hits up Walker. And the Adelaide vet marks at centre half forward.
Should be right on the 50 here. And he's got the distance comfortably, Tex.
He doesn't look confident headed to the punt road end. Wrapping round the back is the long left foot of Mitch Hinge. He loads up from outside 50 and he lands a telling blow. The Crows are knocking on the door. And Collingwood's lead is just one straight kick. The Pies by 6 points, having led by as many as 30. And Mitch Hinge from long range. Big blow for the Crows. 10-5-65. Collingwood 11-5-71. 8 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
I remember at three-quarter time you called for braver ball movement, and it was Cook, wasn't it? It was a risky kick, brought it inside. He actually kicked it over the top of Laird's head, but he was good enough, Laird, and desperate enough to get back onto the loose ball. And then it was Rankin's in everything at the moment. He's the one that's going to win it for them, isn't he? I mean, he had 6 possessions already for the quarter, 2 clearances, been involved in 2 goals.
That was ordinary by Collingwood's half forwards. Mitch Hinge playing across half back. You know, we thought Taylor Walker had the distance, but Hinge comes around the back with no Collingwood opponent near him.
Does this game swing on the Hinge goal? Back in the middle, Dawson able to pick it up. Handball away to Crouch, who gives it off to Hinge again. Pushed as he kicks out towards the wing. Free kick.
Jess Webster on the boundary. Jess.
There's a bit going on for Jordan De Goey down here on the Pies bench. The doctor went out to him after that heavy landing and brought him to the ground. They're checking out the vision now, but he's also getting some treatment done on his abdomen area. So he's just taken a seat on the front row of the benches at the moment, so I'll keep an eye on him.
It's a hard fall.
Short kick from Hinge out to Nankervis, which is exactly how fans of both teams are feeling right now as he goes back to Hinge, back to Michael Annie. At centre half back, Collingwood by 1 goal, 9 minutes into the 4th.
Shares it with Butts across the half back line, and they'll try out the southern side. Kick finds Hamill. The headband on. Interesting option. Trying to find McHenry. Kick too long for him. Bounces off the chest of Walker. Hand pass to centre half forward for Adelaide. Gives it to Crouch. Handball to Murphy. Kicks inside 50 and Jones takes the mark. Opposite flank. Left half forward for Adelaide. He'll kick from just inside 50.
You can't help to think back. 5-goal lead. 12-minute mark. Then the Crows kick their next goal at the 23-minute mark of that second quarter. And Collingwood had the opportunity there to put the game away, and Now Jones has got a kick to tie this game up.
Much maligned play. It was a high draft pick. 86th game. And he's only kicked the 2 goals this year. Huge kick in the context of the game. Chase Jones, his drop punt misses to the near side. But Adelaide with the momentum. 10 minutes into the final term. Collingwood's lead is just 5 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Good news for Pies fans. Jordan De Goey has been given the all clear to return to the game.
Well, they ran it out strongly last week, didn't they? They were 3 goals down halfway through that last quarter against Brisbane, the Crows, and came back and almost pinched it. So they'll back their running ability.
Side bottom with the kick in. Long ball up to the wing. Dawson in from the side. Strong pack mark.
This bloke led it too last week.
Yeah, the captain standing up. Floats a kick to full forward. Walker goes to ground. It spills out the back. Pendlebury tracks it back. In the goal square, they rush it through.
And what it is betting at the moment is Collingwood can't get their hands on the ball.
Yeah.
51 possessions to 19 in Adelaide's favour. So just all over them.
Feels like Adelaide are going to win by 3 or 4 goals at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Collingwood by 4 points.
But Collingwood have been in this position a number of times, whether they've been just in front or just behind.
They've had their nose in front most of the day after 4 lead changes in the opening quarter as Noble's long kick out to half-back. There's a free, but it's going Adelaide's way.
It's going back in again.
Infringement in that marking contest, so Mark Keane's going to get it. He was a little surprised.
Just get the ball back in there. Don't wait.
Walker's looking threatening. The kick's going into the forward pocket. Himmelberg along with Jones hunt out after it, and Rankin punched away by Cameron. Down to Noble for Collingwood. Hand pass to side bottom. Kicks a half back, but Dawson takes the intercept mark. His team down by 4 points. He drives his kick goalward. Kicks a shocker, and in the end, the helicopter floats onto the chest to side bottom. Marks in front of the behind post. Collingwood by 4. Adelaide all the momentum. A dozen minutes into the final turn.
Side bottom kicks across the goal mouth. Finds its way to Markov, who chips it short to Lipinski. Under a little bit of closing pressure from Cook. Lipinski. Long kick up to the wing. Going up, Pendlebury slips through his fingers. Hamill gathers it. He's wrapped up by a few Pies. Not letting him go. Ball up between wing and half forward for the Crows. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 12 minutes into the fourth. Collingwood by that 4-point margin. Tapped down by Himmelberg. Loose footy. Straight into the arms of Harvey Harrison, and another ball up.
Chucks on the pressure gauge earlier, Bally, or just general pressure, and the way these things are measured. Collingwood rating poor at the moment, 131. For a team that's been the best pressure side in the comp.
Yep, backs up what we're watching. They've stopped here, the Pies.
Adelaide win it back on the wing. Cook sends the ball down to half forward. Fogarty takes the mark. They're looking for the lead now, the Crows. Fogarty puts it to the hot spot. Standing in front of the pack is Jones. Can't come down with the footy. Maynard soccers it away. Crouch collects. Still inside the forward 50. Hand pass to Fogarty. Hand pass back out of the arc to Cook, who hooks a kick into the pocket, but a turnover. And Frampton takes the intercept mark back pocket. We're not even halfway through the final term. 13 minutes travelled. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood by just 4 points.
It's a bend not break defence at the moment, or defence for the Pies as the kick goes up to the wing, and Dawson again.
Taking marks at will when the ball's coming out. That's his 4th this quarter. Either side of the ground on a half-forward flank for the Crows.
They cannot get it past him. He kicks into the middle of the ground. Butts gathers on the bounce. Handball to Hinge. They bring it members side, the Crows. Smith backpedaling, marks it high half forward.
Don't go the pocket, go central.
Rankin offers a lead. He doesn't like that. He sets it up, looking for Keys. He can't mark. Punched away by Pendlebury. Saligo wins it. Handball errant. Allows in to go in Collingwood.
Hand pass away to Richards. His kick smothered. He still bounces away down the wing, southern side. Dawson, who's had it on a string in this final turn, collects. Hand pass to Butts. He goes back by hand to Hamill. And the Crows are running on top of the ground here as they spread well out towards the fat side. Namkurvis takes the mark. Opposite back flank, members side. Off and running. Has a bounce. Hand pass out to Smith. He's closed down by his opposite number in Sullivan, and he goes short to Hinge. And players are spread across 2/3, which you rarely see in the modern game. 14 and a half gone final term. Collingwood by 4 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Inside 50s, 10-4 this quarter in the Crows' favour.
Can the Crows find a way through? Hamill sending it out towards the southern wing. Keane takes it. Nothing he likes. Feeds the handball to Dawson. Stabs it short. Keys high half forward. Looks inside a congested 50. wheels around, sends it to full forward. Riley O'Brien goes up, slips off the knuckles of the pack towards the boundary line. McHenry keeps it in, fends off one, then another, snaps it back towards full forward. Coming back.
It's thrown in.
I was about to say, where's the boundary umpire? He's hiding behind the down there.
Got away with two high fend-offs there. Then McHenry.
Collingwood by 4 points. Quarter hour mark, final term.
He's right on the spot and a good look at it.
Rankin's the man here, isn't he?
Have not led since the 28-minute mark of the opening quarter. Adelaide from the boundary throw-in carries the ruckman. And the second time O'Brien knocks it down towards McHenry. Hand pass to Smith. Handball comes wide to Nankervis. His kick into the pocket. He's too wide. Out on the full, trying to link up with Keys. Free kick Collingwood.
They are wasting opportunities by going so wide inside their forward 50 Adelaide at the moment.
They need some finishing school, don't they? Just cannot
get
get
the
it
ball
done.
central, Benny. Like, stop trying to play defensively inside your forward 50. Put pressure on the defensive team. Get it central.
Noble in the back pocket. Collingwood holding on, but white-knuckling it at the moment as Michaelani launching at the pack. He's unable to take it. It spills out. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, our experts. Gordon Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Jess Webster. Tense finish coming up.
Boundary throw-in. Collingwood by 4, having led the game by as many as 30. Momentum with the Crows. Cox wins the hit out. Harrison hands it to Nick Dacos. Kicks up into the front half. Nankervis trying to take the juggled mark. Can't trap it. Spills to Schultz. Kicks inside the forward 50. Footy bounces. Chasing out after it, Richards and Keane. Keane gets there first. Richards tackles him. Ball comes out. Hump says keep going. Hinge off the back flank. Kicks down the wing and Walker takes the mark. Still on the defensive side of it. Adelaide with a bit of transition run here. Hand pass over to Cook. 2 bounces between wing and half forward. Cook to put Adelaide inside the forward 50. Fogarty down there. Cox arrives late. Punches it out of bounds. And a throw in, 25 out from the Crows' goal. Adelaide by 4, 17 travelled. Final term on ABC Sport.
Outstanding by Mark King. Not sure how he got rid of that ball, but Richards was on him that quick. But just to win that one-on-one contest, critical for Adelaide.
It's a rugby pass that the Irish team would have been proud of, Rammer, as Crouch snaps it to full forward for the Crows. Fogarty beelines it, knocks it out in front of Himmelberg, leaves it behind. Allows in Moore, who gives it to Pendlebury. The old and the new skippers combining. As Fogarty goes in for the Crows, left forward pocket. Now at the bottom of the pack, McHenry. Ball up to come, left forward pocket. Collingwood just continue to hold on by 4 points. 18 minutes into the final term.
Still over 7 minutes on the game clock. It feels like Collingwood has to score again. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Here's Rankin from the stoppage with a deadly finish in the left forward pocket. Bounces it through, silences the Magpie army and returns Adelaide to the front. The Gouliner back on top, 11-7-73. Collingwood 11-5-71. And Isaac Rankin with something special from the pocket. Crows by 2. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
That's just a touch of brilliance. Yeah, the call was not sure where it's coming from. Well, that's where it's coming from right there with Isaac Rankin on the move through a stoppage.
Past 2 Dacoses.
Yeah, and then just on the left foot, dribbles it along the ground from the boundary. Just outstanding. And then gives the be quiet to the Collingwood supporters in the crowd.
Been brilliant this second half, Rankin.
28 disposals, 7 inside 50s, and now a goal, which may be a decisive one to go along with it. Cameron winning the tap. The Pies know all about these situations. Crouch picks it up, gives it off to Laird. Nick Dacos tackles him. Spills out to Crisp. Handball to Cameron. Handball back into the congestion. Laird fighting after it. On all fours, the triple best and fairest winner at the Crows. Halving the contest, not letting the Pies out. Crows by 2 points. They did trail by as much as 30 in this match. Knocked out towards Markov. Handball to Noble. Gets it on the boot. The Crows are there though. Bouncing ball for Hinge. On the wing. It's a handball looking for Smith. Misses him. Smith has to go back. Wrapped up by Finn McRae. Also Bobby Hill. Stands up in the tackle. The umpire wants it.
And now you just wonder how much it changes the game. So Collingwood now are chasing. So they were defending for their lives for about 15 minutes. Now they have to attack.
Still plenty of time. 6.5 minutes on the game clock. From the restart, Dawson spun around on the wing, coughs it up. McRae for Collingwood, hand pass to Bobby Hill. Short kick to DeGoey. He marks 2 steps outside the 50. And he turned his back on the play and said, "Can you just reset the man on the mark? I think I might have this in me."
Well, he has to now, because he turned his back on it, as you said, and he had Schultz in a one-on-one ahead of the ball. He's had sore groins, hasn't he, Geordie DeGoey? Yep. As Jess said, he's been getting some work done on. This will test him. If anything, the groins can affect the penetration of the kick. We'll see how he goes.
It'll take his very best. DeGoey's drop punt, sails goalward. He's got the trip, but it's offline. A behind, which means we have ourselves a 1-point game. Gooliner, the Crows, 11-7-73. Collingwood, 11-6-72. 21 gone, final turn. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Crows by 1.
And the man with one on his back, Chase Jones on a half-back flank, sending it up to the wing. Turnover. Frampton takes it for Collingwood on the logo. Handball forward for Josh Dacos. Wants to feed on the handball to his brother, who waits and then releases Quaynor. Room to run. Gets to half forward and sprays it out of bounds on the full. 1 point remains the Crows' lead. 21.5 into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Over the last couple of years, Collingwood have been the masters of the close finish. Adelaide have not. So they've won 4 of their last 15 close finishes, Adelaide. Collingwood, on the other hand, have gone 10 and a draw in their last 15. There's a long kick out towards half-back, and O'Brien takes the mark for Adelaide and settle things down.
That's play on.
Great.
Short, very short to Nat Curvis.
That's
8 metres.
Oh, if that.
Collingwood by 1. They led the game by 30. And we've got 5 minutes to go on the game clock. Kicks down the line. Nat Curvis turns it over. Darcy Cameron with the intercept mark in front of the Collingwood bench. Crows by 1. 22 travelled final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Are there any more rabbits left in the Collingwood hat? And then the Masters are finding them.
Just need to think their way through it. Plenty of time.
Maynard, backward of the logo. Kick to half forward. Cox goes up, knocks it down. Smashing it on McRae inside 50. Hinge and Hill both out after it. Hinge keeps it in. Doesn't let it out. Umpire wants to ball it up. Still, the Crows by a point.
Well, we saw Rankin brilliance at one end. Who is it for the Pies?
Cox slaps it down. Nick Dacos. Dacos. Left foot snap. Out of bounds on the full. Sorry, outside of the right boot.
The look set up there.
Jeez. Like he had his name written all over it. Not to be. No score. Shout out to everyone listening throughout South Australia, particularly those with the Crows closest to their heart. Another close finish. Gooliner, Adelaide led it by a point. Keane told to get it moving. Kicks out to half-back. More flies. Spills it with his own teammate in the air. Falls down to Crouch. His legs as the tackle slipped from Crisp. And a free kick for Crouch between wing and half-back. 4 minutes to navigate.
And don't save the game here, Crows. Win the game.
Adelaide.
It's a long time, Corb, to play still in this game. So to try to chip it around and play safe football will not work for the Crows.
4 of the last 5 decided by under a goal. We got another close one between these two teams. Long kick from Crouch down to half forward. It works out. Taken by O'Brien. Gives it to Rochelle. Kicks goalward, but it's across the goal face. Gee, what a blow that would have been. A behind and the game's still live. 3.5 minutes to play. 24 gone final term. Adelaide by 2 points.
Quaynor with the kick in. Goes long, but Nankervis favoured by it. Juggles down the mark.
Been good, Nankervis.
Right in front of the Crows fans in the Olympic stand. Nankervis sends the Crows back into the pocket in the direction of Fogarty. Frampton smashes it away. Bouncing ball. Rankin gets there. Runs into McRae. Handball to Jones. Handball knocked down. Half forward here for the Crows. Going in again, Jones. Not coming out. Another ball up. 24.5 played in the fourth. 3 goals to zip. The way of the Crows, they lead by 2 points.
Adelaide haven't won at the MCG in 7 years. They haven't beaten Collingwood in 8 years. From the restart, O'Brien sends a kick deep forward, but it's off target, bouncing away in the forward pocket. Moore's first one there, tackled by Keys. Footy comes out, McHenry hands it to Keys. Quaynor a critical smother, ball to centre half back. Harrison gives it away to Quaynor for Collingwood, releases Crisp. Dawson, lion-hearted, giving chase. Crisp got the speed wobbles, falls over, hand pass to Nick Dacos, sends it inside 50 to Goey. De Goey marks. Left half forward, he'll kick from 30 out for Collingwood.
Well, take a bow, Isaac Quaynor. Just to smother up the other end of the ground. Yep. Just amazing, and that got Collingwood's ball movement going through the middle of the ground. Now it's on Jordan De Goey's boot.
Jordan De Goey, can he be that guy? De Goey, he's him! Collingwood back in front. With 2 minutes on the game clock, De Goey threatens to snatch it away from the Crows yet again. De Goey's got a couple. Collingwood back on top by 4. Seconds ticking away. The Magpies 12-6-78. Adelaide 11-8-74. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Good ball, Adam Ramanassis.
Oh, great call, Ramo. It's about moments now, isn't it? This last quarter, it's been a scrappy sort of game. Neither team been able to get any real flow, so it's about moments like that. And he saves a shot on goal. The smother goes down the other end. Nice hands from Harvey Harrison. Crisp involved. Dacos, of course, involved. And De Goey. Big centre bounce this. Get your best players in there.
Still time. 26 and a half minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Cameron taps it down. Nick Dacos onto it. Tackled by Rankin. Holding the ball.
Certainly was.
Rankin wins it out of the middle. Kicks inside 50. Walker can't mark it. Ball spills around inside 50 for the Crows. Quaynor goes in. Doesn't want it to get out. Wraps it up. Ball upcoming.
6 lead changes. 2 of them in this final quarter.
Don't take everybody to the ball here, Adelaide.
Spread out.
Yeah, sit a couple off the back.
27 minutes gone in the last.
Too many around the football here for the Crows.
Collingwood by 4. Forward 50 stoppage for Adelaide. Cameron palms it down. He's tackled by O'Brien. Says I'll have it.
And Butts should be further back here. Yin should be further back.
I mean, Rankin's the one that's got to get on the move again.
They're just too close to the contest here.
Up it goes. O'Brien knocks it down for Adelaide. Working onto it. There's Nankervis. Hand pass away to Walker. His hand pass a turnover. And Noble grabs it for Collingwood. Kicks it up to halfway. Cox giving chase. There with him Butts. Butts shoved in the back surely. Free kick Adelaide.
Yeah.
Free kick for Adelaide. It's coming back. And the Crows will get it with 70 seconds on the clock. Collingwood lead it by 4 points, but it's Adelaide's ball on halfway. Collingwood by 4.
Butts will wheel around. Send a long kick to half forward. Walker down there, Moore too. Moore punches it down. Maynard Rose kicks into the middle. And Bobby Hill gleefully just hugs it to his chest.
Go forward, Bobby. Don't look back.
28 minutes played, final term. Collingwood by 4. They're holding on. Kicks out to the wing. Schultz and Nankervis. Schultz can't take the mark. No illegal attempt there from Nankervis and a throw in on the wing. 28 and a half minutes into the fourth. Well, still Collingwood by 4.
Yeah, Riley O'Brien, he's got to bang this over the back. Collingwood masters it, shutting down the last minute of the game. Get it out into space. Take a chance.
They won 4 of the last 5 games against Adelaide by under a goal. They lead by 4 points here with 43 seconds on the game clock. O'Brien palms it down. Jones tries to soccer it forward. Holding it in is Schultz. He gets it out now to Harrison. Hands it to Cameron. Kick smothered. Still on the wing. Harrison for Collingwood. Hand pass to Sullivan. Close to the boundary line. Nankervis collects. Tackled out of play by Schultz. And a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies. Collingwood still lead by 4 points. And now there's only 27 seconds to go. Adelaide needs something dramatic.
What can the Crows muster? Their season might live in the next 27 seconds. Knocking it down, O'Brien, bursting onto it, Rankin. Runs away from Crisp. Takes a bounce. He'll think about a second. Runs a long way. Kicks inside 50. He's run too far.
Oh, no.
It's going to come back. I thought he ran a long way. They're fighting on after it in the pocket. They don't know yet.
Did he take a bounce?
Yeah, he did take a bounce.
Yeah, but he ran a long way after it.
He might have done a hammy here too, has he?
Well.
Wow. No, I think he's okay. He's going to stay out there. Is he okay?
He's arguing with the umpire and holding on to his left hamstring.
Oh, that's the ball game. Gee whiz, we have to go back and count those steps. I mean, it was exciting, wasn't it? It was a brilliant bit of play. Is he just cramping? He's holding the hammy.
Nah, he's done a hamstring.
Rankin's hammy, I think, has gone ping here, as has Adelaide's season. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The masters of the close finish do it again. Collingwood by 4.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
When it's edge of your seat time, that's when Collingwood go to work. They fell behind in the last couple of minutes, and Jordan De Goey was able to go back, cool as you like, and return Collingwood to the front. They navigate the last 2 minutes, as they so often do, under Craig McRae, and Collingwood close out to win it by just 4 points. The Magpies 12-6-78. Adelaide on the wrong side of another razor-thin result, 11-8-74. Collingwood by 4.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Isaac Rankin tried to run away with it in the last 30 seconds. His hamstring went on him, and the Adelaide Crows, their season is fast running away from them. 3.5 wins now after 10 games. Well, for Collingwood, after a winless opening 3 games, they are undefeated in their last 7. The Magpies, 6.5 wins on the year. They move to 12-6-78 over the top of Adelaide, 11-8-74. A 4-point victory for Collingwood. We've seen it so often in the past, and a different way of getting there again today. The Magpies come back to win it late. Pies by 4. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, I mean, what a game, what a finish in the end, Rama. We've just been accustomed to close finishes between these two teams. Thought the Crows were brave. You asked them to be bolder and braver with the ball and give themselves a chance at three-quarter time. We just had a feeling, didn't we, that they certainly weren't out of it and they could run over the top of the Pies the way the Pies were going. Their pressure had fallen right away, and it was Rankin and Hinge and Dawson in the end in that last quarter who did that and gave them a chance. And really, it was just a couple of moments from the Pies, wasn't it, that led to that De Goey goal that put them back in front, and then the run too far will be debated all week. I'm not sure. I mean, it's hard to. I mean, he was going so fast. So I think it was right on the borderline. You often see those just allowed to play on.
But allowed for the theatre.
What did you think?
I didn't know.
We had a look again. I think play on. Yeah.
I said at the time I thought he'd run too
You did
far.
call it, yeah.
He had a bounce.
He had a bounce.
Yeah, I saw the bounce. I called the bounce.
Yeah.
It's interesting, a couple of weeks ago we were debating, and again the Crows feel like, damn, we're on the wrong end of it again. Draper lays on the footy where the umpires put the whistles away in the last few minutes.
Yeah, but no one marked that ball inside 50.
No, that's right.
No,
it wasn't.
But the umpire decides to himself here, and Adelaide's thinking, damn, we're on the wrong side of it again.
I think if the free kick's there, you got to pay it. It was line ball. He bounced it, and because it's interesting. Is it steps or? I mean, he was travelling, he was motoring, and we hope he hasn't done his hammy. He was going so fast. It was such a brilliant bit of play, but.
They just absorbed in the last quarter, Collingwood. So Adelaide have had 108 possessions to 68. So 40 more. Inside 50s was 16-9 in Adelaide's favour in that last quarter. But the problem that Adelaide had is they played safe inside their forward 50. They kept kicking the ball wide rather than going to the teeth of the goal square and really putting Collingwood's defenders under pressure. So Collingwood were able to then win the ball back. And as much as it was coming back in, it wasn't coming back in dangerous spots. So it was terrific defending by the Pies. Usually we're used to seeing chase a team, and they had a couple of minutes where they needed to chase because Adelaide took the lead, and it was just, and I mentioned it at the time, the Quaynor smother, then the follow-up, then the handball over the top to Crisp, and Crisp, he got the speed wobbles, but he was able to get the ball to Nick Dacos, and a beautiful kick inside forward 50 to the go-in, and then it's a goal.
It's amazing play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing, but it's going through the middle of the ground, whereas Adelaide in that, everything was wide.
But it's, and I know teams review all sorts of plays, but if you're looking for positive reinforcement where you think 1%er on halfback, then running in numbers, always got someone to be able to hand it off to, and then under pressure, the guy that you rely on and you're paying the big bucks in those moments to go, he goes back,
kicks the goal.
Never looked like he wasn't going to kick it.
They just know what to do in the moment, Collingwood, whereas you felt like, again, Adelaide they weren't sure what they were doing. They thought, let's kick the ball inside our forward 50, but we're going to kick it wide every time. It's like, well, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, and that's what they did in that last quarter. The Crows
trying to find like a perfect uncontested mark or something like that, which rarely exists towards the back end of these kind of games. I mentioned it on the run, so Adelaide historically haven't won these games in recent times, and Collingwood have. So as much as it is, there's a certain element of luck involved. There's a high level of execution, isn't there, in these big game moments to be able to manage those.
The one chance Collingwood had to execute in the highest of pressure of moment when they got behind, they just did it better.
Yeah, and then it was Dacos. It was Crisp and Dacos and then De-Goey. So there's no secret around that either, too, is there? And that's why, they did what they did last year. And I think they'll review this one and think that they did a lot wrong, certainly after quarter time or even halfway through that second quarter, the Pies, their pressure, absolutely fell away. And we know that that's a massive barometer for them. They've got all the young players out there. They'll be better for that, won't they? They're better for that experience, so they can go through those opportunities. Young Richards there with a one-on-one, McRae, Harvey Harrison, nice involvement in that last passage of play that led up to the goal. So there's a lot of players there that will benefit from these sort of games. But in the end, it was you look at not in the top of the stat sheet, but the top of the impact. It was Dacos, Pendlebury, and De-Goey, and Crisp, and then De-Goey kicking the winning goal.
Now that the Pies are out of the 8 and some of the other results already this weekend, they'll still be 2.5 games out Adelaide at the end of the weekend, but they're chasing the season big time from here. They let a close one slip today. 4-point win for Collingwood, having trailed with 2 minutes to go. We've got 2 minutes to go ourselves. How's that for a little radio segue?
Nice.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Cool. I'm caught on the hop a bit here, Rammer, because we didn't have much time to think that far ahead. We were so engrossed in the game. I'm going to give one to Nick Dacos. The stats will show he's had 41, 22 contested, 14 clearances.
41. Wow.
And 14 clearances. So, he's the best clearance player in the competition at the moment. He kicked it at below 30%, so that was the one knock in his game today, but he was magnificent and set up the winning goal.
Slowed up a bit as well. He was on track for 60.
Yeah, that's right. 15 at quarter time. 2 to Scott Pendlebury, who had 30, kicked the first 2 goals of the game, 8 score involvements, 6 clearances himself. He was terrific. And I thought Isaac Rankin was the best player on the ground, Ram, across the 4 quarters, and almost... the brilliant goal to put him in front, and then the play at the end that could have almost pinched it back off them again. But hopefully he hasn't done a hammy, so we can continue to see him just play more and more midfield time and blossom into the player that we know he can be. But thought he was magnificent today.
He has arrived in a big way. 3 for Rankin, 2 for Pendlebury, 1 for Nick Dacos. The injury front is again severe for Collingwood, so concussion for Reef McInnes, hamstring for Will Hoskin Elliott, while for Adelaide they tactically made their sub. They didn't have an injury until what appeared to be the last moment of the game where Isaac Rankin ran too far and appeared to do his hammy. We are fast running out of time. We've got 45 seconds. We're off to Sydney for GWS and the Western Bulldogs. Thanks to Stu Baker, thanks to Craig back in the studio, to Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster downstairs, and myself, Corbin Middlemass, signing off from the MCG. I don't think we're going to get the Collingwood song in, which is a great shame. We might roll across it if we can, and we'll try and feed it to you throughout the afternoon and some reaction from the Collingwood camp. Thanks to Jess for all her work downstairs. We've got a full slate of footy still to come, so GWS and the Western Bulldogs next, and then later tonight, either the Dockers and the Saints or the Lions and the Tigers, depending on your market. Another good one at the G, the Pies by 4.